We will call ourselves to order here. Welcome. This Friday morning around 8:10, recognized our quorum. We're going to get started on our last day of budget workshop. Going to open with prayer. Councilman Simpson, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this morning, the opportunity together, and I ask a special blessing on all that are in this room and for what they do for our community, and just ask that you look over them and continue to guide them. Lord, be with us today. Let us look to you for a direction in all that we say and do. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir. All right. Can we get back to you, Mr. Freeman?
Yes, sir.
Pick up where we left off.
I can jump in real quick just to kind of get started. Mayor, members of council, thank you for being here for day 3 of the budget workshop. I think we made great progress yesterday. We thank you all for all the great feedback you gave us. I know we did a quick overview of supplementals and CIPs, and we thank you for the guidance you gave us. We have prepared some recommendations for both supplementals and CIPs. You have those in front of you. For our agenda today, we took direction from the council. We have a few presenters to start off with today. Just to kind of run through the agenda. The intended agenda here is we do have Max ready to talk about OEM AECC. We have Michael Kashuba ready to talk about some budget highlights. We have Donna prepared to talk about municipal court third-party delinquent tax collections. We have Mitch prepared to talk about a health plan add-on request. We also have some slides for the hot subsidies requested by Councilmember Simpson. We'll have those ready to go. Let's see here. We'll have a discussion about recommended CIP supplemental requests after that. Lola and finance team will talk about some discussion direction on debt requests and present schedules and upcoming debt retiring that's coming up for City Hall and those things. We talked about that yesterday. We have that ready to go for today. We also have the Water Wastewater Act for cash flow calculation to discuss today regarding cash flow, depreciation, and other examples about how we calculated those from ACFR to the available funds. And then after that, we'll take any remaining questions you have and any guidance you can give us. I do know that Councilor Reed has to leave today at 1:30. Is that correct? And so my hope and goal is to be able to power through all these things today before he leaves. But obviously, if we need to keep on going, that's at the council's purview. And again, I always like to say we can always do more days if you need it. So we're not telling you have to stop today. So if the council decides at the end of the day that you need some more time, we need to come back again and next week or so, we can do that. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Andrew to take us from here.
Yes, sir. We'll bring Max up to go over AEC and OEM highlights.
All right. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity. We can start with AECC. I know Councilman Simpson, about a year and a half ago, you had concerns about our team in AECC, our times, things like that. Our staffing levels are going up, but also so is our call load. Our trajectory right now and projections are looking at right around 300,000 calls. But more importantly, what that means is 1.1 million radio transactions for our team. The mental and physical weight that takes on our team is pretty detrimental. So we are looking at needing more both supervision and actual emergency communication specialists for that team. Right now, our operations are 24/7, 365. We do not have the supervision capability to run a 24/7, 365. So there is times that we do not have the middle management to oversee our team. Doesn't mean things are slowing down or stopping. We just simply are chugging along the way we can with what we have, and we're doing very well at it. However, our teams are strained. Really, that work-life balance is being hit pretty hard. I'd be remiss to say that I wasn't one of the offenders for overtime myself. However, I don't want to dwell on that because that's not the direction we're going. We have moved forward. We have made changes to ensure that does not go back that way. However, within those changes we've made comes with those cost savings of that overtime that we were seeing. So as we push forward through that overtime and bring those costs down, the ask that we have for this personnel, which is not understandably a small ask, but anything we can get would be helpful. We do need emergency communication specialists. We do need supervisors. We do need a terminal agency coordinator, a TAC. That helps both police and AECC as far as overseeing those duties. These are aspects in the team that we absolutely need. We are still mandating overtime and mandating shifts for people to come back because we do need people. As far as staffing numbers, I'm pleased to tell you that we have well over 200 applicants to our team. There is a pipeline. We are identifying these choke points in our pipeline. However, 100%, 200 applicants can very easily be whittled down to 5 within the course of 90 days of our pipeline, between our academies of 90 days. So, and that's simply because of requirements, what it takes, background checks, things like that. So as we push forward, our goal is to continue to get as much support for our team via resources, people, supervisors, things like that, that we can to ensure that our level of service stays at what it is, but also not only our calls are growing, but our facility itself is growing. You will see hopefully soon in coming councils, we're bringing on new agencies to dispatch for. So our workload is also going up. That is not uncommon throughout the country, is bringing in multiple agency PSAPs as we have. But that is the trajectory that we have. We do need supervisory oversight. We do need help as far as dispatchers and call takes, things like that, to ensure that we get the accountability to our citizens who are asking for help. One point to note that just the non-emergent calls that we get that come to us is about 131,000 of non-emergency calls that come to our center. That constitutes of like I said, we're looking at right around 300,000 projected in this coming year. So it's about a third of what we're looking at are calls just non-emergent. So in that, we need people. We are absolutely looking. I've heard what the vision that you all have, that we are absolutely looking to offset with softwares and tools like that. That is already well underway with projects in the works. However, we still need people to answer those calls and dispatch our first responders. I will tell you, our overtime costs, historically and habitually, we've been paying around $900,000. That is coming down and has come down quite a bit. We are actively tracking those on a weekly basis to ensure that our time and reporting those to city management to ensure that our time is absolutely monitored, and we are cutting everything that we can to ensure that those times come down. But in that savings, that I believe is about 23 or 20-ish FTEs worth of money. So in that, we do see some cost savings that hopefully we can put straight into a new FTE. Again, the steps that we're taking fully and proactively, very aggressively trying to cut down on OT as much as possible to ensure that if we can just transfer some of those habitual funds we've been paying for OT to FTEs, that is a long-term solve for that problem. Questions on AECC, sir?
So how many FTEs do you need right now to satisfy the overtime issues and work-life balance?
Our request was 28 FTEs in total.
28 new?
28 FTEs in total was our request.
Okay.
10 emergency telecommunications specialists, 12 telecommunications shift supervisors, 4 senior telecommunications specialists, 1 terminal agency coordinator. So 27 in total.
What's the percentage of non-emergency calls that we're getting into the center that really could go somewhere else?
I don't know if they could go somewhere else necessarily. So this is a continued project with 311 to ensure call routing is accurate and ensuring that some calls, so whether it's like a barking dog call, things like that, we are working with 311 and have been for over a year to ensure that 311 takes as much as they can. But as far as the percentage of calls that are coming in is still about 33% of our calls right now.
33% of calls are probably would have been best directed to 311 and or maybe
that's even after going
the
to
police.
That's even after going to 311.
Okay. Well, anything that because I mean, I think people are just 911 is a number that they remember. 311 is not as common as probably nobody's got the non-emergency police line memorized either. It's just 911 but I just wonder if one thing that we've done, I think, over the course of the last several years is people now know that if I've got bulk waste, I don't put it in the alley, I put it out front. And that seems to be something that people have gotten used to, and we spend a lot of time promoting that. I just wonder if there's more availability to help people understand where the best place to give a call is other than 911.
Absolutely. 311 can absolutely continue to offset non-emergent calls, and they do. However, there is always going to be a time where it needs to be fully transferred over to one of our call takes at 911 to ensure that that level of service is given. Those processes, procedures, and even tools are things that over the last 12 months we've been working with. I will continue to work with Kristen and her team at 311 to ensure that those are seamless processes of which we can share, offsetting as much with softwares, things like that, to ensure that we can automate, therefore kind of offsetting FTE cost. However, we are actively working into cutting down those as much as possible.
Well, I agree, because that's part of that can relieve the stress as well as the calls of those types of things. I just remember seeing some campaigns on, hey, don't put it in the alley, we'll come pick it up. But I don't know if I've seen any campaigns to try to say, hey, here's how to direct your call if you have something going on, to be able to help people realize that this is the best way to do it. So
Times like 4th of July, fireworks versus gunshot calls, things like that, we do put some of that out during those super high times. Like I said, once we continue to finalize and hash out the processes, procedures, and softwares that we intend to use, that's probably when we'll start actually doing active campaigns.
thank you.
Sir.
So to be clear, Max, your ask is for 27 positions, is that correct?
That is the full ask, yes, sir.
That's the full ask. Over here on the recommended sheet that y'all came up with, I see one, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's right. So what we ask departments to do, like police, fire, ACC, show us your true need. We're not going to be able to fund all those. That may have to be a future voter approval tax rate election to add that many people, because you can't absorb that in an annual allocation.
And you said, Max, you got 200, is that what you said? What was your total number of people you have over there?
People?
Uh-huh.
I have a total of 64 in that
64.
department as a whole.
So your ask is 27, almost a 50% increase. I mean,
Correct. So of those 64, 52 of them are actual dispatchers and call takes.
Okay. So, but you obviously you are functioning right now, but like you said, it's a heavy load. I mean, mentally,
So
just
mentally,
physically,
it is,
all of
it is actually costing us people.
They can't. I mean, it's just too much.
And you're basically spending the same in overtime to
Correct.
cover that.
Last
Yes.
year is almost a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
This year it does cause long-term problems, operational problems, staffing struggles. I'm not in the business of physically beating down and mentally beating down my team. I want to help them as much as possible. And what that takes is people and things.
And so, I mean, I see here for the one person. So it's almost a 1-for-1. So if you bring somebody on to work 40 hours, but you eliminate 40 hours of overtime, obviously it's a net positive really to the budget, right?
Correct.
But is that what you were saying, Andrew? I mean,
Well, it tracks over time, but eventually you find where you're still going to have people taking leave, you're still
Sure.
going to have training, so there's always going to be overtime, but we've got
But
to try and get the balance better.
yeah, but I figure you're paying someone time and a half.
Right.
Or you bring somebody on to take that load and you're paying them.
Correct. Our current overtime budget is about $235,000, which I think that is a realistic budget to have.
So when we budget these, are we taking that into account? I mean, if we look at like we're looking at the proposed and like, well, it's one employee. Well, is that not going to be a wash? I mean, if we bring them for 40 hours, now I get benefits and the whole thing, there's a whole lot more in there besides salary. Is it almost a wash?
Potentially. Yeah, we'd have to find out, because until you add the exact number, you don't know.
But pretty close. I would have to guess pretty close. Instead of paying overtime at 1.5 times the rate, you're bringing somebody in just paying a single.
It just depends on how many people are taking leave with their vacation time,
got
because
you.
then you're still paying time and
But
a half.
almost, but there is a trade-off. Okay. But we're not really taking that into account when I'm looking at the
No.
salary given here.
How we've kind of taken into account in the past with fire, now that they've gotten to that point, we overhire, and that you're paying the overhire for the salaries and hoping your overtime drops. We haven't seen the full effect of that yet. So
Well-
fire's kind of testing that out right now.
But it should math out that, I mean, it's almost, I mean,
So last year we did get our staffing levels to about 95%. and immediately those conversations started about overhiring. But to your point, sir, is absolutely we do take an account for time off, sick calls, things like that. However, yes, there's still struggle. We're always going to have overtime to some extent. Like I said, we do have a six-figure budget for overtime. However, we do need to continue to try to. I need to serve my team the best I can.
And I know there's a training issue as well. So maybe first month or 1 month isn't a good look, but when you're about 95% full, what did your budget look? I mean, did overtime go down?
Yes, absolutely.
Considerable.
So overtime is trending to either time itself is flat or down.
Okay. And we do have the space for the people.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think we'd be amiss if we didn't say thank you for juggling this, and thank you to your staff for the burnout and the churn, for doing what you do with the limited resources. Thank you.
We have an amazing team, very dedicated, passionate professionals, and honestly, public safety, first response, passion is what drives it, and I can't imagine a more passionate team of what I have. Thank you, sir.
Tell them all thank you from us.
Will do, sir.
Councilman Reed, you got anything down there? Morning, Max.
Morning, sir.
Thanks for coming back.
Yes, sir.
You got 64 positions in AECC and OEM. Is that right?
We have 64 in AECC. That also includes 3 administrative in AECC, and then we have a total of 8 in emergency management.
Yeah.
One of them is an office manager. One of them is a outdoor siren tech, who their sole jobs are office manager work and working on our outdoor siren system. So technically 6 operational in the basement down in OEM.
Yeah, so last year's budget, 1.6, revised estimate, looks like you're bringing it in at around 1.2, and then this year's budget, 1.6 again on OEM. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then going back to AECC, last year's budget, 6.7, revised estimate, 6.5, this year's budget, roughly 6.7. So under budget both times.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're doing that with paying all of the overtime?
So OEM we have made exempt as much as possible in that vein. However, if they were non-exempt, they would be looking at around 4,500 hours of overtime just out of 8 people. To your question, and AECC keeping it under budget, that is, yes, offsetting costs by trying to save money elsewhere in other lines.
So I just want to make sure we're not hearing something different than you're saying it. So right now, you're working with 52 of your 64 positions full?
We are, I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head. We are short some of our emergency communications specialists.
So tell us a little bit about the 27 position request. That's just an overhire? Open those positions up in order to go and hire so you can train, and then you would significantly decrease your overtime pay, and you would still make that budget number work with the request, or there would be
in a sense, if we're looking at it, and again, my ignorance when it comes to our overtime budget versus my ask, the ask itself is right around for 27. It's right around that 2.4 million impact. Right now, even if we had just 1-for-1, we threw 900,000 at it, that would drastically improve my team and help our team.
Okay, so you've got you're giving us kind of the high, right? And here's we're making do with what we've got. Here's what we really would like, but then even if we could get $900,000 budget approval for FTEs, how much was your overtime in that department last year?
That was about 900,000.
Oh, okay. So that is the 1-for-1, correct?
Yeah, and if you're looking at your budget book, I don't think our revised estimate is correct. It's showing 260 flat. It's going to be higher this year than 260 flat.
You're showing 260 in the OT?
On page 174.
That is
but
the
you can
budgeted
see
number.
22-23, we had actuals of 864,000. 23-24, actuals of 970,000. So similar to police and fire, they spend the overtime and then it ends up being covered by all the other departments by the end of the year in excess sales tax revenue.
Max, what does it do for you if we move those line items around?
The ability to get any more people, any more telecommunicators will drastically improve. One, the ability to give people time off, to give people actual breaks during their shift.
Yeah.
That drastically improves.
Mr. Freeman, how do we make that happen on your end? Because I know you were public safety for a good while, and this has been under you. So, what would you advise if the goal here would be to get roughly 10 FTEs budgeted, but then recognizing that we need to still stick with that 6.7 million overall?
I wouldn't budget it. I'd continue to work with Grayson for authorization to overhire like we're doing with fire, and then we're going to figure out that balance and see what we can actually bring on formally in the budget next year, would be my recommendation.
And why not just budget those 10 FTEs in
Because
order
it's
to
going to show
overhire?
it's going to show you're upside down. You won't be a balanced budget because you still have to budget for both because you don't know the true net
Even if his
impact.
actuals are 6.5 million and he's under budget for the year, but
I don't
then,
think that's accurate. I think our revised estimate's off. We'd need to double check those
well,
numbers.
actuals were 6.4 in 25, and then they're showing actuals projected 6.5 and budget's 6.7.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious in wanting to hear, if it's semantics and he has what he needs, then let's move on. But if it's not, if it's where Max, or Mr. Dunlap is like, well, I still can't go and open this up. So if council's giving good direction to understand, you have $1 million there, plus you've got an ask over here, right? That we
Yes.
would intend to fulfill.
Yeah, one for each department we currently have slated in there. And I think part of why we don't recommend building it now, they're not at 100% staff. So we don't want to add positions until they get to fully staffed. So it's a sequencing thing as well, which is what we deal with fire, and hopefully we're soon getting to with police. Once they have a full number, we're going to do an academy where they'll overhire by 20 officers, and we'll build it into the next budget is the plan.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dunlap?
Yeah, that's the model I think that works well for us is in these departments that have struggled to get to full hire. We don't know the full picture until we get the full hire, and I think what Andrew's saying is very, very good. We want to start an overhire process. We get everything fully staffed, overhire, and then that starts to settle the waves out, and we start over time starting to see where things actually fall, where how leave is happening, where overtime's happening. That allows us to have a better budget picture going forward. So I'd like for us to get to the overhire picture. That's going to be a great victory right there, because I know Max has done a tremendous amount of work over there just to try to get the culture to where it's got to be at. And so we can start getting to that point, and then when that happens, we can start really giving you better numbers over budget.
So, thank you. I heard, Councilman Prescott take a minute to make sure that everybody heard us say thank you. We appreciate you guys. Mr. Dunlap, I hope what you would hear here is the direction from council. I believe, and council could redirect it, would be for you to go ahead and continue with that overhire practice and continue to try to build out that team. Whether that is in the form of working within your current budget because you are having to pay some of that OT, or you're able to bring those people on and cut the OT down. We definitely see the need to keep you prioritized in our public safety system. And then we would want you to be able to communicate back that gives you what you need for this next year, with a goal in place of expanding those departments, OEM as well, and continuing to bring OEM up to a level of collaboration with, all 26 counties. Also, a lot of the things that are growing outside of the city limits, and continue to be a burden and a stress on you to figure out in your strategic plan. Do you have a master plan? Do you have your planning tool? Do you have all your lines of communication open to those other entities so that you can do what you need to over there in the basement?
Yes, we continue to work through as new projects pop up in the region, in our jurisdiction. We continue to try to work with those partners as much as possible. And AECC, as we grow, and I appreciate that feedback, as we bring people on, I absolutely need the supervision to oversee, those frontline team members. So that would be the ask is supervision, if anything, at the very least.
And I think, too, the nice thing that, this has been good discussion, that given the direction I think I'm getting from council is, as we are overhiring, get to that point, as I start seeing mid-year budget savings and overtime, I'm based off what I'm hearing, I might be able to start making some mid-year changes to start shifting money over to some hiring positions. And so we want to vet that out. I probably want to get with you guys as we're doing that because I want to make sure I feather this out right to keep the budget within budget. But I think as we are overhiring and if we do see overtime coming down, I think I may have some opportunity here from council to start shifting it over to the salary lines a little bit.
I don't think Max touched on it either. He's continuously looking for new revenue sources. So actually coming to council is going to be a new contract with AISD.
Yes.
That could fund a position. So those will help as well. But it's not locked in yet. If it gets approved, we could probably build that into the budget right away before September, so we can go ahead and count on that funding in one new position as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Question, I think we answered this with APD, but with the overtime that has been typical over there, we don't adjust the budget for that, do we? So when you look at that department, even though the last few years have shown that it's...
We have to find savings across the general fund to cover it.
Yeah, we don't, okay. So that's exactly the way this is drawn up as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, but we anticipate, I guess, we're going to have money to pay the overtime.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, mostly between other departments and the turnover of not filling staff and then hopefully excess sales tax revenues, and it all comes together at the end.
Yeah, that's the work that we're going to be doing throughout the year. Hopefully as vacancies are, because we're going to have some vacancies. And we don't know who and when and where, but we're going to have that, and it is big. Our job as management is to be making sure that those savings can cover for those overages. Then hopefully over years to come, we can start, and as you see in your supplementals there, start chipping away at that budget to get it trued up. So
like APD and fire and OEM, we're just going to cover it out of general fund, and we just hope that it's going to be there to cover, whether we dip in reserves or whatever. We know it's coming. I guess I'm still confused why we don't adjust the budget for that, but okay.
Because if you actually show it on paper, you won't. It doesn't show it. It shows you'll be busting
you
the
don't
budget.
show the overtime, and so you're not able to
because
track
otherwise
it.
you're not dropping or adjusting salaries, because we hope to be fully staffed, so we're showing that, so there's no swapping it around. And APD and fire is a little tougher because they have guaranteed training, minimum staffing, and all that that's still going to be paying overtime for.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, and again, maybe an accounting issue, but why couldn't we have a line item that we just budget overtime, and then as we see the fully staffed, those would trade out, right?
Well,
we have that overtime would come down, and
we have a line item for overtime. It's just under budget. It's about $2 million instead of, say, PD needs $4 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so hopefully what we see first is that I mean, we budget for every position. Hopefully we're going to fill them. So in theory, we don't budget for the full overtime because we're hoping we're going to fill every position. But then whenever the salaries do come in under, we have that starting point to help fund overtime. But in some of these situations, that's not always enough. That's where we look for other departments.
But we're not budgeting for the ask of 27, correct?
No, sir. No.
That's in addition to. So
correct. Those are just supplemental requests so you can see the true need.
So what's truly full staff then? I don't understand, because I would say that Max would tell me that fully staffed would be his staff plus 27.
Well, that would be the ideal scenario.
But we don't
fully
budget
staffed,
for that.
he's not fully staffed yet with his budgeted FTEs now.
Right. But we don't budget for that. Like
the full FTE, the 95%. Yes, we do have that fully budgeted right now. So
but that does not include the 27.
No, because that's around 60. You have to add another 20.
And our goal is to get to the current fully staffed numbers.
I got you.
And so we can't get to that just yet.
What's current fully staffed? This 27 plus? Or
No. It's in your book. It's
Current fully staffed,
the
64
current
is
ask.
total.
Okay.
64 total.
Okay, I guess I heard you wrong. I guess I heard that like we're going to budget for this, and then hopefully. Okay.
No, we're going to overhire and then adjust next year as we're seeing the balance, and then we can try and build it into the budget.
Okay.
Yes, step one is to get to be able to fill these positions that's budgeted for.
Right.
That's step one. Step two is to overhire. And then step three is based on the overhires, start making some adjustments overtime and salaries to start making that 64 go to 67, 68, whatever. Then step 4 or 5 where I'm at now, next year, bring back to you a more a better budget now that we've had some real numbers to work with over the year. So it's a multi-step process that
Right.
we're working through.
Okay, thank you.
I had just a very quick question on overtime on APD. Is there any revenue recognition for the overtime services? I mean, when they're providing security and things, how does that work?
That's off-duty work.
That's off-duty work.
So that's they're getting a check from whoever they're working for. It's not coming to the city.
Okay, so there's not any cost recovery for the overtime activities. That's strictly,
That's like a second job for them that they can go do the side jobs and. No, it's not costing us anything, but
Okay.
that's yeah, we're not getting any.
I just wanted to
benefit.
verify that we weren't paying that, and
No.
then there was not a
Nope.
cost recovery
That's
mechanism
strictly
for the
between
overtime.
whoever hires them, if it's a school event or any of those kind of off-duty jobs.
Understand, thank you.
I just want to thank all the departments, particularly those that look at overtime, with the effort that you're putting into monitoring the overtime. My experience is if you don't monitor, if you don't tightly look at the overtime, it can get out of control if somebody's not watching it and monitoring it. But I feel totally confident in the public safety divisions with what I've heard the last couple of days. You guys are doing a great job, so thank you, and thank you for staying on top of that. We don't want to, it's got to be paid, but I really feel like we're doing a really good job at managing that, because it's, if you look at when, we went over, and if we go over in overtime, yes, we have the savings on the on the empty positions. But if we didn't have that saving on the empty positions, and this year, for example, if we didn't have the sales tax, the more sales tax, it could be problematic that we're going over that. So I appreciate everybody, really monitoring that, and I feel confident you guys are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For sake of time, I'll kind of close up with OEM. So, like I said, we have a total of 18 in Office Emergency Management, serving well over six figures of participants and citizens, with 6 of them being actually operational. Right now, we've spent roughly between 75 and 80% of our time in some sort of response mode at any given moment of the day. We are a 24/7 operation as well. We run duty officer shifts Monday to Monday, 08 to 08. However, it does get very hard. So we do need a little help in emergency management. We are absolutely, as Andrew pointed out, in both our teams, we are looking at revenue opportunities with AISD upstairs for dispatch, as well as in emergency management. There's other agencies for our services that we're looking into, whether it's emergency management services, whether it's outdoor warning siren services, anything like that. So we are absolutely going down that to ensure to offset any possible down the road bringing on of new team members. Hopefully those contracts can offset those costs. But like I said, we are right around that probably 13,000 hours short of availability a year with our mandates. We have over 185 mandates, whether they're plans, procedures, things that we have to upkeep, and we're running short when it comes to just basic 2,080 hours a year based on the people we have. We are about 12 to 13 hours short of what our need is.
So you said 12,000 hours?
Yes, sir.
So you need 6.5 FTEs?
That would be the full ask.
Right.
I will be happy with one. I'm no stranger to doing more with less. One person in emergency management does a lot. We are very actively pursuing offsetting with softwares and automation, very much using AI to the extent that we can and are available to use AI to offset those FTEs, or at least aspects of them. We have progressed very far down that road in the industry, both when Rich was still here and also for me reaching out to colleagues and things like that around the country with other state and federal agencies of how that works for us, how we can offset that. We are very far down the road with using our situation awareness tool of VOC, of offsetting both our operations as well as our planning, as well as our asset management, also utilizing those tools for recoupment. So, example of when Chief Mays sends a team out on a TIFMIS assignment, on his mutual aid assignment, there's a lot of tracking of documents and funds that need to be happening. This tool that we have can automate those things to an extent, and bringing that back while they're in the field, bringing that back to us. It's no different for if I were to deploy one of our team out to anywhere through our contracts, whether it's in the state or the country, they will have real-time communication with us here back at the agency. But we absolutely need the help, anything at this point. One person absolutely would be helpful. But yes, in a perfect world, we would need 6 to 7.
Just a few more things we'll let you get out of the way. So, with police and fire, we have levels of promotion. So we go from, sergeant, lieutenant, captain. So, how does AECC promote?
So we have different levels of leadership. So our emergency communications specialist is kind of our frontline team member. From there, it can move into a shift supervisor or a junior supervisor. From there, it is a senior supervisor, which are trying to reclass their name to manager. And from there, it gets into upper management.
Question, so probably for Mr. Freeman. Public safety overall tends to work pretty good with strategic. We're looking at a 3% increase that we're trying to find in the existing tax rate for all personnel. But when you look at, and it's not that every department doesn't have a team environment, they do. But when you're running a large team that deals with trauma, there's a different level of burnout. So there also is a different level of supervision, and there's also to a great extent, there's a different camaraderie and relational aspect to it. And so we would hope that would continue through the entire organization, but where it has to be foundational is in areas like AECC. So in giving a directive of, hey, we really want you to build the strongest team you can, and the way we're hearing you say you would do that better is through supervision. What if he was able to take the overall budget, and this might even equate on overtime pay as well? Can we build in a different line, another level of leadership over there that would allow some supervision, so that much like Councilman Tips stated yesterday, a lot of our job is about performance, and we want to reward high performing. It doesn't mean that others aren't high performing, but there are those that are willing to come in early, stay late, work the OT, and then there needs to be the capitalism in it. So what could we do in AECC that would create a different level of supervision?
Yeah, we can look at those things. Max and Jamie, the assistant director, they've been working on kind of strategies of, if you grow the staff, how would you do the levels of management to do that career ladder and reward those employees for more experience, give them the opportunity to supervise. So we can review those, and then as part of our overhiring process, like Max said, we need to adjust those to see where it fits in the hierarchy. So we can take a look at that.
We're doing that strategically in both departments right now.
Okay.
Even with 8 people, there's still a structure, and I'm trying to at least break glass ceilings in both departments. To your point, Mayor.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we'll work on that. They've got, I think, multiple strategic plans at this point that we can evaluate and tweak, knowing that we have the support from council to overhire and make some adjustments and see what works best for the group.
Well, we'll walk out of this budget workshop, we'll pass a budget, we'll never hear from you, right? You'll just show up when the tornado hits and the fire and the
usually a
flood
bad thing
happens,
if
and
I'm
you
in
guys,
front of someone.
y'all will work 48 hours straight, and we'll never know it. So why don't we not do that? Let's have you come back at a council meeting in the future. Let's have you bring in a discussion item for, here's my strategic plan, here's what you guys gave me once the budget's all worked out, and here's how I'm using it, here's the health of our team, here is who our team is. When we had our first flood over there, or my first flood, we're bringing the team over sometime, end of the year or in between catastrophes, if you would. And then let's hear from you. Let's see how you're doing on those 2 very important roles. Anything further, Council? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Next up is Michael Kashuba to talk budget highlights for parks.
Mayor and Council, Michael Kashuba, Director of Parks. Just wanted to kind of give a quick update on where we've been, where we're going, some of the bigger capital items and some of the bigger supplementals. So over the last 5 years, obviously, there's been a pretty significant investment in parks to the tune of over $36 million. What we're proposing next year is a focus on details. We've been really focused on getting these bigger projects done, and what we're looking at this next year is really focusing more on the detail work. You know, signage, fixing up areas that may not look as good as they have in the past. So really focused on maintaining kind of our existing infrastructure, trying to make that look better. On the cost recovery front, tennis is doing extremely well. We anticipate them being in the black at the end of the fiscal year. Golf, we anticipate being, if not in the black, very close to cost recovery. We do have some proposed fee increases in the budget, so we would obviously recommend those. That's going to be $2 per round, and then some increases on the golf carts. But again, that continues to move golf in the positive direction when it comes to cost recovery. So we're very happy with the progress that the team has made there, going from basically $2 million upside down to breaking even. So, and then obviously we continue to work on athletics. So we don't have any fee increases for tennis. We do have for athletics, so there's a small fee for field rentals, for games and practices, and then we also have gone up a little bit on some of the league fees. So those are all in there as supplementals in terms of the fee increases. So we would recommend all of those. Tennis, because it's done so well, we would say just hold tight, and we'll continue to monitor it and then make those necessary changes as we kind of move forward. As I mentioned, when we put together our capital list this year, we really had some different focuses. Number one was maintaining the existing. So you'll see Parks E&I obviously is going to be our highest request. That's that ongoing infrastructure money where we can go and make those improvements in the parks. We also have the Warford Pool is the shell is, or the plaster is really starting to fall apart. So that's about $250,000. We have about 1,500 people a month use that pool. Actually, in June, we had 4,600 people that actually used that pool during the month. The other kind of areas that we kind of grouped them in was the continuous irrigation improvement. Obviously, there's been a high focus on irrigation this year. One of the things that we're proposing is an increase on the irrigation line item. The irrigation line item in park maintenance is currently budgeted at $125,000, and we're almost at $300,000 already this year, just because of all the repairs that have needed to be made. Along with that, there's a supplemental to start buying some additional seed, because a lot of those areas that we're irrigating a few years ago during COVID, the weeds kind of took over some areas, and so as we're killing off those weeds, we're starting to see bare spots. So some additional funding just to get some seed to kind of fill in those spots that are kind of bare. One of the things that we're proposing as a supplemental, it shows as a negative, is bringing some irrigators in-house. That was one of the challenges, obviously, with the contract, is when there's an irrigation issue, we're relying on a contractor to go fix it. Currently, we have 4 irrigators that cover our entire parks. So we would be looking to bring 6 additional irrigators back in-house. But what we would do is that money would come out of the landscape maintenance contract. So currently those services are provided in that contract. What we would do is back out the amount for those irrigators out of that contract. So we would just net it out at a zero. And then as we've kind of mentioned, we're currently have that temporary landscape maintenance agreement. That is something that we will be rebidding this fall. There is a supplemental for some additional properties to be added to that contract. So those are properties that the city has accrued over the last year or the last couple of years that we would add to that landscape maintenance. And then some of the other groups of projects that we had put in for capital, obviously irrigation, so central control. Our irrigators currently have to go out to each park, and I'll give an example. John Stiff may have 10 different controllers, so they're having to manually set those controllers. There's no way to do it remotely from our main office. So we're proposing that we would kind of update the technology where we can take a quick look. I can't tell you how many park staff have gone out to and the controllers are off. And it's not staff that's turning them off. So we would like to have better eyes on that from a distance where we can monitor that and make adjustments as necessary.
Will those have rain sensors too?
Yeah, so a lot of the new technology with those centralized controllers will automatically, they've got software that'll adjust for rain, freeze, everything that goes with it. So again, we would be looking at some pump stations. There's some some parks that just don't have quite enough pressure. There is one that we would recommend pulling out of it because we don't have an agreement with them. We've been historically maintaining it. That's Hillside School Park. Historically, the city's maintained it even though we don't have an agreement. So we would not recommend that being included in that project. But the other parks are all city parks, or we maintain the school portion of it.
Now, when you say you don't recommend having, is it included in here right now?
So in the irrigation pump stations, we have a line item of 350, and Hillside is about 45,000. So the request for the irrigation pump stations would be about 305. So that would come down a little bit.
So I would say make that adjustment for sure.
Yeah. Michael, how did the controllers get turned off? Are they secure, or is it just citizens going out and turning them off, or kids, or whatever?
We don't know. Unfortunately, a lot of those controllers have the same key. And so unless we go in and manually change each key on that, which would be quite a process, or secure them a different way, every irrigator in town has a key to those controllers.
Interesting.
It's just a standard, industry standard key.
Hunter key or something? Yeah.
So we've gone out to some parks where we've seen valves turned off, we've seen double checks turned off, we've seen, I mean, you name it. So we want to get some better eyes so we can see if water's flowing, if water's not flowing. You know, obviously we can send somebody out to make those adjustments. So that's something that we would recommend. Councilman Simpson brought this up yesterday, the discussion about restrooms. We would propose removing the restrooms that are on school parks. We've actually sent over a joint resolution to the school district for consideration for us to remove those restrooms from those school parks. And then we also had put some money in, if council so chose, to start replacing some of those restrooms in the parks. We have some requests for playgrounds. The playgrounds we put in there are in very bad condition. Again, there's 5 that are being proposed. 3 of those are on school parks that we would recommend, the Parks Master Plan recommends terminating those agreements. So we've got one at Landrigan, Hilltop, and Margaret Wills that need to be replaced. Those are currently under those maintenance agreements that need to be replaced. But again, we're having conversations about those agreements. So we would recommend, obviously, Sunrise, which is one that we would fund the city portion, and the one at Memorial. And then there's some, what I would say, planning ahead projects. We'd put in capital for the aquatic replacement just to start design on it. With council's recent guidance on the aquatic feasibility, I think we just put that one on hold for a year. That's something we could come back based on what the feasibility study says. The Parks Master Plan Council has given previous guidance on that. We'll put that one on hold as well. And then one of the things that we put on here just for council's visibility is that artificial turf. I know there's been some conversations in the past about what would it take to turf some of those fields. So we just put that in more as a planning number, not as opposed to that needs to be funded immediately. So there's those 3 projects that we would say are planning ahead. So it's the aquatic feasibility, or the replacement, the master plan, and then the artificial turf. So those are just items we have.
And that's under which line item?
Those are what we had submitted to city management.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But they're not line item here?
No.
Okay.
No, this is our work from late last night to try and come with a constrained recommendation. Yeah.
I know this is not for today, but can we have a report out on that, or have a deeper dive in the artificial turf and what the ROI looks like on that for long term? We have not done that yet in terms of what the true significant impact to the city could be if we put the artificial turf at some of these locations for the larger events and things.
What we could do is we've got the numbers, so we've actually worked with the company to get us very specific numbers for each of those fields. So we've got numbers for if we were to just do the infields, if we were to do the entire fields themselves. Obviously, we would know what our staffing costs are. I think the one that we would have to work with the CVB is the hotel stays, because obviously the more, and that's not going to show up in the city budget, but obviously that's revenue that comes into the city. So we could work with CVB to look at those financial impacts on hotel stays, you know.
Not now, but just, I mean, if we could look at that in the fall, that would be, I think that would give us a lot of clarity.
Michael, do we see that there's a big volume discount in that turf? In other words, could we tack on to what they're doing at Kids Inc. right now and use their buyer? Would it be significantly less, or have we even looked into that? I know they're a different entity, but maybe we could
Yeah, we could look into it. I think we've got to follow our procurement laws. So I think with the dollar that big, we would have to probably procure it ourselves. But I think with a larger volume, you're probably going to get more interest and you're probably going to get a bigger discount.
Okay.
So if we were committing to doing 4 complexes or 3 complexes, obviously you're going to get a volume discount on that. So, and at that point, if we were to look that direction, we would put it out to bid. We just wanted to have back pocket numbers of what we anticipate those costs being. It could be lower than that, it could be higher than that, but those are the budgetary estimates that we have at this point. So,
Thank you.
So with your bathroom proposal,
uh-huh.
at the end of all this, any bathroom that is still standing will be open.
Yes, so currently the only ones that are closed are the school park restrooms, which were at the discretion of council. So a couple budgets ago, we had proposed keeping regional parks open, restrooms in regional parks and community parks, closing the ones in neighborhood parks and school parks. At that time, the council recommended that we keep the ones in regional, community, and neighborhood open, keep the ones at school parks closed. So that's been the guidance that the department has operated on for the last couple of years. So yes, we currently open all of those other ones, with the exception of, sewer issues, plumbing issues, or other unforeseen issues. But our goal is to keep those ones open. And the other item would be to start replacing some of those. Some of those structures are in really poor condition, to just start addressing that. So we're actually working with facilities on kind of coming up with a system-wide design for that I think we could replicate throughout the park system.
And this follows the strategy that we've had in Parks and Recreation, at least I've been over here. We're investing in the larger parks because more people use them. We can serve more people. We can invest the money there. We just don't have the resources to provide everything in every park in the city.
Correct, and that's guidance that comes from the Parks Master Plan, where it really talks about scaling back and focusing where we put assets. So putting bigger, better assets in those larger parks, and maybe scaling back in some of the smaller parks. It allows us to focus and get better products, but it also helps us manage our staff time, because if we're having staff going to 15, 16 different splash pads, it's a lot different than going to 2 or 3. So again, that's part of the reason we wanted to look at that as a part of the aquatic feasibility, was looking at splash pads along with those other pools. So, yeah.
Good. I'm all for handling the bathroom situation.
So the school district-owned restroom situation, you feel like it's got a good strategic plan now, right?
I like this plan.
Okay, all right. So the city-owned restrooms, you've made a lot of progress on, and they're open, and we're updating them, and communities are painting the outside of them, and they look better, and concessions look good out there at the recreation fields, all sorts of good progress, right?
Well, and that's one of the things that I mentioned previously with that park scene. Our goal is to kind of freshen stuff up. So it may be repainting the restrooms, looking at some fixtures, things like that, where it's not those bigger projects. It's more focused on the details. So
what is the E&I that's in your budget for parks?
It's currently 922 is what's being proposed.
And that's in the budget?
No, it's still, we have to approve it. We go ahead and put it on the list, but it comes out of that 11.9 million as
Now,
well.
why is that? So it's not in his budget?
No, because we just do it as a CIP, and they basically do sub-projects as the needs go. And we have that along with multiple departments. Traffic has an E&I, facilities has an E&I.
Yeah. And so I see that on kind of the list where it comes out of that 12 million CIP, right? But then
Historically, that's just been the way we've had to fund it with one-time funds
So
versus building it into operations.
if you go through the Parks and Rec cost here under leisure, there's no E&I built into your budget.
Correct.
It just
Strictly
comes out of
CIP.
excess revenues every year, right, as an allocation.
Yeah, we usually take the E&Is off the top of the allocation to start with, and then everything else is
Okay.
other projects.
Can we jump into the budget in like why it's maybe recognized like it is? So if you look at Parks and Rec 434, that's the page, we've got an actual of $1 million. This is just admin. Then in 25, admin shows 6.7 million. Then it drops back down to like 1.2. What are we doing there? Like, why did that jump up so much? I thought it was operations maybe were being done under admin at that time, but then if you flip over to operations, which is the maintenance more or less at 466, we still had 10.2 million in actuals. So a little over budget in 25 on both, is that right?
What I'm thinking, and I don't know the answer, this will be a finance question, but I think it's probably the way some of those capital projects may have been coded.
And that is exactly what I would hope we clue in on. We don't need to be pulling capital projects into budget, runs. Well, the contractual services? You're saying on page 466 or over on, yeah. So
434.
contractual services are listed twice then. That's a good catch.
Well, yeah, it's 5.6 million. That's your difference.
What is that? Miss Lola, if you got that, or maybe somebody in finance?
What comes out of that, I think that's your mowing contracts. Right,
Why is
Michael?
it only 7?
No, they come out of park maintenance. That 6 million, I'm not sure what that number was.
I just want to make sure we don't have CIP monies funneling back through actuals on like what is O&M, right? So if you'll go to page 434, look at the actuals. I'm assuming those come from the ACFR, right? And so expenditures are 6.7 million in 25, and then we're projecting this year to be at 1.2.
But the difference is that contractual services number of 5.5.
That's a
roughly
good
your
catch.
difference.
So if you flip over to page 466, you're going to see the contractual services at 6.8 million for the actuals in 25, and then look to be in line this year. Just trying to find an extra $5 million there if possible.
But that's not considered administrative costs, right?
Shouldn't be categorized, shouldn't have contractor services under admin, right? You've got a budget for admin, that's all in-house.
Because if you go to page 387, it shows that 6.6 million for 24-25 as administrative costs.
Justin's working on this. I think we may need a moment here to bring the answers to you, so we can bring that back to you.
So Kashuba, on that, let's assume we have an error maybe in how the budget got written down, and if we did recognize some cash flow that would come through that general fund, that would be a benefit. But then if not, we're still looking at your asks, and so you need $922,000.
Again, that 5.7, that's a prior year actual. That's not existing. And so that was a year or two ago. So yeah, we can figure out what that was. We'll get back to you. So
I would just say, I guess, Mr. Path, if it was recognized as an entry that was done in error, that comes through to that cash flow, right? Comes through to the general fund in current year.
If it was an error, it'd be part of that one-time general fund capital
Right.
number.
But then if it's not an error,
But it would have been in the current year budget.
well, we would just need to see what the explanation is if we spent what would be $11+ million in contractor services in that year.
Yeah. Justin's working on that right now. So if we can come back to that once he's done, we can get some other things done here, and we can circle back to this.
Real good. So the E&I, what are you going to do with that money? What all can we get done with that?
So that's a lot of those little projects. So again, replacing a lot of the signs, going in there, painting facilities, cleaning up those facilities. So it's going to be a lot of those types of projects. And then anything that comes up that's kind of more on the emergency side, something we have to address, is something that'll generally come out of there.
And I was thinking we had an E&I built into your actual budget every year, but we don't. It's just coming out. Okay. Can you tell us anything else about any of your other requests that were supplemental? I mean, I know kind of I guess here, let me lead into this, the Kids Inc. facility, all the turf that's going out there. What does that alleviate for you guys in wear and tear on fields? What does that open up to for Amarillo? You're thinking about tournaments and stuff like that. So really look at an ROI on that. I think it was Prescott that said you could give us something back. 3-4 years from now, when Amarillo is much easier to travel to, kids' sporting events have grown. That facility, south side of town, is, got a Top Golf next to it and 10 more hotels, right? You just have to throw this out in the ether if you speak it out. And so from there, what are we doing with our other 4 fields where, hey, Amarillo services these really large convention-style sporting events, and so now we need to go put $20 million into the turf, but you've got hard facts and data over there to pull from. How can you grow your department from that? Tell us about what we could do in updates along the way.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to athletics, obviously we're seeing huge markets across the country for youth sports traveling, which is obviously the impetus behind that project. I think the challenge is when you start doing those bigger tournaments, like when we work with Kids Inc., which was Texas Panhandle Youth Sports Foundation, which rolled under Kids Inc., when they do those bigger tournaments, they're using every complex in town. So they're not just using John Stiff, they're using Southeast, they're using Martin Road, they're using Rick Klein, they're using every available facility we have. And so if you're starting to look at hosting those bigger tournaments, those bigger regional tournaments, obviously turf plays an advantage. I think one of the things that we've seen is a lot of surrounding areas. Hobbs has turf. Midland has built a bunch of turf fields. A lot of teams are going to commit more to those types of tournaments because there's a less likelihood that those events are going to be canceled due to rain or other issues. Artificial turf, it rains, you're playing on it in 10 minutes. Whereas natural grass, obviously it takes a little bit longer for that to absorb. I think there are some pros for keeping natural grass, but I also think from a playability, from a marketing standpoint, I think artificial turf is the way to go. It saves on, obviously, staff time. It saves on irrigation watering. And again, I think it creates more of a consistent environment where people know what to expect. I do think that if we move that direction, eventually we're going to have to update our restroom concession facilities just because that infrastructure is old. And when you, the example we'll use is at Martin Road, when you have a little girls tournament, they're lined up out the door. There's not enough facilities for people to use. So I think if that is the direction we go with the improved turf facilities, I think one of the things we'll have to eventually look at is how do you start to address those restroom buildings as well. But again, that could be the revenues that come in from those tournaments. So again, I think it's a good thing. I think the challenge is the money that comes in is not necessarily going to show up in the city budget. It's not going to be a line item under parks where all the economic impact shows up. It's going to be in sales tax and other things that are going to be indirectly coming to the city. So, yeah, we're happy to put that together. We've done a study a couple of years ago looking at athletic facilities, what the cost would be to update them and renovate those, and we'd be happy to share that with the council.
Okay. Let me catch just a few more before we jump. So seniors are in there in the back, like there's $111,000 that went out to those programs. I'm still an advocate for putting, I think the city should budget $500,000 a year for just seniors, right? And then I don't have a good mechanism to push that through. I wish we had kind of like a smaller community type feel, somewhere where there wasn't a senior citizen center that had been there for 50 years, and it would make it easy for the city to, utilize that structure there. We don't have that, right? So we're trying to work through the Warford and services, and so we've got budgeted $100,000. Like, is that enough for the seniors to get anything? And then what are we doing with that 100, or are we getting a lot of bang for our buck with it?
I would say yes, we're getting a lot of bang for our buck, and I would say that those numbers continue to grow. I'd be happy to get those to council. We continue to see more and more people using the Warford. We also have started providing lunch through some partnerships at the facility, so that's not showing up as a cost to the city, but that's something we are providing out there. So we're doing lunches out at the facility. We've got a really excellent senior services coordinator who's really helped to not only do some more community engagement, but also to grow the membership. So we're starting to see more and more people. We're starting to see a lot of collaboration. So we'll have events with the Wesley. So the seniors from Warford will go over and have a friendly competition with the folks over at Wesley and vice versa. So we're starting to see some of those relationships being formed between the different seniors organizations. The challenge is for Warford, we've got that one area that used to be kind of the daycare area that's basically 2 classrooms that have been converted to the senior area. So there's going to be limitations with space when it comes to when we start hitting capacity, because each of those rooms can only hold 28 people at a time based off of a classroom. So there are some limitations there, but I would say that program is continuing to grow. We're starting to see more and more activity. And again, I think they've stretched that budget and beyond what's currently on paper. So those partnerships and other things. They also offer a lot of classrooms, so we'll bring in different teachers to kind of walk them through, everything from financial stuff to health and wellness. And I think one of the things Carrie's done really well is actually having some of those seniors start to lead some of the classes. So I think it's a really, really great program, and obviously one we would like to continue to grow.
So you've got a program in place where these, like senior citizens associations, there's several, right? They have a coordinator they can reach out to. Can they utilize facilities? So if we've got, like they wanted to have an outdoor event, but it needed to be covered in kind of the tennis center and whatnot, can the city work that through those seniors' benefits that are in your budget? And so can they grow within what we already have? So as much as I'd like to say, hey, let's put $500,000 in the budget for the seniors, maybe that's not this step, maybe that's later, but then what does that program do in taking existing resources that we have, and promoting events and culture and community and really the engagement?
Well, and again, I think some of that would be running through some of our different divisions, but I will say over the last couple of years, we've really been promoting some of the programs that are offered through different individuals' healthcare programs. So there's Silver Sneakers program, so a lot of people will qualify for that already. We've given them basically, if they have that membership, they can get free access to the tennis center, they can get free access to Warford. So there's a few different programs like that we are encouraging people to consider, because obviously that's already something that they have provided to them that's not coming through the city budget. So as a part of their health care program, a lot of them have access to things like the tennis center and or Warford. So, but we're always looking at ways to partner. We're looking at ways to kind of overlap, and we don't want to displace other organizations. We want to supplement and come alongside them. I think there's been, like I said, with Warford and Hilltop, there's been some really great collaborations and partnerships that we want to continue to grow as well.
I think that's what's so good on the ROI on our senior citizens. Like, it doesn't take a lot of money to facilitate. So even if we have that 100,000 budgeted every year, we need to be able to communicate what we're already doing. Can we get a list, or really like what I would like is like an actuals of like, here's our deliverables, here's where we spent that money. But we at least need to be able to communicate a list of, here's how many meals that were provided. Here's the facilities that were opened up. Here's the events that they did. So, and then I do want to, we've got a really good former councilman in the back that still, I think, serves on one of our senior citizens committees, might still be the president, but all the things they're doing as a community, we need to come alongside that. So I think that if we can continue to allow that engagement from your coordinator, find those things that we can push some resources over to. We say it, and I think it's even better when we say it when we're not running for office. So like, as a guy who intends to not run, like, these are our longest standing taxpayers, right? So let's continue to invest the money in those who have invested the most in the community. There's $600 million worth of stuff we're going to do over the next year. And if any of it builds community, then we're doing our job right? So the ROI on $100K, well spent there, and then come back next year and ask for 200, and let's build that up over time. Maybe we don't get there $1 million at a time. Maybe it's small amounts, but I want to see more engagement on that side. Councilman.
I just wanted to give a little more clarity on this. 55 to 65 current numbers. It's about 10% of our population, 20,000 folks. 65 to 74, 70 or 18,000 individuals, about 9%, and 75 and older, 12,500 folks, or 6.2%. So 25% of our population, or 40,000 individuals, is 55 and above. So I think that we should, if we're going to be serious about the seniors, and not that we're not serious about the seniors, but I think when you start looking at 40,000 individuals falling in that demographic, and we break it down, what can we be doing better? What can we be doing better for those long-term employees? And so, or not employees, but citizens. And as we look at that, are we focusing on that? And I think that's something that we should be taking a look at.
Well, I want to do one thing first, though, because we're spending we're doing, when we put this list together, let's don't include just the Parks and Recreation Department, because I've sat here and heard about things that the library is doing for that age group. I've heard things that Health and Human Services is doing. So there seems to be this misnomer out here that we're just ignoring seniors, when I don't think that's true. I mean, and great if we can find a way to serve them with without it being $1 in there. That doesn't mean just because we're not having to spend money on it, somebody else is, but we're helping facilitate that. So let's look at the whole picture. And I'm not saying that we don't need to look at it, but one of the biggest things that we're able to do for the seniors is not raise their taxes. I think that's doing a lot for our seniors. And so, but when we put this together, let's look holistically as not just what the Parks and Recreation Department is doing, but I think we have a lot of other departments that we've kind of heard piecemeal here that are also serving this. So not to say that we don't need to look at a further investment in it, but let's don't shortchange or let people think we're turning our backs on them, because as I've sat here and heard what a lot of departments are doing, I think we are doing a pretty good job at serving that community. Could we do better? Well, we could do better in all areas, but I think we're not ignoring this group. I think we've done a lot, and I think when we come over with that list, let's go holistically at what all we're doing throughout the city.
I think that's a great point. Is there any way that do we have a seniors like advisory group, or is there something that would be able to correlate all of that data and compare it?
We don't have an advisory group, but we can bring back to you information. In fact, we worked on that a few months ago. I know utility billing has a program that benefits senior citizens, and so we've identified these areas that are specific to senior citizens. And if you want, we can bring back to the mayor's point. I know a discussion on the senior search program. We can tie that part into that conversation with the council about this is what Parks is doing through the senior services, but this is also what billing and what public health is doing and what library is doing. Yeah, we can tie that all together.
And let's also not forget, there are a lot of organizations in this community that are doing a lot for seniors as well. So, I mean, it's not just on on us or the taxpayers to be able to do that. So hopefully we help facilitate that. If seniors are coming to us from our service, they need something, there's other places. But I think this community is investing we're looking at various senior citizen centers. We have some that are up and operating. So it's a healthy. I think we're doing a lot in our community. I know a lot of churches are looking at provide those types of programs. So anyway.
What do you guys think? Because what we're identifying is a communication issue in some instances. Even in just a short exchange here, it's easy to miscommunicate. Like, yes, I know library performs several things that the seniors engage in, and I definitely want to see that piece as well, and anything that the city's doing. But then, what do you guys think? Like, is what's missing here? Like, because we don't have a central. We have the most caring and giving population that is always serving in our churches, faith-based nonprofits out there doing everything they can, right? Do we need, as leaders, to have some sort of facilitator, some sort of liaison to that community that can help us, communicate? And so if you think about boards and commissions, a great deal of what they do is help us to hear from the public at large on what do y'all need in parks and what do y'all want in rec? Do we want paddleball or whatever? So if we've got 45,000 members of our community that are stakeholders, long-standing, how come we don't create a commission, even if it's just ad hoc for a while to help us communicate? And then here, because if you're trying to run $10 million worth of problem solving through Parks and Rec, I don't know that you're, even at your director level, getting a lot of the things that we could be doing. So is there some low-hanging fruit out there that if we just have better leadership and engagement with those organizations, and then it's streamlined? Because I think the silo effect is probably what I hear. They don't know what we do. They don't know where the resources are. And then I don't know what all the nonprofits are already doing. So the one thing about that age group is some of them do have a little bit more time to dedicate to meetings and coordination and leadership. Is it just a lack of our vision and we're not tapping those people like we should? Should we formalize it and give them an easier place to engage with us?
Well, there might already be some places in the community doing that. I mean, I know there's area agency on aging, and so there could be. I thought there was a Panhandle Aging and Disability Resource Center. There may be some things. 211 Texas. I know the United Way has worked on that. So if there's a vacant, if there's something missing in there, then maybe we could fill it or identify where those are to make sure that
Okay.
our seniors are educated on where to get those resources.
Well, Council, if we can get a report back on kind of all of the services that are offered, kind of the actuals that are going out into the community, then let's take a good hard look at that and let's see if we've got some public servants around that could help us communicate and coordinate. I think that's probably some of the stuff we're needing. So anything else for Mr. Kashuba?
Congratulations on getting put in charge of the senior citizens of Amarillo.
Yes.
Hey, and great job on tennis and golf getting in the black. We didn't even have to use a golf ball, right?
I'm not
even the
using
price
that
of a
anymore.
golf ball.
I'm out. That's last year. That's so last year.
But
That's
we
so
didn't
last
even
year.
need that. We didn't need $5,
know.
$2.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we've got municipal court third-party collections with Donna Knight.
Morning, Mrs. Knight. How are you?
Good morning. Living the dream, and y'all?
Good. Yeah, it's Friday. We made it.
We did make it. All right. Good morning, Council, Mayor. Donna Knight, Director of the Municipal Court. I do have a presentation for you today because I've been working on putting some of this data together. Have to get used to this laptop. It's a little different than my normal one. So, oh, am I too quiet? I'm sorry. I want to take a moment to kind of describe what a debt is to a court as compared to a debt to the city, because it's going to be a little different than what you probably think of. So when the city goes and mows the lawn for somebody who has high weeds and grass, and we send that notice to that person and they don't pay it, debt. So when an officer issues you a citation, that's not automatically a debt because you're innocent until proven guilty. You can come in and dispute that citation and it can be dismissed. It can be found not guilty. All sorts of things happen because Constitution. So for this to become a debt, the defendant has to be found guilty by a judge or jury and a judgment entered. This still doesn't become a bad debt. A bad debt would be when the defendant becomes non-compliant and it goes to warrant. Make sense? Pretty simple that way, right? Even after it goes to warrant with this judgment entered, statutorily the judge still has to, at times, non-cash it for indigency. There are statutory requirements on that and statutory requirements on time served credit that judge just has to do. So if it did go to collections at that point, the judge is still dismissing it, or not dismissing it, but waiving the fines and fees. Next one. Thank you. So, yes, all courts have warrants. We have about 22,000 warrants right now as of August 9th. And then a total of fine and court costs on those warrants is about 7.6 million. But again, like I just explained, not all those warrants are debt because they haven't been found guilty, okay? Of those warrants, 8,500 have a judgment entered. They've been found guilty. That's debt. Of those 8,500, about 2.8 million would probably be considered bad debt in this conversation. Make sense? Okay.
So let me go back to that previous.
Okay.
So the 8565, $2.9 million, they've been through the system. They found that they owe us the money. I mean, they're through determining whether that, so that is money that's owed to us, the $2.9 million.
Yes, a judgment's been entered, it's owed.
And how old is that debt? I mean, could some of this be going back years?
Oh, yeah. So statutorily, in the state of Texas, the judge can deem it non-collectible after a judgment's been entered and there's been no activity on the case for 15 years. We do actively get rid of those, but we would have some up to 14 years at this point. We don't have a lot at 14 years old. I cannot answer the exact amount that are 14 years old, but we do have some.
So anybody from one day after they're finished to 14 years is in this $2.9 million?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
How long do they remain there, or when does it become bad debt and it's written off? I mean, how long do you keep it there?
So for the ones with judgments, 15 years. For the ones without judgments, our prosecutor has a standing motion, and after 10 years unadjudicated, she will go through and put in a motion to dismiss those.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I want to make sure I understand the delineation that you're saying with a judgment, without a judgment. So if we say there's no judgment, does that mean there's no amount due, or there's no amount owed, or would there still be an incurred amount due? There just wasn't an issued judgment. And so what I'm asking about is collections, basically.
No,
Is there still a potential of me paying a fine, even though I don't have a judgment that's issued?
Yes, there's still a potential of fine. The only thing is, it's not actually set at this point because a judgment hasn't been entered. So 100%, we've had people overnight go online who had a warrant and paid it, and the judge will enter a judgment today. So warrants can be paid at any time, pre-judgment, post-judgment.
Can you give us the amounts again of totals? Because I think all I heard was the total judgments.
Okay.
So I guess what I would be curious about is like, what is the total potential?
Total in warrants is 7.6 million.
7.6 is the total warrants, and of which you have 2.8 in judgments.
Yes.
Okay. And that includes all warrants, all amounts that could be due to the city for whatever reason.
All warrants, yes. So just active warrants, not all active cases, but yes.
What does that number look like?
The all active cases? I do not have that number off the top of my head. We have cases in all sorts of statuses right now. They are pending trial where they could be found not guilty. They are going through a docketing process to be able to save up money to do something, maybe to keep it off their record. They're going through payment plans, community service.
So on active cases, we have staff that are working on those active cases?
Yes.
Okay.
And I do have a slide here in a little bit talking about what we do. Okay? You're welcome. Now, this is I reached out to all the courts on this graph and talked to them about their collection agency. Every single one of them have a collection agency. We are the only one without. As you can see, we close about 79% of our cases. There's 2 courts on there that close more. They are Frisco, completely not representative of our population, and El Paso. The socioeconomics in Frisco are different than us. El Paso definitely has a different population, and they only close 1 percentage point more than us, 80% of their cases. So we do a very good job of working with our citizens to ensure that they're compliant with judicial order and making those payments that maybe the judge has set for them. Okay? Thank you, Stephanie.
And you may cover this in a minute, Donna, but why don't we use a collection agency?
We had a collection agency up until 2014. The relationship at that time was not the best. We did have issues also with citizens that were in the collection process that would call us, or maybe they weren't the citizen in the collection process, and maybe the name was similar, and they would call us and they're like, we got this notice. We've never been to Amarillo, Texas. And looking them up, sure enough, the collection agency had sent it to the wrong person. There's many similar names out there in the world. And with the poor relationship, with those types of relationships with our citizens, we don't want a citizen sent a notice and saying, you need to pay this. Sometimes it goes to grandma, and you can't imagine how grandma feels when they think that their grandson's about to be put in jail for a warrant. They will pay it. We didn't want that type of reputation with our citizens. I don't think y'all want your citizens going, they're just out after money and they're going to send it to whomever will pay. You know, it's just a perception.
Do we not, I mean, I would guess before we send those to that collection agency, we've tried.
Oh, yeah.
Lot.
My next slide tells you all the stuff that we try, and I will point out the things that they do. So here's my next slide. We send letters as required by law. That's something that the collection agency would do too. We send text messages. The collection agency won't do that. It's free through my software. We send emails. Takes minutes to get those emails and mass send them out. We take online payments, phone payments. The judges work with our defendants and assess that ability to pay. We talk with defendants in person and really talk about what can you pay. This is what the judge requires. Do we need to set you for an indigency hearing? We have time to pay citations. The judges really talk to those defendants and assess their ability to pay. And if they can't pay, taking that community service route, but if they can pay $50 a month, they do work with them to do that $50 a month, no matter how long that payment plan might last. And then we do skip tracing for free. We're on the APD's software, so we don't incur an extra cost. The things that the collection agency would do, letters, they would call. We don't normally call our defendants unless they're in that collection process, and we'll call them at that point. We'll make sure we have all their identifying information good, and we'll call them when they're past due and let them know, hey, you're past due. This is what you have to do to get compliant. But they'll call them, just ad hoc. They will take the payments online and on the phone. They do the skip tracing. But you know what the citizen gets charged for that? 30% on their citation. So the average fine, the max fine on most of our citations is $200. So if you're talking max fine and you're adding 30%, you're adding $60 on each violation. We've already discussed how our citizens are feeling the pinch. 30%, that's a lot. And then when you start thinking about, it is a lot for citizens, if they pay $60, that $60 goes to the collection agency first. The city sees nothing. So if they pay only $30, they only pay $60, and they end up going to jail and getting time served for the rest, the city sees nothing.
So I would think that we would do all these things for a certain period of time. Mm-hmm. Give our citizens the opportunity to pay, the ones that we're going to pay. Yeah. And then send the ones that don't over. I mean, is that, with your 79%, is that that's the on your previous slide that you're closing 79%? Mm-hmm. So the warrants that are issued, those are the ones we're getting paid. So you're saying 21% are
non-compliant,
like you said,
at warrant.
Bad debt,
Yeah.
whatever.
Well, not necessarily bad debt, remember.
Not bad debt, but just not paid.
Yeah, just not paid.
But why wouldn't we want to send those? Because we've been nice and we've been giving everybody the opportunity to pay, and probably quite a bit. It sounds like y'all are really gracious and you have a good relationship, which is great. But those that don't pay, it's like you still owe it. Yes. Why wouldn't we send those off to the collection agency?
At that point,
just those, the ones that y'all attempted and spent however many hours trying to collect, but we don't get.
At that point, it becomes a burden on the staff to administer the contract. I am the only staff member who has ever worked with a collection agency, and so I will have to teach my staff how to do all that, which I can, 100% I can. But it does become a burden on the staff. It's not as big a burden at the beginning of the contract, but I started working at the court in 2012. And I worked with the assistant director back then and know that he spent 40 hours a month administering the contract. So 40 hours of the assistant director's time. I don't think it would be that way at the beginning, but as time goes on, you have so many cases with that collection agency and payments going back and forth and warrants that need to be cleared because they got paid at the collection agency. It's just a monitoring. It becomes a monitoring nightmare, essentially. Or at least that's the way it was back then. Of course, we haven't worked with a collection agency in 12 years.
Do you think it's changed? Do you think technology's made it a lot less cumbersome?
I had the same exact software that I had back then.
Is the 21%, if we have 79% collection, 21%, what is the value of the 21%?
It would be that $7 million.
$7 million is in the 21.
Yeah, that's the active warrants.
And historically, with the collection service, what is their success rate?
The fun thing is I purge all my old records, so I don't have that.
50%, 40%,
When
30%?
So I was one of the ones that got to call the cases back, and we called thousands and thousands of cases back. Yes, they did close a lot of cases.
So maybe north of 50%? So
I'm going to say probably less than 50. Probably maybe between 10 and 20 would be my guess. That's a guess.
So 1.4 million at 20. So, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I know one of the things I would say is obviously comparing ourselves to other communities that have collection aid services, we're doing very well doing it ourselves. And plus we have this personal touch that we can offer our citizens that I've worked with collection agencies in my prior community. We didn't have the staff like this, so we worked with firms, and so I have experience with this. I think there could be a potential of that 21% maybe working with the collection agency, but I know from my experience working with agencies, I don't think they're going to want that. They want the 79% that we're being successful on because, again, working with past agencies, they told me that there's some debt we will not collect. There's a whole slew of reasons, and so we will work with them. 100% of the debt cannot be collected because there's just issues with some of that. So I think we can try to attract one, try to get an entity to work with us. I think we may have a hard time. I think they're going to want all the business, and so it's been my experience with these agencies in the past, and I think we're being successful right now with this, with our staff, and it does allow that personal touch that we can offer our citizens while saving them an extra fee that the firms do charge because there's a cost to that, and so that's how they don't charge us, they charge the person to do this, and so, but yeah.
I would agree. And I would say y'all are doing a phenomenal job, a great job. Like you're ranking above people that you're outsourcing it, so great job. But if we couldn't negotiate a contract with someone, like you're only getting our stuff that, like we're going to attempt, I don't know the time. I don't know about your 79%. How long do y'all work on those? A month, 2 months, 6 months? Like what?
So those
typically, before you collect.
Before typically they're making small payments, and then at some point something happens in their life, and they can't make that small payment. And a court is a scary environment for some. 100% a scary environment, and so when they get scared, they become non-compliant. We work really hard when we talk to them. Judges work really hard when they talk to them. Come back and talk to me.
Sure.
You lose your job, come back and talk to me. And some do.
But is there any way to, when you're actively collecting, that's great.
Yeah.
And when they have hardship, to me that you're still actively collecting,
Yes.
It's just something happened. Is there no way to just push all the rest? Like pick an age or, however, if they're certain old, or if you're actively collecting, or, even if it's in hardship, give the others the rest of it. Because I think, again, we're in budget time. We're looking how tight things are. Even if we could recover $1 million, and again, y'all have been very nice and very good with our citizens to try to work with them. And if they're just not paying, well, you're not going to be treated as nice. I hate to say that, but you attempted it. They didn't take the opportunity. So then, but only if we could find a firm that would take, they don't get all of it. That's crazy, because I think that we would net less if we handed that off and you guys didn't have that. But then we have the negative experience. We're collecting less money. I had to lose. But if we could find somebody to say, listen, we'll give you our stuff that we're having a difficult time collecting If y'all collect, great, it's money to you. If you don't collect, well, I mean, you don't get anything.
We have any idea of the 22,000, what percent aren't citizens of Amarillo or Potter Randall County?
I don't have that off the top of my head, but I could get that for you.
But since we see a lot of pass-through traffic here and
Yes.
everything, so there's going to be a percentage of that aren't citizens of this area, right?
Yes.
And that's part of the problem of trying to collect some of these.
Yeah, because they're out of the area, most could be out of state.
Yes.
And so that forms a problem. I know on the law enforcement end, it's a benefit to have those in the system for 15 years because when they are stopped, that gives them a reason to take them out of the vehicle. And so eventually you may get paid on those, but there is that percentage. All right, thank you.
One of the things Judge Hamilton and I have discussed is if council, city management directed that we should go out for bid on this, it would, I'm sure it'd be a bid process, that we would send those that have that judgment entered. So those are what I've called in this bad debt.
I mean, I would agree. I mean, I think it's worth it. I mean, again, we're looking at a tight budget, and we've got, depending on the percentage, I mean, $1 million is maybe on the low side. But if we could do it, and y'all have attempted, and you've done great to try to get it, and if they're just unresponsive, let that firm go work for their $60.
Yeah.
I mean, to go collect it where that burden is off of you guys, and our numbers even get better. Y'all get to do what you do well and do a great job, and then we just have a little bit of extra that y'all don't have to mess with. And it's better for the city.
Yeah. Of all the things that we've had on our plates, this is one I've had in the back burner, but this one I've been thinking more towards about, because I like that approach. That's actually where I was going at with this as well, is I don't want to give them everything because we've been very successful. And I what I asked Donna to do was help me prove to me that we are successful. And so she went out and found these other cities, and that's been the last few weeks. And to me, that tells me that we are successful, and I'm worried that we would go downwards if we were to do all of it. But so that, to me, it reinforces the idea, let's go after that 21% with a firm. Let them have that. If they kill what they eat. And so if we get a little bit, great. If we don't, that's fine. We wouldn't have got it anyways. And so
Agreed.
That's the route I want to take this. And so
I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, generally, a business best practice is, yes, you're spending your time and resources for a certain amount of time working debt, but at a certain point in time, it's not the highest and best use of, continue to spend that amount of time. And yeah, I look at this, I guess we're writing off $200,000 a year on bad debt. That's 14, 15 years old, and we've got that much in it. So, I mean, if it's no cost to us, and we figure out a timetable that's fair to us and also fair to the company, because they're not going to take it if it's not fair. I think it would be, and I would hope not all collection agencies do what you said ours previous one did. We'd certainly not want to use them again, but I do know there are a lot of good organizations out there, because I think we use people on the property tax side to do collection for us as well. And so I'm sure there are good ones out there, but it might be worth something taking a look at and see how it goes. And if it's a mutually beneficial relationship, going forward to help us and to help them, I think it'd be worth seeing if we could make it work.
And one of our pillars is customer service. And the nice thing about controlling in-house is I can control the customer service aspect of this. From experience working with some previous firms, some of that is not there, because whenever a person calls an attorney, they're talking to an attorney, and that's scary and that's hard. And some of these firms that I've been around, we're one of several clients. They don't really have an ownership. They don't really feel accountability to our citizens. Their staff does, and I hold them responsible that whenever you call our citizens, we're going to do it right, and we're going to treat them right, because we know they have extenuating circumstances, but they still owe us something, but we're going to work with them. And that creates a better feeling towards our court system in Amarillo, and versus kind of a cold attorney firm located in Houston or something like that, and or wherever it's at. And so whoever would win that. So, but I think that's one thing when we pursue a firm to do that 20%. I want to want some references, some experience from other communities. Okay, how are your citizens being treated by these firms? Because again, from prior experience, there was a firm that my community had before I got there that wasn't ideal. So they made a change. So, and then I ended with a firm that did excellent customer service. He's an individual that I'd hope would pursue this, because I know him. He does very accountable, very sensitive take to our citizens, and so they do exist, but there's some that don't.
So have we ever, not an all-out amnesty deal, but do we ever do any type where if they come, they get their fines discounted?
So we don't do any amnesty. We do the court compliance campaign. And what the judges do during that month of the compliance campaign before law enforcement goes to serve the warrant is they do allow them the ability to go back on a payment plan. Most of the time, our judges, if they have been non-compliant and gone to a warrant with that judgment entered, they are pretty straightforward and direct. You know, you need to pay this, or you need to explain why you didn't pay this, and have that extenuating circumstance that would make them look at it differently. But during court compliance, they typically will allow them back into like a payment plan or some other alternative to resolve it, maybe community service.
Right. Is that pretty successful?
Oh yes, during the compliance campaign, we do have many citizens who take advantage of that, but we also have many citizens who just go on and pay. They're like, oh, someone's going to come look for me and serve my warrant. And so it's typical for us to have $100,000 overnight paid online.
Thank you.
Sounds like we've got some direction here. So I think you're hearing what we're communicating. We're in favor of going out for professional services agreement with some controls, so that what is and is not accounted for as bad debt allows us still to internalize and navigate all that. And then once it becomes bad debt, we just want to make sure that whoever the firm is that you guys select is best quality one that we can and represents the city well. I think that's our only concern. So you do need to communicate, like, back to the court over there, like the improvements over the last 4 or 5 years have been great. And so, like, we've seen lots of good things and appreciate all of our judges. You know, those bailiffs that you can't hire, that you just keep trying to come on, hang in there one more year, and 4 years later, they're still there, right? So, like, thank y'all for everything you guys are doing.
Thank you.
And I want to say, Judge Hamlin sends her apology. She wanted to be here, but she had mandated training she had to go to. So, but I want to let you know that she would have been here otherwise. She had to go to training.
Well, we understand, and we appreciate you being here. Thanks. You want to keep going? Do one more, or you want to take a recess?
We could do one more. It'll be pretty brief.
Okay.
Bring Mitch up just for a quick update on the health plan add-on request that we were kind of talking about yesterday.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. How are y'all? Mitch Norman, HR Director. So I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to speak to you regarding the supplemental plans that you inquired about the other day. I recognize that there are staff has engaged in exercises reviewing supplemental plans and the potential benefits to the city. And based on our review, the different exercises that we engaged in, we were unable to identify the benefit, the projected savings. We couldn't materialize the projected savings, and we were determined that there wasn't a particular supplemental arrangement that's appropriate for our city. Was not.
Okay. So I'm not understanding what we're saying there. So, like, you guys have engaged in this.
Yes.
You've looked at it, and on 2 areas. One, you couldn't find a reason for a supplemental plan, and you couldn't find a realized savings if you implemented what was proposed.
Definitively how those savings would be realized, because these plans are driven by tax codes. The monies that you would achieve is through payroll taxes, but there are also costs associated with the program itself. It's not a net zero program because there are claims expenses that could be attributable. One of the biggest considerations during our review of the program is the intricacies and associated with the IRS code, the application of these programs. If we were tasked to do a deeper dive into whether or not one of these programs is an appropriate fit for the city, we would recommend engaging with tax counsel, counsel specialized in tax and benefits, to ensure that we get the appropriate and necessary information to confirm appropriateness.
Yeah. I guess the PDF that I sent you guys today, I'm sure you've probably got it as
Yes, sir.
well. Yeah. So that FICA tax savings is like, that's what it's all about. And then it puts about $1,000 in everybody, the employee's pocket. Their take-home pay increases by rough, depending on what they make, but about $1,000 a year. So what you said is you vetted that out, and that's not exactly true. And there's some expenses associated with administering this plan that wasn't necessarily disclosed on that.
That's correct. Those are just projections.
Yeah.
The program's actually driven by each individual's unique tax circumstances, your eligibility for certain tax, for that tax incentive. And there's information that we just don't have, unfettered access to regarding every individual's tax circumstances. So the documents that promote the information are estimations.
But would it be worth looking into? I mean, for $1.5 million, I think, based on 2,500 employees, I think is what it said. It's $1.5 million. And again, I just think if we're looking at being frugal and tightening everything up, and again, I don't want to put a burden on our employees either, but I think it's just extra. It's just, their plan still works as their plan, right? It's administered through Aetna, but this would just be extra for prescriptions and those kinds of things. But I don't want to put an extra step for everybody because that's a pain. But if it saves us $1.5 million in FICA, I think we've got to weigh that. But like you said, we don't know everybody's tax situation. Is there a way to vet that and just see if it is accurate or not?
Yeah. I have to, little context. We get lots of solicitations throughout the year. So staff, they do an initial dive, not too deep, and then they kind of test what are the initial hiccups. And we ran into a few when it came to the IRS that caused us. Because I know Mitch met with a firm here recently. He did some training. He got some training on it from another entity, and there was some initial IRS concerns that kind of caused the time just to pause. We thought, well, again, we get so many solicitations, we just kind of big pause. We don't do a deep dive, but if you would like for us to do a deep dive, we can. And again, like I said, we get lots of these, and we kind of we do an initial review, we run into a roadblock, we just move on. But if the council would like for us to do a deep dive this one, we certainly can.
Yeah, so let me recap and make sure we know what we're asking before we get there. So this is a bolt-on package, right? So it doesn't change Aetna, doesn't change Hub, doesn't change anything. So we don't have any disruption of our 2,800 employees, right?
I can't say that definitively.
Okay.
This plan functions independent of our current group plan that we have. And in order to exercise the benefits available to it, my understanding is that there are considerations.
So
we'd have to evaluate those considerations because it may impact member experience.
is this not what we pay Hub for already? That's our consultant. They're getting paid for this. I think it's a prepaid expert that we should reach out to. So I think the first question we'd like answered is this a bolt-on plan, or does it come with strings that could cause complications? So the risk isn't worth the reward if we end up with a couple thousand employees that have complicated health care, and we don't want to do that. So if we can improve, what really probably is around 4,500 belly buttons in their ability to go get better health care, we want that. So essentially, I think what council's wanting is we want every benefit that we can provide for every city employee. And even if it's a credit union benefit where you can go get a low interest loan, just benefits are benefits. We want them all. Mm-hmm. So in this, if this is a supplemental health care, this thing says pays for primary care visits, urgent care, prescription drugs, things like that it's not major medical. So if this package is something that they can utilize, as a benefit, and there's zero risk in it affecting Aetna and some of the other ones. So if Hub can just give an answer, yeah, they can do it. Your employees can do it, and it won't change any of the contracts that we have.
Yeah, we've engaged Hub. I've even seen the correspondence on this myself as well, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think the potential of realized savings for the employee, if we can save our employees, $500 to $600 per year in their payroll tax, where that becomes their additional monies that they can keep, and we don't compromise any of our logistics, right? The way in which this is just a formula that is entered and it goes through, and we don't complicate everybody's. I remember not too long ago we had paychecks that with a new system we had to call and say, hey, we miscalculated, can you bring us the money back, right? So I think council has a concern that we don't implement anything that's going to cause a payroll issue. So if you can identify that there's not going to be a payroll issue, that this is something, then I think your concern is just tax burden. And I think if it's legally allowed and it's a way to calculate the pre-tax versus post, then I think that's smart. We should utilize that. It will come back to the city with, I don't know, 2.2 million is what this says in major medical claims is the percentage. So the real thing here for the city is that we're offloading some of that care, so we're providing better health care for those employees in a preventative way, so it alleviates, I guess this is their forecast of major medical claims. So this would be something, I'd hate for us to not take a better look at it when you're talking $2 to $3 million. Plus, really, we're just talking about 2 phone calls, hopefully. We don't need a study. We don't want to hire anybody. Let's just go and get a tax professional that says, yep, you can do it, or nope, not allowed. And so those are the 3 things that I'm hearing and kind of getting. I don't know if council has any other questions they'd want you to do, but then if you can just come back through city management, probably doesn't need to be an agenda item on a council meeting, just needs to be driven back through management of, yes, we can do this, yes, we can do that, and this one over here, we still have a concern, or whatever it comes
Yeah, I very much recommend that route based off information that we've seen so far.
Real good.
Yeah.
All right.
What other questions? Any other questions? Y'all had concerns on that?
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you.
Hey, we're right at 10 o'clock. What do you have left on the
So we're going to talk a
to-dos?
little bit about the hot tax subsidy and the allocation. Then we'll dive into the recommended supplemental documents that we've provided.
Okay.
Touch a little bit on debt requests and present kind of the upcoming retiring debt. And then we'll circle back on cash flow, water, wastewater, calcs. And then it's open for questions and direction.
Man, real good. So we're making pretty good progress. Let's recess till 10:15, and we'll come back in here then. Thank y'all. Okay, we'll call ourselves back into session here, 10:20. Move forward. Mr. Path, where you want to start next?
I think we're going to start with the hot, but I think Andrew is busy coordinating. I think he stepped out real quick and so he'll be right back.
Can we come back maybe after lunch? We'll catch hot tax Civic Center briefly.
Sure, yeah,
Those
we
two
can,
that-
yes. And so we'll be ready to go once he's back, but he's had to step out real quick, so
No-
he
no
was a busy
problem.
bee, so.
Do we want to go
And
through?
The next items are also his as well, so he's doing the CIP supplemental, so these are all his, so, yeah. If we can maybe give a couple more minutes for him to get back.
Yeah, or if we want to transition over to sewer and water, we could talk about that.
Is that
And
one that, who's working on that one?
I think that was Katrina and Lola.
Okay.
We've got slides that show you the crosswalk from the ACFR to the available funds calculation. Would you
Yeah.
like to see that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Is that so this would be the available funds calculation, how you arrive at that, right? Okay, great.
Give me just a moment to get that pulled up.
So we did decide, Ms. Katrina, I guess,
Yeah,
whenever
we're-
you're ready.
yeah. We're just getting them pulled up.
I got you.
Okay, available funds is the starting point for determining how much cash we'll have available to fill priorities. We pull page 32 from the ACFR. We're going to look at some cash and investments, receivables, take out liabilities, and construction in progress. Now, on the current assets, we had 19.2 in cash. We had investments of 57.6. That does already include the depreciation. That's why it's not in there twice. And then we have restricted cash. So every time you have a bond issue, it goes into restricted cash. That is 78.9, leaving a total of 155.8 for cash and investments. And we'll just go past the appreciation because we already explained it. Assets converted to cash is your receivables. That entire area can be liquidated to cash. We have some receivables of 7.5. We have a lease payment to be paid or received of 93,000. Interest to be received of 6.6. Other departments owe us 11.7, and then some prepaid expenses could be converted at 4.2, leaving 30.3 in receivables for cash. Liabilities, we start at a total of 82.5, and then we have to back out what is already budgeted. So we'll back out software, and we'll back out compensated absences. So 82.5 minus the 237 and the 159, that leaves us 84.2.
And one quick note in there on that bottom part, we're bringing back in your encumbrances. That box didn't end up where I wanted it to. If you look right above the red box to the left just a little bit, you'll see $2,069,276. Those are your purchase orders where we had something encumbered at year end, but we don't have an actual invoice for it yet.
Thank you. I forgot about that piece. And then the next slide is going to be your CIP. This is note 12, the original note. And we had on water sewer 81.9. That original box, go back to that page, was the fleet examples, and we just copied and pasted, so it needed to come down to the 89.9. And then the last slide gives you the total. We had 20 million available as your cash, your liquidity to start with your priorities for water sewer. What questions do you have, Mayor?
All right, so I like the preview. So can we go all the way back to slide 1? Yes. No, slide 1's good. So let's go back. So the calculation, go back one more. Let's just identify the components. So in general, on any fund, we do an available funds calculation, right?
Yes.
That is, you take a cash and investments number that is arrived at. What makes up that cash and investments?
Go to the next slide on that one. So in your ACFR, on their balance sheet, you'll have a cash and investments line, and you'll have an investments line, a restricted cash, which is your bonds. All of those together will be that cash and investments.
Okay, so if we're looking at that right there, you've got cash of 19 million. Investments, what makes up those investments? That's not our assets, right? Those are investments. Are those
are your treasuries, your agencies, and your fidelities.
But not pipelines and things that are assets.
That would
right?
be an asset.
So in that investment, that is just money sitting in those fidelity accounts, Seegers. Okay.
Right.
Then you're counting what you still have to collect from people, right? Then
Yes.
you've got your accrued interest line item. Then what is due from other funds? Like what makes that $11 million up?
That's going to be your transfers into water, sewer. We'll have to dig in to get you the exact detail of what makes that number up.
Would that amount of money be part of the intergovernment transfers?
It is.
Like,
Yes.
so when we look at this budget and it says 146 million of internal transfers, that's part of that, right?
Some
so
of
you've
it,
got
yeah.
you've got entities or funds that are paying sewer and water.
Right.
For like what? What are they paying for?
For water use.
For water use?
yeah.
That's not on a meter.
It would be metered.
Oh, it would be.
Yeah.
So like that's a transfer though. That's
Right.
not a bill that gets paid. So we don't write a meter from Parks, or we don't write a check from Parks and Rec for all the water used to sewer and water.
It would be a transfer.
It transfers.
Parts, yeah.
Okay. So you guys have the transfer number, then prepaid expenses. Okay. So restricted cash and equivalents down at the bottom, is that the total amount of borrowed funds?
That will be your total restricted that for water, sewer, not everything altogether. So that's the dollars that have a purpose, that you cannot spend it other than for that purpose.
Okay, so my question, and then land, why is there a value for land?
That's just a copy of the Act for page. Now, land is not in this calculation.
So you're not calculating it, that just shows up on the ACFR as an item
Right,
that you put
it
down.
is balance sheet, and it
Okay.
cannot be converted easily to cash.
Can-
This is a liquidity calculation.
Can we go back to original page, front page?
This is it.
Go back one more. There we go. Okay, so your available funds calculation is you take everything that we just went through, that adds up to 155 million.
Right.
Then you also have assets to be converted to cash. What is that?
That's the AR, that box right there.
Those are those other current assets that we talked about. So if you look, everything that is boxed in red on the ACFR is everything that is picked up in your 30.3 million.
Okay.
And so those are things we could turn into cash in the short term if we needed to. So
Okay.
they go in.
So go back if you would. So you have that. So really what we've got is we've got a total amount of everything that fund has within a certain level of liquidity,
Right.
including what's restricted.
Right.
But there's commitments that are already made to that, right? So that commitment is construction in progress down there at 81 million.
Yes.
So that's your CIP pull forward out of that fund.
Still left to pay.
So at the end of FY25, we had $81 million left to get completed in all committed CIPs
For water, sewer, yes.
for that fund.
And that's for the original note 12.
Okay, so yeah, that confuses me. I guess that fleet services line item, that's not anything we should look at,
No, that
right?
was the original when we had that example the other day. It just needed to pull down to the water sewer
That
line.
was me not pulling
Okay.
that red box
Yeah.
down. If you look at the yellow
Right.
highlighted line,
Yeah.
81,819,870, that's what we've pulled in for water and sewer.
Okay.
So
So-
apologize for the confusion.
No problem. I appreciate you explaining it. So we have $81 million of work left to go pay for.
Right.
That is, and do we ever track like what was appropriated for that?
That's it. That's the budgeted less already incurred.
If you look on
Okay.
the schedule too, that first column is your project authorizations of 264 million for water and sewer. That's your total that leads down to the 81 million that's still remaining committed. And so you'll see there are columns there for any expected revenue and funding received, but then completed at year end. So for the projects that we still have open, that we have commitments on, the original authorizations on those projects, the budget's 264 million, if that helps.
No, I guess I'm trying to follow that. So you're saying because we're only looking at the point in time of FY '25, right? So there's $81 million worth of sewer and water projects that need to go get done. What is the outstanding debt at that time? Like what page does it show sewer and water debt?
It would still be on that same page. It's just in the liability area, the non-current. So we don't have the full balance sheet displayed because we're just providing the liquidity calculation for
Just
you.
but if we owe more than that, right? Like our debt balance, Stephanie, you may have it. You're saying page 101 is what you're at.
If
in
you've
the
got your
ACFR?
ACFR, go to page 34 and 35 of your ACFR. This is your water and sewer.
Okay, I'm there.
It's statement of net position for proprietary funds. Water and sewer is the first column on there.
Mm-hmm.
So where Katrina was referencing on page 35 under non-current liabilities, you see your debt there. And there is a current piece. So there's 19.2 million of current bonded debt, and then the non-current is 236 million.
So current is what will we do this next fiscal year that we are required to pay.
So we owe 236 million
Plus the 19.
plus the 19
about
at the end of
255.
FY '25 in that fund.
Right.
And we only have 81 million that we need to go spend to fulfill all those commitments. So this is where I get lost.
But you're looking only at your available cash that you could prioritize. You need to not factor in your debt.
We're talking apples to oranges a little bit because of that 81, it's not all debt either. Some of it might be cash funded.
So can you go back to the very first page again? This calculation has all your liabilities and encumbrances, right above that.
Correct.
So that 84 million, what is that?
Right. So it's your current liabilities, your obligations to pay within this next fiscal year. So you would have all of your payables outstanding, what you expect to have in accrued deferred revenues coming in, what you pay to other departments. Now, you already budget for leases, your software, and your compensated absences, so you back that out of your calculation. And then we have to account for the POs that have not started the life cycle just yet and end up in payables. And so we have to account for those as well. And that puts you at 84.2.
Okay, so forgive me for getting lost right there. So we're at the end of the business year. We're not talking budget. We're just trying to get an available funds balance. So we're just trying to figure how we ended up cash, what's in the drawer or the till at the end of business day.
Right.
So that line item, 84 million, did you say that's for what you still have left to pay at the end of 25, or that's
That will
for
be-
next year?
That will be for the next year. That is what we'll pay during next year's fiscal year.
Okay, but we're not planning on prepaying all of that. So
No.
why is that a deduction in this calculation?
Because you owe it.
How do I owe that?
You're obligated to pay everything in that current liabilities.
Okay, so go back with me here. This is end of FY '25, right?
Right.
This is all of the monies that are in that fund, and we're calculating like how much is restricted and is going to get pulled forward. you're pulling in $84 million worth of bills that need to be paid in '26.
Right, because you can't spend that, or you're spending it twice.
Okay, in running an enterprise, so help me on my private side. So like at the end of business day, I'm going to add up what was in the till, like what we started with and what we have left over. Now then the next business day, I'm going to take in revenues as I perform that service. But what you're saying is we pull out of that till for all of the expenses for the next
The
year.
IOUs that are in that till have to come out.
So keep in mind, those expenses that led to these payments that are due were in 24-25.
Right.
So we had vouchers payable. We received an invoice for $10,000. We owe that $10,000, but we didn't pay it by September 30th. We know we have to pay it, and that's why we back it out. And so where we're taking these current liabilities, amounts we know we will be paying in the next 12 months, that's the other side of this one right here, where we've taken our current assets and said, these are amounts we know we will be receiving in the next 12 months. And so we add those in because we expect to have money available that we will be receiving, but at the same time, we recognize we have amounts that are due that we will be paying. Does that help?
Well, I mean, it's helping me understand why I can't understand. So I am trying to understand just what the enterprise did during that fiscal year of FY25. This calculation is considering everything that it did in 25 plus what it's going to do in 26, both in income that's going to come in and expenditures that are going to go out. Now, if I had a left to pay, meaning, no, in FY25, you had a bill that came due, and it was in that fiscal year, so you book it as an expense, even though you didn't pay it until the next year, right? I could understand that side of it, but is that what you're saying? You calculate all of those expenditures in 26, but you pull them out of what is in the end of 25?
The expenditures are hitting in 25. They are your expenditures in your audit for 24-25. So they're sitting in an expense account, and the other side of that is your liability account saying, we have this voucher payable. So we've expensed $20,000.
Give me an example of the voucher payable.
Absolutely. Let's say that we have purchased a fire truck, and we've received that fire truck, we've received our invoice, we've got an invoice saying we owe $1 million for this fire truck as of 9/30, but we didn't cut that check by 9/30. You've got your expense for the fire truck of $1 million, and then you credit your vouchers payable for $1 million, because as of the end of the year, we owe $1 million for that fire truck. Well, come into October. In October, we cut a check for $1 million. We debit that voucher payable, it goes away, our cash goes down $1 million. And so if we don't show that $1 million coming out of your available funds, then you might think you have $1 million, you really don't, because we need to pay that fire truck. And so if we don't account for it in that available funds, taking that $1 million out for that fire truck, you could overspend it. I know we're talking water and sewer on the slides, but
That's a good example. So you have $84 million worth of payables that you expect to pay in 26, but you're deducting them in this calculation at the end of 25 for budget purposes, right?
Right.
Okay. And then those expenses are picked up during 26, or they're not considered, right? Because you've already deducted them out of your cash?
correct. They would just come out of your current liabilities. So your liabilities, once we pay that, are going to go down, as will your cash. That's your two sides of that equation. Cash goes down when we pay it, but your liability also reduces because you don't owe it anymore. So
Okay.
nothing hits the income statement. You're not seeing any expense there. And one other note that might help, ACFR is 9/30/2025, right? When we're thinking available funds, we're thinking 10/1/2025. So available funds is where are we starting our budget year?
And that's what's so important in this is like you gotta know where you're starting at. So if you go to page 36 in your ACFR, do I need to be on page 34 looking at your 19 million cash and cash equivalents, or can I go to page 36 and look at that depreciation line item?
You cannot,
Why can I not?
because it is not part of the available funds. Okay, so let's go with the $1 million fire.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we lower cash $1 million, we put it as a vehicle. So it's in your capital assets. So let's say it's a 5-year property. We take $1 million divided by 5, and then we take that and put it as 1 year over as depreciation. So you spent that dollar when you bought the fire truck. Depreciation is not an actual dollar, it's a journal entry on the depreciation of the vehicle.
Right. Yeah.
So we can't spend the depreciation.
Oh, okay. Well, I was definitely with you until then, right? So like the depreciation is, you already spent the dollar.
We did.
And we already calculated for it,
Right.
right? So I'm not trying to spend the depreciation again. I already spent the dollar.
Right.
Okay, so then I have a depreciation line item in that current year.
Right.
Where I pick up all of that depreciation as a journal entry.
Right.
Okay, so if I back that depreciation out during that current year to just get a cash position or a net profit at the end of the business year, why do you think I'm saying I want to spend that depreciation?
Because I don't know what is it about depreciation that we need? Because we're dealing with available funds
Okay.
calculation.
So I really appreciate the presentation and the walkthrough. I see where you're working from. Go with me, so like take off your accounting hat and put on like just a private business hat. Well,
Yeah, we still have to observe GAAP. We still have to observe the rules.
not for this paper, example here, because it won't affect anything, right? So sewer and water, end of FY25, right? So it ran $100 million, 800,000 in total revenue. So page 36, if you would. There we go. So we agree that that business, that enterprise, ran $100 million for the year in revenues.
It did.
Okay. Then you look down at salaries and salary, wages. You got supplies. You got fuel, power, all this. So this is cost of goods, right? Cost of doing business. So other charges, that 16 million, I'm going to assume that went to contractors and whatnot. Like, let's not even look at that. But then down below that, you see that line item where it says your total is 89 million, right? So you.
Right.
Okay, well, the only line I skipped over is that one for 17 million that says depreciation. So in your cost of doing business for 89 million, right? Because if I just showed that to my business partner and I said, hey, we did good this year. We brought in 100 million, I spent 89, we made 11. He would go, great, cut me my check, right? But if he looked and he saw, well, you took out depreciation here of 17 million, he would know, well, we didn't really expense that. That's not an actual expenditure. So we would back that out in private business, and we wouldn't be at 89. We would be at 71 million in total costs. So you actually spent 71.6 to do business in that enterprise for 25, correct?
Now, but that's not a part of the available funds calculation.
Well, and I don't know that that's my contention. Like, I don't know that I'm qualified or intelligent enough to say that it should be a part of your available funds calculation. What I'm trying to get to is how much money was left in that account at the end of the year. So if we take that, we didn't have a profit, right, an income, right, over there of 11 million. We had an income of 29 million.
So again, it's apples to oranges. And I know, and I can tell you, let me sidebar here a little bit. I did securities and exchange reporting for Hastings Entertainment. I don't know if y'all ever shopped in their stores when they were here. That's what I did prior to coming to the city. And on our profit and loss statements, we showed depreciation because GASB, government accounting, or excuse me, at that one it was FASB, Federal Accounting Standards Board, requires you to show depreciation. You have to show an accrual basis on this income statement. However, when you go to your cash flow, we always took depreciation out because you're right, you're not spending money on depreciation. No cash is going out the door. But for your profit and loss or your income statement or your statement of net position, you have to include that depreciation for meeting the standards that we have to meet on our reporting. But for cash basis, which we're looking at for our cash flow, which we want to look at for available funds, because we know depreciation doesn't impact your available funds. So it's not even included anywhere in that calculation. You take it out. So that's why you can't necessarily look at page 36 to get to anything you want to get to on available funds.
Okay.
But just to throw in there, like my private experience versus government experience, I've seen it that way, both sides.
Okay. Well, let's go back to the 29 million. So that enterprise ran a net gain of 29 million during FY25. Is that true?
Without the depreciation in, it would be true.
Okay. Okay, so like without the depreciation, which is not a cash item, you didn't write a check and we're not trying to spend the depreciation. We agree on this. I'm not trying to spend the line item that we have listed under an expense of 17 million. So we're not going to spend the depreciation, and you said we can't, and I'm not trying to. So if you don't factor the depreciation in, which is not an expenditure for this purpose of me trying to understand how much the net gain position of that company was for the year, we can agree $29 million was the net gain.
On operating income, yes.
Okay, then you have the other expenditures, below that. So you still have to factor those. You have interest and fiscal charges. Is that right?
Right.
And I thought that got adjusted, but I guess not. Seemed like that interest was crazy high, but whatever it is, right? So if you take that down, can you then go back to your example and show me that 29 million is calculated to the 19?
It will not calculate.
So
'Cause it
you're
rolls
working
to net
from
position. It does not roll to cash. It rolls down to the bottom of the balance sheet, not the top.
But in your calculation, in order to go into the next year of 26, you take whatever the net position gain is plus the available funds calculation?
No.
Okay, so your available funds calculation is totally separate from what the
It's just a
enterprise
budgetary
gained.
tool. Right. It's a budgetary tool only. It's not a required financial statement.
Okay.
It's just to tell you how much cash you have.
So in saying all this, sorry, I just don't want to get off topic here. So in saying all this, our job is to help appropriate budgets and to say, well, this is more important than that. And then our job is to have some level of oversight, right? And so like, how are we doing as a council in giving good direction if the enterprise net gain isn't factored in its starting position? So when we sit down to look at your budget here, if you look back, it says revised estimate, you expect to finish the year down here at 19.6.
On a cash basis.
On a cash basis. So
Right.
after doing business in
On an
26.
On an accrual basis.
Okay, go ahead.
On an accrual basis, which is what the ACFR is.
Right.
So we're apples to oranges, because that depreciation is an accrual part, and the budget is a cash basis. So the available funds only gives you what your cash is to spend.
Okay. And all this comes down to the CIP, right? How much you can go get done in additional projects, how much you can reinvest in that enterprise.
Right.
And we are asked to weigh in on that, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So we do need to know how much cash is available for one-time spends that are going to CIP.
Right.
And then we do need to know what the net gain position is from like the end of the business year, right?
It doesn't roll into your available funds calculation.
So the reserves matter to us though, right?
For you, yes. But for your cash liquidity, what is available to spend for the year is not factored in the net position, what happens on the income statement at the end of the year.
Okay. What did we start the net position with, the available funds calculation? What did we start with in '26. This number here is showing 22 million on my page 32 of my budget, right? Is that the number? Because when we voted this in, we said we started with 7 million. We had an adjustment back then. And council, I'll move it forward here. Give me a little bit more time.
Are we talking the cash flow? This one? You're talking the original was 22.2, yes. When we started the year.
So we started sewer and water with 22 million.
That was the available funds calculation for the year before, yes. This is all just budget.
Okay, so in '25, we finished, according to the ACFR, with the 19 million.
So understand on that 22.2, the ACFR is not complete at that point in time because, well, no, it would be complete at that point in time when we budget. Sorry.
Just to provide some context to it, the numbers we're looking at are calculated numbers from the ACFR, and as we presented, we selected some accounts to add to it to come up with the available funds. And circling back to the ACFR, if you look at on pages 38 and 39, you have the statement of cash flows, and that's what gives you your cash from the ACFR. And if you look down to the reconciliation of operating income or loss to net cash, you notice that we add depreciation and amortization here to get to reconcile the net income part. So that's where that fits into your assessment. I just wanted to point that out.
Comprehensively, like overall, like big picture, all of the monies that are held within the COA are represented every year in the budget. Yes or no?
What's available cash, yes, in the calculations.
Well, you walked us through the calculations
Now, we're on income statement on the budget. We do not budget the balance sheet where all of the investments in cash lie. That's the available fund calculation. We bring you what's available after.
But if you're working that calculation through to the budget, essentially you're bringing in that item, that component. So what we just said, and let's simplify this. So what we just said is we've got investments, right, and commitments that aren't recognized in the budget book. They're calculated through an available funds calculation.
Right.
Where you're picking up that $81 million worth of commitments. You still got to go do that work, right?
Right.
Okay. How does council ever provide any oversight to that? Like, I think for us, we hand this over to an audit firm. They audit it, and they should be looking at that number.
Not on that.
They're not.
No.
Yeah. So
they
like,
wouldn't.
if I said that our budget doesn't represent all of the monies held within the COA, that would be more in line with your statement. We do have.
No, I wouldn't think
So say that again. How is the, and I want to keep it simple. You've got commitments in CIP that you're calculating in the available funds balance so that we don't go and appropriate that money again.
Right, in note 12 as well.
So your available funds calculation is calculated using the numbers directly from your audited ACFR. And that's what we've walked you through today, right? Mm-hmm. So that is calculated based on the end of the year. These were our audited numbers. So we know this is your available funds. This is where you start.
Okay.
Then your budget is is prepared for revenues and expenditures.
So then it does consider all of the monies that are held within the city.
Correct.
Okay, so the budget's totally comprehensive, and then when that audit gets done every year, that's a comprehensive audit, like your ACFR, right? So we're changing note 12 from 288 in commitments down to 207. We're stating that we overstated that commitment, right?
That's correct.
Okay, like the oversight in it is like, how do we know that? right? You've already done all these calculations. You've pulled forward the cash. If we go from 288 down to 207, where does that ever line up with these numbers? Like, so are we adding the 81 million, reconciling those together?
So the way that we identified that originally, Mayor, is once the available cash calculations were ran and we started looking at them, we thought, wait a minute, some of the balances, the way these are coming in, look off. And so we started to dig into that. We looked into CIP, and that's when we realized, wait a minute, there are projects on here that we know we've had expenditures for, but it's showing zero expenditures. And that's because they were capitalized. And so, perfect example, the City Hall project came in. It had a budget, but it didn't have any expenditure showing. So that's where we quickly identified that. We quickly went back and looked and said, wait a minute, J.D. Edwards reported it one way, Workday reported it another, and figured that out. And that's where the staff then went back, refigured that note 12, proactively reached out to CLA to say, here's what we've got going on with this note, advise us, do we need to reissue it, what should we do? And we went from there. So that's where that was identified, and that's where you would find something like that, is when you're looking at your numbers, you're saying, wait a minute, I'm not sure. And one great way is just to look at, here's where we thought we were going to start the year in available funds, here's where we really did. If those two numbers are off, then that's a little flashlight to us to say, hey, we need to dig into this and look further and ensure.
Okay. So if we just work through your available funds calculation, we don't see all that work. You perform all that, and you give us a number to start the year. And I know where this really got us kind of eyes open was you gave us the number of like -4 million out of fleet.
And that's because of Note 12, which started the whole conversation with CLA and working and correcting it.
Okay. So I know I'm not going to get any more clear in here. And I appreciate you being willing to show us that in here, because I think it's good that people can see how complex all this is. I still would like some time just to sit down with you guys and be able to work the math problem and be able to take some time and look at the ACFR to see how that available funds is calculated. Then I'd like to see like where we do it in fleet and these others. And so I'm willing to just invest my time with you, not in here, not take up, staff time, but just when you're available, to understand more. Because if we have a net gain of 29 million coming out of, 25, one would think you would take whatever your net starting position was, and then you would add 29 million to it. Well, let's not even do that. Let's take off the...
It doesn't roll to cash, though. It rolls down to net position. It rolls down to the bottom.
I want to hear what you're saying, but in the checkbook, right, the money was in the account at the end of the year.
We'll have to go through your financials, and I'll help you close them for the year. That's all I can do.
Okay. So $100 million revenue, $71 million expenditure. Then we had interest and fees of $14 million. We ended the year with $15 million.
And it would roll
Right.
to your equity on your financial statement.
Okay. And so with that 15 million, you pull that forward, it's being recognized as 19 million in your revised estimate because of previous balances that were there. And it incorporates all the roll-off of completed projects versus the borrowed monies that came in. And then, of course, there's no supporting documents for us on this. You guys have all those, but you go through and you validate all that, and internal auditor does as well.
He reviewed the work that was performed, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think I just want to learn a little bit more outside of this meeting. Did you have something? Just ready to move on, probably. So thank you all for giving me a minute to try to understand that. It is comprehensive, though. You are incorporating all of the CIP monies through this budget in that calculation.
Yes.
Okay. My last question, though, would be like in the purpose of a CIP audit, it'll go through and it'll pull each project and it'll give all of those supporting documents. So we would be able to see all those that are closed out and validate that those monies did carry through. Because I think that would be the other thing that for us as representatives and for the citizens that are hearing this, we're closing all these projects out. We're expecting to bring lots of sewer and water monies back on savings, and then we don't really realize it when we're looking at this.
Because it's just a part of the available funds calculation, because you're taking it against your cash and investments as well. And so it's a total. So it's not itemized where you're going to see specifically the 43 million. We'll sit down and work through it with you.
Yeah, I'll try to get some time with you next week or week
I'm
after.
out next week. I finally get a vacation.
Week after. Sounds good. I'll welcome you back. So,
Yeah.
One of the
Thank you.
things that I know coming to Amarillo I'm so grateful for is just the talent we have in our finance team. So with the degrees, the experience, certifications, how the audits prove that, I'm always just amazed at the talent that we have with these individuals here. And so we have an excellent team. So it's complicated stuff. It's hard to understand, but at the same time, I didn't go to school for it. They did, and I'm just so grateful that we have Lola and Katrina and Justin and Stephanie and all those who work this stuff for us and do this. So I'm really appreciative of all of them.
Hypothetically, if we decided to spend 17 million more in depreciation, if we made that decision and we assumed that there was $17 million in the checking account, what would happen?
You would bust your reserves, so you would be out of compliance of your 90-day policy.
And then what would happen?
You wouldn't have enough to cover your expenses.
And then what would happen?
Payroll.
Depends on emergency situations, and then your credit rating would suffer, so all this.
And
debt
then what would happen? Then what would happen?
Payroll.
Yeah, eventually you're not paying your bills.
And then the city would go bankrupt?
Our utilities goes bankrupt. And so, I dealt with this in my first community in Jetmore. I had to turn them around because they were spending reserves because they thought they had depreciating type thing to spend. I had to stop that. And we did in the nick of time, and they were able to go back the other direction and develop reserves.
And then we've heard many times apples and oranges, that we're looking at two different things. So where is that 17 million being recognized at? It's depreciated. I understand.
Depreciated.
Where's the 17 million?
Let me show you on the screen.
Yeah,
So
just
you
show us
have
one
your
more time.
17 million in depreciation expense right here.
Mm-hmm.
If you go up to your balance sheet, and we're going to go to non-current assets.
Mm-hmm.
This is on page 34 if you're following along in your book. There is these accumulated depreciation accounts showing throughout here. So for every type of asset except for land does not depreciate. All your other assets, we have pipelines, for example, and then we have accumulated depreciation. So we are debiting depreciation for 17 million. The 17 million credit is getting added to these accounts. Now, mind you, these accounts are cumulative because they're the assets. And so they get you down here to the bottom to say we actually have a net capital assets of 770 million. And so it's going there.
17 is in here.
It is. It's reflected in there. The equation, there's two sides to it. And one other way that might help in describing the depreciation is you talk about, well, we're not spending that 17 because it's not cash, so it's not going anywhere. That 17 left your bank account years ago. When we originally purchased those assets, we had to pay the full amount. And so it left the bank account back then. And so that's why we use the balance sheet and the cash accounts to calculate your available funds. And we don't pull in your revenue and expense accounts. Because even though depreciation is an expense and we have to show it in the period that that asset is being used, so we do it out over however many years, that cash has been out of the bank for a long time.
Now, let's expand on that, because you can't use your capital assets in your available funds
Correct.
calculation, because you can't easily convert that to cash.
Right.
Correct. Great point, Katrina.
And easily converted to cash, can we get a definition on that? Just a very high-level definition.
You could
30
sell it.
days?
Yeah, it'd be
Sell
like
it
your house.
quickly,
You can't
yes.
use your house unless you sell it.
Yeah.
Or go get debt from extending a loan from it, which we use for our credit rating. And that's how we got our TWDB loan, because our credit is so good and our assets show that.
I understand.
Yeah, might add to that. We spoke to Texas Water Development Board last week, and that's one of the things that they pointed out to us when we were applying for a new $60 million, was that it's because of your credit. Yes, apply for this. You have some of the best credit in the state.
Thank you. Does that make sense? Cool. I mean, a little bit.
Yeah, I think, the 17 million gets line item moved over to that other middle, or that other line item. What form is that? What form does it take?
I need more definition
Can
of
you
what
ask
you're
that again?
requesting.
Well, Stephanie, you did a good job. You said that 17 million is depreciated off of this ledger. It shows up over on the other ledger, so you go up, it's part of the 770 million. Yeah, in what form is it captured there?
It's a journal entry.
Well, but I'm saying that's 17 million worth of cash in that account at the end of the year.
17 million of
value.
expense,
Asset.
not cash.
Well,
So the offset is in each of these accounts that you see as a negative on your balance sheet, accumulated depreciation. So we expense, for example, on that fire truck, let's say we're going to keep it for 10 years.
we don't have to go back through it.
Okay.
Sorry, let me change my term. I said cash, my mistake. So that's 17 million of an expenditure. So it shows up, you just did a good job. You said, where are we capturing that? Where does it come in? And so it shows up under, accumulated depreciation. Is that the right line?
Yes, any of these lines that are negative, there's a piece of that 17 in all of them
So if it's an expenditure, what form was it expended in?
through a journal entry.
Okay, and then if it's recognized, in what form is it recognized?
It's recognized as that expense on your income statement and as a credit to the assets on your balance sheet.
So essentially, what I have my issue is, it's just my issue. You don't have an expenditure that's a journal entry. You have an expenditure, or you have a journal entry, right? So like, this is not a tax evaluation. This isn't us figuring out our income tax where we're allowed to take certain deducts. It's in a enterprise as a expenditure of 17 million. So it never left the account.
You can't have an expenditure without a journal entry, and every journal entry requires two sides. They have to be balanced.
I understand. So like, if what value is it recognized at? Are those dollars? Is that $17 million?
Well, your vehicle depreciates in value, so this is depreciating the value of those assets.
So if you bought that vehicle in 23, you paid for it in 23, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as an expenditure.
You paid for it in 23 and you set it up as an asset, not an expenditure.
But you paid for it in 23 with what?
With cash. So
Okay.
asset goes up $1 million, cash comes down $1 million. That's your entry in 2023.
Right.
In 2024, you have expense of depreciation for $100,000. You credit accumulated depreciation for $100,000. That's your entry. What that looks like on that 24 statement is I have depreciation expense of $100,000 and I have a net asset of $900,000.
Okay, I follow you 100% on like a balance sheet and things that we are saying, GASB and all of the accounting practices. And my concern or my question is in looking at that enterprise that had a net cash position of, say 29 million if you don't factor in the depreciation, in conversations with CLA and asking him, hey, does that ever come out of the account? What he said is like, no, that never left your account. Doesn't go anywhere. Like it's not an actual expenditure. So it's listed under expenditures on that page. And so that's my difficulty with it. It's a journal entry. It's not an actual expenditure.
I think what we would say it is an expenditure under GASB, under accounting
But where
rules.
did it go?
It's a non-cash expenditure. And so it hit your income statement as an expenditure. It hit your balance sheet. It just didn't hit cash. It hit the asset. It reduced the value of your asset for the use of that asset over the prior year.
Right.
So
But
it
then,
increased
Is that
your-
making
it-
sense,
It
counsel?
increased your net worth, but unless you're going to sell your water utilities, you're not making any money. You can't spend it again. So
understood.
you're worth $1 billion, sell your utilities, we can then spend it somewhere else. But we can't. It's just on the books as a book value.
And if
Can't
you
spend
were
it.
to try to go sell that fire truck after a year, you're not going to get $1 million for it. It might be worth the $900,000 then. That's why you have to recognize that depreciation expense to reduce the asset down to the net value.
I understand that in the way in which it's being booked. So don't have any problem with the way it's booked. But I like in what Prescott's saying is, well, what if we wanted to spend that 17 million on new pot water and sewer pipe? like what happens? Well, our net value would come down, our reserves wouldn't come down.
Well, and I think if I was just understanding his question, it was more if we spend that, we're going to overspend. Because we haven't included it in your available funds. We're not
Which
saying
would
that
be true
depreciation is
which
available to spend.
Would be true if that was an expenditure that came out of the checking account, but you're saying it's a journal entry.
Yeah, as Stephanie mentioned earlier, it came out of your checking account years ago when the asset was purchased. So it's already money that's gone.
But
pretty much.
it would have been recognized years ago in those expenditures.
Not as an expenditure, no,
expenditure.
as an asset. It's not recognized as an expenditure until you start to depreciate it.
Okay.
So the expenditure is delayed and recognized over the life of the asset while the cash is removed from your checking account immediately.
Okay.
My
Yes.
intent with the question was, if that money was available to spend, I think everyone in this would want to be able to utilize and free up that cash. We know if we use that cash now from the response or the perceived cash, that we are going to kill our reserves, and ultimately we are writing hot checks at that point because the cash is not there. That was my intent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. Councilman, did you have anything?
Well, Mayor, just let me just kind of make sure your thinking is that somehow we're using incorrect accounting methods and we have more money available than is showing here because we're not using correct accounting.
I think you'd have to say GASB. So my thinking is that we are using GASB accounting, which is correct for government purposes. And I was trying to apply an enterprise business, eval to this enterprise. And I just wanted to know how much the net gain was for that enterprise. And we got hung up in this depreciation because it's much more clear now. The reason that's a factor is because you incorporate that into your available fund balance calculation every year.
No, not depreciation.
Oh, well then I'm not clear. So like the depreciation's not part of the available fund balance calculation?
It is not.
Okay.
We don't use anything off of that income statement. We just use balance sheet. We just use your cash accounts, your current liabilities, your current assets.
Yeah. So, Councilman Simpson, let me tell you my struggle and what I am saying. What I'm saying is very difficult when you ask a simple question of how much did that enterprise have in the checking account day one of the current year? And you can't get that answer. And then you can't ask a question of how much does that enterprise have in the checking account last day of the end of the year? You can't get that answer. What you get is this. And this is correct accounting according to GASB.
So,
And again, your available funds is calculated off of the accounting off of this ACFR. So it's
I get
also
it.
correct.
My contention is I just don't understand why we can't look at it from a cash viewpoint if that was my question. So if you had a mayor and council that said, I just want to know what's in the checking account day one, and I just want to know what's in the checking account day 365, and I just want to know that. Can I just know that? Like that should be something you can deliver, but we haven't. And so like I get that this is the way it's done. I'm not arguing that. I've had a question of trying to go through the ACFR to learn what is the net gain position for the year. And so maybe you are telling me and I'm not hearing you.
well, I know we've got oversight, but at some point you got to have trust. And I trust the information that is being given to us. And so, I mean, I appreciate going, but unless we're all going to go get master's degrees in accounting, I can understand why this is difficult. But at some point in our relationship, we've got to have trust in that information. And I don't want to speak for council. I know it's hard to put budgets like this together, and the difficulty and challenge is it. And at the end of the day, I just want to know from my perspective, I have trust in the information that you're giving me. So thank you.
Well, and I appreciate that level of trust, and I think it's a great level of trust that is put into the staff because we don't see any supporting documents. We don't see the checking accounts. We don't get those easy questions answered, so it's all trust, really. And then, the trust and then verify, right? There's a process for that, and I think this council's doing that through, the ACFR and trying to understand, and then, the audits. So I think you're saying it very well, Councilman Simpson, and my frustration is not with staff at all. My frustration is with process. And I'm not the first guy to sit up here extremely frustrated with government accounting versus private business. And so, my expertise come through private business at a very small level, and it is a difficult thing for anybody to try to understand the government viewpoint of how and why you guys are allowed to do transfers, right? And so it's just difficult to separate it and understand it. And so I hope you guys hear, as we wrap up this item, like, it's not an issue of staff. It's just a desire to do the job well and to actually understand. So, like, if anybody thinks, like, I'm digging because I don't trust the staff, like, it really is not the point. The point is I'm digging because I just want to do a good job. And you guys are saying we need more money, we need this, we have all these problems. And when you sit on this side of the table and you realize these issues are enormous, running a city is an enormous task. And there's no end to the problems and the water main breaks and the personnel issues. And so I just want to do the best job I can to say I looked in every drawer. I turned over every rock. And if that's the rock you're sitting on, like, I'm going to tell you to move. I want to kick it over. It doesn't matter who's sitting on that rock. I just want to know I did a good job. And so it's a heart behind it of service, but I know it comes across incorrect. So for that, I apologize. And if I could do it different, I would. But thank you for the calculation, Katrina, and I look forward to getting a minute to digest it. Freeman, back to you.
So we could do two things. We could either do the hot tax discussion, or do we want to go ahead and go through the supplementals that are ranked here and then follow back up on the hot tax, since we're limited on time?
Well, I think our time's better spent on supplementals. We could do hot tax
Start there.
later.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we can pull up, the first one we're going to go over is the first page on the sheets that I handed out. It's the $7.2 million available for general fund recurring expenses. Did you find that one, Johnny? It's going to be one of the 11 by 17s. It's the one that has 7.2 million on that first line. All right, so spent yesterday evening working through the available funds and the 19 million of ASP in general fund specifically. So this is a constrained version based on the feedback we were hearing from council related to personnel, and then the remaining 2 million that we could allocate to the recurring requests that we had from all departments in the general fund on this first page. So just tackling the personnel piece first. Want to throw out a possibility for the civilian side of a 2% cost of living adjustment that'll help us stay competitive across all levels, regardless of the compensation study. So this would just impact everyone. Then we would have the civilian compensation study phase 2 implementation. This is bringing those that are below market to try and get them back in range to be more competitive. That's $444,000. The 1% civilian merit pay fund, I added fund to it because in the past, like current year, we had 2% merit. So we use the savings from not everybody getting 2% to have merit pay where we could do, say, up to 5% adjustments for those high performers. What that amounted to in this current budget is we spent approximately $200,000 That was based on the requests we had and the capacity of funds. What 1% will equal is 711,000. That would give us quite a bit to work with for high performers and merit to help support those efforts of supporting those hardworking employees. So that is the proposal for the civilian side.
And the comp study phase 2, that means some will see a significant increase beyond this,
They'll
right?
get some more to get them
Yeah.
back in the range of where they need to be more competitive. And it's not getting them to like a midpoint market. It's getting them into the new grade band, basically. So that would take up the 3% value between those two top lines, civilian pay study separate, and then you got your 3% police, 3% fire, for a total of $5,098,000. So that's at 5.1. Everything below that is the excess based on the 7.2 million that we identified. Really tried to spread it around based on the priorities we're hearing. We've got our Workday software we have to pay for. The split between the Pro Team Tactical, with a caveat, we're still researching that program and how it relates to workers' comp and Texas state laws and what our requirements are. So that one will still have to be vetted a little bit before we can implement it if it's approved. We've got fee increases from golf course. Basically, they're raising $357,000. We're saying we'll come back in September and they'll plug them in where the line items would go to offset the increase in revenue. Couple $100,000 towards police and fire overtime to help with that. Emergency management specialist addition to OEM. 2 AMW animal management officers and reclass of trained officers. The way it works is you start as a trainee, and then after you get licensed, have time on the job, you're basically automatically converted to an officer, but what we fund it as is a trainee. So we'd like to have them as officers, and we'll underfill trainee and then bump them up once they hit it. And I did note in the rows here, if there was fee increases that are helping with our 7.2, 42,000 of those fee increases are coming from AMW adjustments. So they're helping offset their request. We've got a facilities building mechanic and a couple of custodians. We typically every year have requests for custodians and building mechanics, and we don't get those added, and it's getting tighter and tighter, particularly when we're having a new community development office space. We've got new city hall. They're just really stretched thin. So trying to get a couple more in there. I think the original request was 7 or 8 custodians. So just trying to get a couple to help offload some of that work that's having to be spread between the existing employees. We have a building and safety electrical inspector addition. Funding for parks events at $35,000. That's just those quarterly events, helping with the 4th of July, the October events, continuing to grow those programs. Mowing contract, additional acreage, 4 utility workers from part-time to full-time. We've got a vector supply increase for that program. 1 new environmental health technician to help with vector control. The original request was 2. An AECC position, an email back and forth with Max, and how I'd kind of caveat some of these, and particularly when we get to the CIP, is basically what we're asking is these departments to get these funding, but between now and September, if this is a route we go, we'd like a little flexibility of, say, I put in the CIP, for example, the Rook for the police department. Well, maybe they want to buy SWAT supplies versus a Rook, so give us a chance to go back to that department and say, is this really your priority, or if you know you have 400 to work with, what would you spend it on? But we know that's your focus area. So AECC terminal agency would probably be a junior supervisor or a supervisor level instead, based on Max's recommendation. And then we've got software and hardware for work orders for the facilities crews, as well as janitorial supplies for the new buildings we've taken on. City secretary election supplies for required early voting hours. And then the last one on there is city marshal's office radios for code enforcement, which is really a safety risk right now. Only the peace officers have radios. The code enforcement have to rely on their cell phone, and they are out in the field dealing with sometimes some citizens don't like to be told that their property has a compliance issue, and sometimes they need to call for backup and being more instantaneous and trying to dial 911. So that brings us to $2.1 million with the total of breaking right even at the 7.2 in new revenue to allocate.
So just to be clear, like, this is for the recurring expenses, yes?
This is the recurring side, yes, sir.
So like city secretary election supplies increase we're just going to do that every year now?
So we plan it in the budget sometimes it doesn't, and that's part of that covers overtime for other departments in the years. They don't have to spend it, for example. But yes, they do have a line item for annual elections in case y'all decide to call a voter-approved tax rate election, or if it's the general election we have to hold for an odd number of years.
Okay. In my brain, some of this looks like one-time stuff, but you're saying we're going to get this in the budget and it'll be
recurring. Yeah, so it's growing programs or it's covering supplies. Yes, these would be considered recurring.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And these were the priorities based on what you guys put together after you heard?
Well,
and
basically
talked to
listening to all the
directors?
feedback and looking through all the requests and trying to get as much as we can in there. Yes, this is the recommendation.
Yeah, and we're also trying to, again, this is a puzzle piece, and so you have to try, you got 7.2 to work with. Some puzzle pieces are not going to fit, so we had to try to figure out which puzzle pieces do fit within that 7.2.
So we had 19.8 million in requests.
Yes.
Correct?
We can cover 2.1.
And covered 2.1.
Thanks, sir. Yes.
But we took care of the raises.
Yes,
across
the
the
raises
board.
come right off the top, and then it's 2.1 to try and allocate for the other 19 million in requests.
Okay.
Yes.
So the availability of because it's been a while since we started on this, so the availability of the 7.2 million, that is with the proposed tax rate of going to the 44 cents.
Correct.
So if we went to the no new revenue tax rate, we would be looking at
We'd have to
7.2 minus 700.
Yes, so we'd have to deduct from the 2.1.
And then did the 7.2 include our $1 million in
Yes.
additional sales tax?
Yeah, we went from 6.2 to 7.2. Yes. Unless y'all want to go a little more aggressive and raise that another percent, just.
So really, if not for the sales tax find, we'd be at 6.2.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
I would just say kind of where I am on this, because I mean, and I'm glad we got that, but I'm just looking on property tax relief. And if we go to the no new tax rate, and I know we talked yesterday about looking at one-time expenses or whatever that may be for the capital part of it, but I mean, I'm glad we got more sales tax, but I'd like to see a 1.7 reduction in our property tax revenue. So go to the no new.
700,000?
That go from the no new and then an additional million,
and
because
more.
we found the sales tax. I mean, we didn't even know that was going to be there. And so I'd like to see a possibility of, the property tax payers getting a little bit of a break and continuing to shift to more dependence on sales tax.
What would the rate be? I think we discussed it yesterday. If we kept the rate flat, like where we are now, like not the no new rate, but just kept it where we are now. We're at what, 42 something? 43.
0.4307.
Okay, that's the rate, but what is that? I mean, do we have that calculation?
We
Councilman Simpson.
didn't run one to drop it below the no new river rates. So we'd have to run that calculation.
Okay, so, but we had three options, right? I mean, we go with the no new.
Basically keep
we
it the same,
take 3.5,
somewhere in
or
between.
we keep it the same, but we don't have that number. We don't we
Right.
know if we go with the no new, it's $700,000 is what it generates in this.
Right.
If we kept the rate flat, we didn't take an
It's
increase.
going to be somewhere between 100,000 and 700,000.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Councilman Simpson, before I I'd like to try to weigh in on that, but is there any desire to lower the taxes more than $1 million? Because what I heard was if we keep a no new revenue rate.
He said 1.7 million.
That's
So
right.
Drop it even more.
Yeah, so if we keep the no new revenue rate, we just say, look, taxes are going to stay the exact same, then we miss out on what is being communicated to us at $700,000 increase, right? But then you had said like, well, I'd like to lower that rate another, 3/4 of a penny maybe, and we'd realize $1 million less revenue, and we'd lower the taxes for the first time. I don't know when the last time they were lowered, but whenever. So is there any desire to do more than the $1 million?
Well, all I'm saying is that the no new tax rate, we got to tighten our belt $700,000. The other thing is, we just got a new $1 million, and I understand that we're wanting to spend it. I'm just looking at, can we provide, because our sales tax is performing better, can we provide a little bit more property tax relief? That's kind of what so my proposal is to look at 1.7 million less.
Okay, and we have time. I mean, that's great discussion, and this is exactly the time for it, right? We've got a month to figure it out and bring it back and get it signed into practice. So, council, is there anybody else that has a desire to lower the tax rate more than $1 million, or would we just look at that as like, well, that'd be a great goal, whether we do it or not? That's the most we would consider. And you may be on the other side of it. You may be like, well, I want to raise the tax rate, $1 million, or not $1 million, I guess 700.
Well, we're in a unique situation because we have some options. And I think it's worth the time we have, the few weeks before we do a final budget, just to see what those figures are. Also realizing we need to operate as a city, and our employees, I mean, we've got to give them raises. And if it's going to affect the amount of money that our employees make for their take-home, I think that's a consideration we have to look at, as well as the tax dollars. But I think we should at least take a look at it and see where those numbers fall.
And for clarification, we will need to set a tax rate for publication here at the next council meeting. You can always come in under that rate. And so you basically have to tell the citizens that we are looking at setting a rate of 44 or 43 or 42 or whatever you're going to do. That we have to publicize that for our budget hearings in September. You can't, so then in the hearings, you can't go above that, but you can always come in below that. So we don't have a few weeks to consider. We do need to set a rate soon. But you always can come in under it.
Yeah, so you're setting your ceiling, and then that gives you till September when you vote.
Right. So
you have to know what you want.
Based on that, what you're basically telling us is you set the ceiling at the proposed rate,
3.5%.
and then come under it.
Correct. Yeah, that gives council the most flexibility to give you more time to figure out what you want to do. But from a personnel side, I think, hearing Councilmember Simpson, we'd be able to cover the $5 million of personnel raises. It's everything on the $2 million that would get cut. It would be what we'd have to work through to see how you prioritize that down to a few requests being filled.
Yeah, and I guess, I mean, I look at the asks of being 19.8 million, and I hear Councilman Simpson saying we want to tighten our belts, because everybody else is having to. So we did. We dropped 17.7 million, right, to 2.1, right?
Well, that's one way to look at it, yes.
I mean, I guess, it's difficult to weigh, when you see these. This isn't, I don't see really any pork in our budget. I mean, I wish we had some, I wish we could do some different things, but I don't see a lot of pork when it comes down to, tighten our belt. So, I would say that these are legitimate needs that were presented, but we've already chopped it by 17 million. I don't know. I just look at, it's a tough decision, and I agree with Tim, and nobody really wants to talk about it, I don't guess, but it sounds great to lower taxes. Because, we're representatives of the citizens for sure. And I think you talk to, the vast majority, obviously it would be the lower rates. I'm one of them. I'd love to have a lower tax rate. But then there's the part of being elected up here, and we have to make hard decisions. And sometimes that's, most people do not pay attention to what we're doing here today. I don't know how many viewers we have, but it's going to be the same people. No, very few people even know, this is going on, or these asks, or what are needed. I do know that everybody enjoys waking up, driving to work on nice streets, taking a shower, flushing the toilet, doing those things, just the daily things. And then on top of that, having parks that we're taking care of, and being able to go golf and doing the things, quality of life. But, that takes money. And our city's growing, which we're blessed. That's amazing. Our city's growing. So not only have, like Councilman Simpson brought up, the expenses of everything have gone up. Well, they've gone up for all of our employees. They've gone up for the city, for every single business that we do, every operation we do. So those have gone up. but we're also providing services to more people. So it's just a tough situation sitting up here as we're elected to represent the citizens, but also do what's best for them, which means help direct you guys to run the city and to provide great service, customer service, and do it well, all the while making tough decisions. So I hear Councilman Simpson in his desire to lower rates, and that's great in theory. I mean, it's great in reality. I mean, if we can do it. And again, I'm just talking up here, to have this discussion, but I think it's also difficult to do, and it may not be popular, but sometimes I think we have to take a hard look at, well, what is needed for the city? What do all you guys need? And we're up here telling you, you're not getting it. I'm sorry. It's going to be a light Christmas. It's going to be we can't get you everything that you need. We're going to get some, which y'all prioritized, which is great, but we're nowhere near what we need. And then now we're kicking around the discussion or the idea of I want to lower rates, which is, again, I'm with you. It'd be great. And do we need to get our dependents off property tax? Yeah, I think we do. But while we have it, I also feel like maybe we're kicking the can down the road like a few councils did before, of we're putting ourselves in a tough spot of not taking care of some things, again, not pork, but taking care of some important things. So I think we have to be careful with that too. So in saying that, I just think open discussion of what do we want to do politically? Yeah, it sounds great to say, hey, I'm going to lower taxes. That is a great thing. But in reality, it's almost like a parent. Sometimes as a parent, you have to make hard decisions that your kids don't like. But later, they're like, man, I'm glad you did that. So I guess I look at that and I think we need to be careful of what we're doing if we're digging ourselves in a hole for next year or the next council that comes. Are we hamstringing them because we're not doing anything? Now, again, no matter what we do with taxes, whether we leave them the same and don't touch them, which I think is a good idea, we're not raising taxes. We can lower taxes, or we can take our 3.5. But I guess I'm saying all that to say it's a tough decision. And I think it's something that we've all got to weigh and say, where are we as a council?
Well, one thing I would say is, at my time, and if this budget were to be approved as it is, or even with this, nobody can say during my time on here, your time, or mayor's time in here, that we haven't invested. We've raised taxes every year. And if you look at the amount that we've raised the taxes over the course, when you look at M&O and INS, people's salaries have not increased over that much time in the same time period. So, and I think, yes, exactly. Next year, we would also have an opportunity because we have debt rolling off. So, and as I see other taxing entities talking about it, people's tax bill is going to, I don't see anybody in other taxing entities even having this discussion so far from what I've seen. So everybody else may take, I just think it's worth the discussion to be cognizant of, that part of it. And can we look at this as a possibility? At the end, I would say, at a minimum, the no new tax revenue rate, if that's something that we can live with, to commit to that, and then that does give us some more time to have discussion on anything above and beyond what that would look like.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. And I throw all that out there just to say these are all things that we need to look at. And I don't know this, but all of us, the amount of time that we spend on this. You two guys are, the second time around. Us, number 4. You, 7, 6, 8, 10. I can't imagine any more time than this guy spent on the budget. And I can say that we've been, I think, pretty good. And Les, to your point, we've raised the rates, but we've gotten pretty creative in using that INS side to take care of some cans that were kicked down the road. And I think we did a pretty good job. Yes, we did raise rates, but again, the streets are in, I think, better shape than they've been. The organization's functioning. But again, it's and that's why I want that discussion to happen too on no matter what we do with the rate, what does that mean to the household, right? Is it $5 a month? Is it $8 a month? What is that? And to Les's point yesterday, sometimes that's a huge deal.
The other thing I think is just doing this, because again, I think there's a silent majority out there that we never hear from. There's some people that say, hey, our taxes are too low. They need to be more. But, one thing I think, just looking at this, hopefully if we say, we're looking at this, and if one day we ever have to go to the voters, they can't say, you know what, that council, they just didn't listen to us. They just raised our taxes every year. At least if we have to go to the voters at some point for something that we need, hopefully that we're having this discussion and maybe we're able to take action on it, would say, you know what, they tightened their own belt before they came and asked me for more money. So I think that's part of this discussion. Now, at the end, maybe everybody else will say, no, we're not giving you any more. But I do think just having this discussion to say, how much can we look at, even if it's 5 or 8 for that silent majority that we never hear from, that could be meaningful to them. Or for some people, depending on their evaluation, maybe the increase wouldn't be as much as it would be otherwise.
What percentage of comes to the city? What is it?
About 22% of the tax bill,
22%.
depending on which county you're in, yes.
Yeah, 22% comes to us, so 78% is going
Junior college, water district.
AISD, wherever, yeah. I think that's so important, that we're not getting the full amount. We're trying to operate and do all the things that we're doing, on a restricted amount. I just think people need to hear that.
I always like to, I think citizens, they tend to forget about what all they get from their tax dollars. Not every citizen uses the schools. At one point maybe they did or not, I don't know. So some people use the college, not all people use the water district, but everyone uses the city service. Not everyone even uses the county. It's one of the issues I have is that we all pay county taxes, but how much that comes back to the city. And so, but everyone, even people from outside the community, use the city services. Everyone does. And I also offer this too, while there's legislative noise about cutting this and cutting that, at this current time, the legislation, which is a voice of the people in Texas, have decided that 3.5% is a reasonable amount to grow. That's why they give it to you to decide that. They don't want it anymore, but they recognize that costs are going up, there's issues, business goes up and everything. So legislation has spoken, which speaks for the people in Texas, that we recognize there is a need to keep up with things. Now, in my opinion, 3.5 isn't enough. So as we see, $19 million of needs, I can't even do that right now. But legislation has said this is a reasonable amount to grow. Now, obviously, you don't have to take it, but when there is need, when we do need to serve our citizens, when there is $19+ million of need, again, none of the stuff is just we want to do it. It's the stuff that our citizens are demanding. They want faster response times. They want safer officers. They want more mowed and watered grass in the parks. They want these things. And so this is the staff's response to that. Hey, we've heard all the complaints, the concerns, the positive, negatives. This is what we're hearing we need. And so 3.5% doesn't even get that. So
I would just say from this spot, it's all very, very logical, all the discussion. It's all very, very wise, and it's needed for certain folks. But the greater need is to continue to move the city forward. I would support moving as quick as we can to get these things fixed across the board. The work is not done. The work is not done in this city. If the work was done, we had the wastewater treatment plants, if we had everything in, all of our affairs in order, then we would look at lowering taxes. I think it's a great idea, Les, but to me, cost is only going to continue to increase. I think we've heard that if we had done the wastewater treatment plant, how many years ago? Just 15 years ago, it would have been $300 million, and now we're up to $1 billion. The time is not now to allow these things to be punted. We need to get the work done while we can, especially in a growth phase. So I would not support any tax relief.
Well, I would say $700,000 is not going to derail the train. And to be honest with you, again, when you look at, and I'm just saying from what I've done over the last 4 years with this, if the current budget is improved, and it's not been on the M&O side, it's been on the INS side. And correct me if I'm wrong, we've increased our property taxes 27%. When you look at the amount of income that we're getting on the property taxes before the year. So I would not go back and change any of that. I think it was good investment. I think to your credit, to the part of it, it's at the INS side, and we've issued debt for a lot of things. I'm just saying, can we give a little relief to the property tax owners right now? And I don't think giving a little relief is going to derail anything major on the city. If we're looking at, again, I just think as I hear tax discussions, you know, it's not that often that and I'm glad we're having this discussion and that we're open to it to be able to do that. So, you know, I'd find it hard to support something that's not giving a little bit of relief to the taxpayers, because we've pressed on them pretty hard for now. This will be the fourth budget to be able to do that. And, you know, if we get off track for some reason, or we look at next budget when the new council's here, there are ways to make that up. We can go back and, you know, we can claim our 3% or 3.5% next year, as I understand it. We've got something that's going off the INS side, the debt. So I'm just saying, let's just keep in mind our taxpayers that are having to fund this, and the pressure and how they've helped us. Now will be the fourth year at being able to do the things that you're talking about.
Just very quickly, can I have some clarification on the 700,000 and who is paying? Who would see the relief in the 700,000? Because quick math on 200,000 individuals at seven. That's what I mean. It's very, very small. I mean, is it really truly going to give individuals relief?
It's case by case. Some will see maybe some savings, some won't.
Yeah, your big businesses, the ones who have lots of property value, they'll see the greatest. The smallest homes will see the smallest, and so
how much will we see out of 700? I mean, what will I see as a citizen? Average, $5 total, $3.
Well, it depends on what the value of your house is. But all I'm saying is, you're not going to be paying as much as you would otherwise if we're raising your taxes.
So I'm going to save $3 for the year. I mean, that's what I'm asking. 700,000 out of 204,000 individuals in the city. What is my tax relief going to be?
Well, and even if you divide it by 78,000 utility, that's probably your customer base.
$10 one time, $10, not $10 a month. It's $10.
Yeah.
So the impact on taxes we show for the proposed tax rate at 0.44728 is $58.99 for a resident in Randall County. That's an increase if we adopt these voter approval tax rates. And the new revenue tax rates, it's a reduction of $4.95 for Randall County. And for Porter County...
Per month or annual?
Annual.
$4.
Yeah.
But that's on the medium household value.
Randall
So that
County.
it's just taking one, and that's the way the state makes it look at. So, but I think it's up for us to council to determine, you know, what we want to do and what we want to support.
Les, I hear you. I hear you.
Councilman Tips wants to know if we get depreciation on that lowered rate, and if that factors.
Appreciated house or not?
It's too early for that already. I'm sorry.
On that note, Mayor, the lunch is available, so we know.
No one's thinking about lunch. We're thinking about taxes. Oh my goodness, so much fun. Councilman Simpson is doing a great job here of really walking us through all this, and we're getting good discussion. 2.5 pennies, 2.6 pennies is the difference in the two rates. 1 penny revenues us $1.6 million. That's $4.1 million that we should be like looking at. And then you got this 10-page long, you know, convoluted math problem. I'm sure there's depreciation in here too.
Yeah.
So
It says you're
I
not
don't
getting
know.
that. Yeah.
Anyway, it's $4.1 million that we should, thank you, I appreciate you. We should be looking at a $4 million swing in this decision. For whatever reason, we are looking at a $700,000 swing, and I don't agree with it, but I don't get paid to figure that out, so I'm not worried about it. So, like, that's the only net revenue difference that we're looking at. What Councilman Simpson said is he wants to see if we can do more, which would be another $1 million. So, doesn't sound like I have any council that wants to go and do more than the $1 million. right? I think I had some council that understood, like, maybe this no new revenue rate is a possibility. We could keep our taxes flat, which would actually lower the tax rate from 43 cents to 42 cents. Revenue the same amount, less 700,000, and we needed to go figure that out. So we did. We figured out $1 million comfortably in additional sales tax. Now, I want to remind everybody, you run the city on property taxes that equate to 22% of the city's cost. So this budget in front of you here, you're only looking at 22% of it in the general fund that's going to be paid out by these property taxes, right? So that means our job, gentlemen, is to help this staff produce a balanced budget. And our job is to make sure that we run a balanced budget, right? And so, like, you guys bring it in on time and on schedule, but we should have a balanced budget going forward. So in alleviating the cost, we've got 78% of our costs that we can look at. We don't have to deduct $1 million out of these asks. We could leave these as proposed by the staff, but you know, administration cost allocation, that's line 1 in your budget. So, question, we're spending a tremendous amount of time with admin on all things wastewater treatment. And so, like, can we increase that revenue budget line item? $500,000 that's justifiable through executive staff allocations and other staff allocation. What comprises that, Grayson? That's $8.4 million in revenues in your budget.
Well, to your question, we do a formula that we do charge the water and sewer for admin, legal, HR, those pieces. There's a formula for that, and so again, trying to be fair to the ratepayers at the same time. The ratepayers and the taxpayers are not always the same people, and so trying to balance all that.
And I know we're not even talking about the rate, like our sewer water rate, but we're going to talk about that here later. And so, you know, I still feel like that fund is strong and healthy. And yes, it's got to go do a whole lot, but at the same time, it's part of our balanced budget. The other one was the non-business licenses and permits. I know we had removed roughly $1 million down on that. We were going to, you know, rely on some of our internal experts in calculating that, but like, do we have any latitude there? Can we still be conservative and increase that amount? So these are expected revenues in the budget. I wouldn't be opposed to lowering taxes $1 million and offsetting that, still providing all of the ongoing expenditure commitments with alleviating some of those costs by revenuing in these other areas. So I would point to non-business licenses and permits as a potential, and then maybe we could look at the admin cost allocation. And then I would also look for any of that intergovernmental revenue that we weren't able to capture at the end of 25. It came in 26 as a revenue. Do we have any of that left over that we can use? And some of these over here are ongoing expenditures that we could pull out to one-time expenditures if we needed to. Not many.
I've got a separate list for that.
You do, perfect. Andrew's always in front of it. So I smell lunch back there. Somebody dropped it in a toaster. But we could take a minute here and we can stop. But we should at least evaluate. Do we want to do anything more than $1 million tax relief? Let's not go work this budget, find the $1 million, and then say, well, I'd like to do 2, right? So, I mean, would that accomplish what you're wanting to do, Mr. Simpson, if it was possible?
Yeah, I'd like to see, I mean, you know, I guess first we have to agree that we're all on board with the no new tax rate. That would be a start at 700. And then if 300 more is all we think we can do, then 300 is better than nothing. One thing I do want to remind people, we are raising people's taxes on the INS side. We've issued debt this past year for, I guess, what debt do we start paying for next year that right now they're not paying?
Fire trucks, streets.
So we don't have any debt rolling off this year. We've invested $12 million in the streets, and I can't remember how much is in the fire truck. So citizens are still giving their fair share to helping us do that. So, you know, it's not like, but they're there now. And we committed a couple of major expenditures that they're going to be paying for next year.
But had to. We
I'm
opened
not,
a fire
I'm
station.
not saying we didn't have to. I'm just saying, as we think about the taxpayers and saying, I mean, they have been paying. They have been supporting. We have been raising taxes to it. And that's why I'm saying a little bit of relief, I think, would be something that I'd be supportive of.
Councilman?
I don't support relief right now until we see where we're going to end up.
The discussion is good. I'm not going to make a commitment to where we need to be until I see those numbers, because I'm sitting here playing with numbers, and there's all kinds of things you could do. Tax relief is always good as long as it doesn't affect the operation of the city.
Well, what I heard you say, Mayor, is like if we find $1 million, if we drop $1 million, we go find it somewhere else, which many people would say a tax is a tax, whether you call it a fee or you know, have a tax rate. A tax is a tax, and if you have to pay it, it's tax. So if we find $1 million over here, but then we go get it in fees and that type of deal, we've had this discussion. Well, that's a tax too. So you're just taxing the users, you know. But I mean, and I agree. I think we've got to see the numbers before we discuss any tax relief for sure.
But I think we got to give direction to staff on what we're thinking. Or we're going to have to give them direction in 2 weeks at the next council meeting.
But we can always adopt what you said,
Yes,
is the
the
no
ceiling.
new revenue rate. I think that's, and then we can go up or down from there.
I'd suggest
You can't go up.
Go down.
You can't go up, yeah. So you don't have to set the ceiling
Oh,
at the 3.5%.
well, sorry.
And then by September, you decide.
Let's get off the fence and make a decision.
I think next meeting, we could come back prepared to show you what the possible tax calculations would work out if you do the no new revenue under it. We can also scrub our numbers again, see if there's any others that we can adjust, but I can also go ahead and rank these so we know what we could spend at the certain levels, so you know what you'd be cutting in services. And
But-
we could have a discussion item on the 25th on that.
The only thing I would add is before we started this thing, we had 6.2 and we got $1 million and we spent it as quick as we could. I mean, we could have given the taxpayer, I mean, if we just today said that, we would have figured out what the 6.2 was and said, wait a minute. So I think the money's there to be able to provide the relief. We didn't even expect it when we started this on Tuesday.
But we had a $19 million in ask, and then we cut it down to 2.1. So you can say that too, because I think if we had the money, do we have needs for it? And I'm not going to say wants. Do we have needs? We do to allocate it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can look at it both ways, and I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing, but it's good discussion. But and I think the 4 times that we've done this, man, I think we've, like you said, we've issued debt, we've increased that INS, but man, we've been tight. I mean, I think we've gone, I don't know anybody that's, scoured the budget more than Mayor. I mean, he spent countless hours on that thing. But what I would like to hear too is from staff, where do y'all think we are? I mean, are we in dire straits? I mean, you guys are the ones running the organization. And I know, I trust that y'all are all honest, right? And I do truly trust that you just say, we'll give us all you can get. But where are we truly when we're looking at a $19 million ask and we're like, sorry, you got 2?
I never have anyone calling me and saying you're doing too much, other than I'm enforcing something upon them. And so all I get all day is not enough, not good enough. You're not doing this right. You're not over here. You should be covering this over here. Where is this? Why isn't this done yet? This isn't fast enough. That's all I think all of you get. And that's all I get. It's all my staff get is we're not keeping up. That's all I get.
And it's based on the state constraints of 3.5%. So the O&M side always suffers. So yeah, we can issue debt and do a capital project, but you never catch up on the O&M side.
And speaking on behalf of the supplemental list, I think you have to hear it from the employees themselves who, I can't think of anybody in the organization who doesn't come here and want to complete their job and do a good job every single day that they're here. The thing that they continually ask us for is give us the tools to do our job well so that we can get praise for it. We can say, hey, well done.
But they're citizens. Would they not want to see tax relief?
I'm not going to speak on that behalf of them. I'm just saying they want to do a good job. They really do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, most people don't, the vast majority, they don't see this. They don't understand running the organization. I didn't understand it until I sat in this seat. You just don't get it.
I think for me as a city manager, I mean, to me, it's not a matter of tax rate, not to me. I want to get stuff done. I want to serve people, and that takes money. And so I don't work for free. They don't work for free. Contractors don't work free. The chlorine providers, the vendors, they don't work for free. The road construction, asphalt, no one works for free. We want to get stuff done.
Our operational teams have brought and have spent a crazy amount of time, a crazy amount of dollars generating these.
Absolutely.
They're the subject matter experts. We have to trust them. It is our job to do the best we can with the available resources we've got to complete the mission. Period. That's our job up here. And they need these things. I mean, I sit here and look on the first page. I mean, we need something that doesn't allow the bad guys to know what our law enforcement is doing on radios. That's a no-brainer. I mean, and everything, since I've been here for, I don't even know what, 14 months, 16 months, whatever it is, the reoccurring theme is we need more and costs are increasing. And what do we need, $5 billion right now to cover everything that we need to do? I mean, if we got $5 billion, could we honestly say, hey, we're caught up?
Well, there's a way to do this, but we got to ask the voters. I mean, all these things, I mean, and I think it's something, I mean, we can't do it now. It's too late, and there'll be a new group here next year.
That's
But one thing that we ought to listen to is, I mean, what do we need? I mean, when we talk about the things that public safety needs or other departments or whatever it may be, you know, maybe next year is something that we look and say, hey, we've got these needs. If we're going to keep up, then you know, let's let the voters have a chance to say, hey, these are some, you know, pick out these really important things that are on this list, particularly in the areas that are kind of our pillars and fundamentals and what people want, and get their permission to get more money.
And that's part of the goal of giving you all the 19 million pictures, so that you guys now have something you can take out to the voters. If we do pursue a voter approval tax rate election, you have this to say, hey, this is what we're trying to get done for you. And so then they can decide, yeah, we want it or not. The election, if we do one next year, could be the biggest telltale for future councils of where citizens, the majority, stand.
And then it's not us determining it or raising their INS rate as much as we want to. It's them saying, here's something that we're willing to invest.
And so staff, they were asked to put a budget together. And they did. They presented it here. We've got all the paperwork. We've got the binders. And they're telling us this is what they need to run the city. Our job, based on what they've told us, is to look at it and just say, are you sure? Is that what you need? Is there a place where we can cut? But to just outrightly go and say, hey, let's cut the rate down to this because our sales tax was $1 million higher than what we expected, I don't think that's a good process to get in, to start. Because every year we may have that. What happens the year that we're $2 million short? And we have to go back to the taxpayer and say, guess what? We were $2 million short, and it's 2 years out, and now we're going to recapture from 2 years ago what we didn't do, and we're looking at a 7% increase. So until we make those decisions, I'd like to see the numbers in comparison for what you've recommended as professional staff and what room we might have. And it may be just staying at the rate we are today as opposed to the no new revenue rate. We don't know till we see those figures. But the prudent thing as we go out is to say we are adopting or proposed tax rate is what the staff has recommended. And then if we see fit that we cut it, then we do. And then staff has to work around that. But I would like to see those figures.
Yes, we can bring those back at your August 25th meeting when y'all set that tax ceiling. We could have a separate discussion with that information and get a little more direction, and then we will build it based on that for September. It's a great process.
Any more discussion? Okay. So
Are we any further than we were 30 minutes ago? I don't think so.
we have discussed the round table, and it is still round, right? We didn't really move it forward too far, so.
I think didn't we decide to right now accept the no new tax rate?
we
Isn't that what we decided?
So
We can always go down?
We're going to set the ceiling at 3.5% and then give y'all complete flexibility of anything beneath that. And then we will work on vetting the numbers, also coming up with scenarios if y'all cut 700,000, a million, what we could do with that amount of money.
Mm-hmm. You want that 3.5% available, correct? I heard you say like you weren't interested in looking at like the no new revenue rate yet because that represented a $700,000 swing this year and you needed that. So like Councilman Reed, you want the 3.5% as well?
Flexibility.
Flexibility?
That flexibility, that provides us the
Okay.
flexibility we need to make determination.
And we've talked it, so I'm not trying to talk it again. I'm just saying that's a $700,000 difference this year, and it's just not material when you're providing a $611 million budget. And so like I would have pushed for the no new revenue rate to be the high side. Like that's it. Like we just go no new revenue rate. If we can do better, whether it's 500, 700, a million, that's what we do. But then it has to bring all these deliverables. So I'm just working on the revenue side. I'm in agreement with the expenditures. So your expenditures, as you've put them out there, I say is best we can do in a balanced budget. And you're hitting a lot of different departments. I know everybody is losing something out of their request, which I think is a good job.
And I think too, obviously, as budget processes go on, we are still doing business today. We have another month of data we can look at. So if we have another, when do we have to talk, a week from now, or is it a week and a half, or
The 25th?
25th, is that what it is? So we can look at some of those high dollar revenue figures, see, do we have, is there enough data now to support an increase there? And so, because again, we don't want to just, again, word yesterday, we don't arbitrarily just give you a 6 million or 5 million or 4 million. We base off of trends, off of data we've got. So now if we have a little more information, we might be able to squeeze out a little bit more in some of these big ticket ones. And we're not going to go to the little 1,000 lines, those kind of things. We're going to look at the ones that actually mean something. So we can work on that. And maybe we can bring back a better revenue projection in the other 79% pot. So
Okay, really good. I don't want to move the schedule up. So what does the law require? What's the last date that we can vote for the highest rate? We could always come down, but what does that date look like?
Let me pull that calendar up. Hang on a sec.
So if we have a couple council meetings between now and then, let's give ourselves some latitude. Don't bring in the 3.5% increase to be voted on if that's not where we really are gonna land.
yeah, I think our August meeting will have to have that ceiling set. And so, but then you want to come out, because again, you have to give the voters time for a public hearing in September to then, because we have statutory language we have to publish and everything, so.
But you may be suggesting have another meeting next week to discuss some more before y'all vote?
No,
Okay.
I want to be considerate of we may need another meeting.
Yeah,
right?
so it could be that we'll find the last available date that which we have available. It may not be August 25th, maybe it's August 29th kind of thing. I don't
She
know.
probably has it here.
I can tell you while I'm trying to pull it up that your 2 dates for approval and adoption of your budget and tax rate are September 15th and September 22nd. The 15th is a special meeting just for public hearings and first readings. So we have an extra week built in there. The 29th is a Tuesday that we could use if we needed to for first or second reading. You will have the September 10th meeting in between August 25th and September 15th. So that might be an option. And I apologize, EDOCS is being a little slow with me.
Yeah, we'll need to verify both statute and our code as to which one says by a certain date you have to publish something. So we can work on that. And so, and I think what we can do is, Mayor, we can work with you to determine what is that last date we have to work with to publish something. And then that can be the day before is when we get together as a council for like another budget workshop or something and say, okay, council, you are now required to issue a ceiling for the public hearings starting tomorrow, kind of a thing.
Well, seems like a good time to take lunch and then come back at 1. It's 12:10 right now. That would give us time, if you get those dates, then today we'll still wrap that up. What do we still have left on the agenda that we need to cover?
We can still cover some of the supplementals of the other departments, but y'all have it here, so you could review it during lunch and see if you have any questions. Otherwise, we just need to talk hot subsidy and any other direction, feedback as we continue through the process of what y'all want to see.
Yeah, and I made the decision I won't be going to the funeral. I'll stay for
Okay,
what
so we
it
got
is.
plenty of time.
Yep.
Okay, so we can kind of comb through the other funds that are fully supported. You don't have to worry about tax rate, but we can go and hit the high points of those funds.
Okay.
Get to your CIP, the one-time dollars too.
Council, do y'all want to talk rates today and some of those? That was the other thing that we were thinking.
The fee increases.
fees.
Yes, we can pull
Yeah.
that slide back up. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's take a lunch break. We'll come back here at 1, and then if we can get our schedule from there, we'll do it today. Thank you. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank y'all for coming back. We'll call ourselves back into session. Let's try to wrap up. So Grayson, you guys take off running with those last 2 or 3 items, and we'll give feedback.
Okay. So we covered the general fund supplemental, so we can go quickly through the other funds. Of course, water and sewer had the $2.5 million available out of, not including raises and COLA in that conversation. They had $4.3 million of requests. So we've been able to accommodate 1.675 of additional operational recurring increases. It has 2.5 million at the top for water and sewer. Should see 824,000 for personnel. So when it comes to the funds like utilities, we're gonna finalize these as we move to September. Basically make sure we hit them in the right line items. But this was the initial priority list. But now that we know it's constrained to 1.6, they may move a little depending on which division of the utilities Donnie recommends they place those with his team. So that's water and sewer. Next page is drainage utility fund. They basically had enough to cover the cost of living and merit pay and phase 2 implementation and adding 1 drainage utility 4-person. This is going to be, I believe, a supervisor for street sweeping. Yeah, so he'll be a supervisor over street sweeper, and then there's a capital purchase to actually have them out there in a street sweeper. So it adds to the vehicles you'll see out on the street. Next up is information technology. That's just covering cost of living and merit pay fund. Airport is cost of living, merit pay, and a phase 2 implementations plugged in there. IT share of the workday annual cost, and then 3 new FTEs. They will be slightly dipping more into reserves, around 200,000 once you add it to where they currently sit, which we think is reasonable. And then the fleet fund is also covering cost of living and merit pay. No additional allocations on that one. Any questions on those few? Okay. So moving on to the next large stack, this is the one-time CIP or capital outlay. Particularly when you look at general fund, yes, sir.
Quickly, it looks like the new electrician FTE. Is that price correct?
That will have, let's see here.
It was on
the 94.
Yeah.
That should be the fully encumbered. It's salary plus benefits. That's for the 94.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think that's pretty low compared to what electricians are going for right now.
Yes, which is our compensation study challenges. Yes, sir. We agree. As far as the one-time capital, 11.9 million in general fund, you'll see sprinkled in here, you'll see some that came from that supplemental recurring request that I'm recommending that can be one-time purchases from capital, such as the Rook with trailer for PD, the public safety wellness vehicles. Instead of leasing those, just buy them outright. And then some of them are tasers for the bailiffs and an APD. What was in the recurring was annual lease payment. I'm proposing I divvied that up by the 5 years and put a one-time cost. Hopefully we can get a little cheaper for buying it up front, but for now that's kind of a placeholder for buying tasers outright. You've got your police radio encryption. Building safety was also in the recurring cycle for new code cycle book purchases for all the staff, which they charge a lot for those books, unfortunately, when you need to get all your staff copies of those. We basically have tried to spread it across multiple different priorities in different departments. When it comes to AFDs, which we talked a little bit about building a new replacement for Fire Station 6, we've got it reduced down to just knock out the design this year, and then we'll work on funding for next year. Same for the multi-purpose classroom design only, and then come back just following our same new model of we want to design stuff first before we plug in a number that's not correct for the build. We do have a number plugged in for the land acquisition for Fire Station 6. That might be able to buy Fire Station 6 and maybe a new location as well. So that's just a placeholder for now. You've got your typical traffic system improvements, whether it's new lights, entire signal and construction, pavement markings, traffic signal display. You've got your Park C&I, 922,000, pump station for irrigation, central control system for irrigation, the park's restroom removal, and then there is built in, at least for one playground replacement is built in there. That could also be used to build restrooms if we wanted to swap that around. Municipal court reporter software, that's due to a shift in personnel. Instead of having a court reporter, there's software that can replace having that FTE in the courtroom. And then just other examples, facilities, building automation, forklifts, scissor lift. So really tried to cover a lot of the big needs from public safety standpoint, infrastructure, and then just the ongoing projects in these departments. Kennels project for AMW, E&I for AMW, and then there is still a needs assessment master plan for municipal court and PD at a $400,000. The previous number we had in there also was considering some design costs. So start with just the planning effort, and then in the future we could come back for potential designs or building needs for municipal court or police department.
Well, and we gained 45,000 because of the irrigation pump. So that went from 350 to 305,
Right,
so we
can
gained 45.
Yeah, so that'll give us another opportunity to add something else with that cost coming down. So really just, these are recommendations. If there's something critical we missed or we need to swap around, we're just looking for feedback. General fund's the one that it could go to a lot of different things. So if there's a certain project you're not seeing on there that you want to discuss further, we're happy to hear it.
On the parks restrooms in the school parks, we're going to take them down. Is that then going to be left up to the schools if they want to replace? I'm not sure that they want to, but if they wanted to replace them, that's going to be on them.
Yes, sir. That's been our recommendation and the contract discussions with the school. We in the original, it was parks replacements of our restrooms.
Right.
That are either failing or need to be replaced, or a new one in a regional park.
And what's totally city-owned.
City-owned.
Those restrooms are going to be either repaired or replaced.
Yes.
But the ones that are in the school parks.
That's up to the
That's
school.
AISD, and that's going to be up to them.
We would just be proposing, since it was originally our asset, we would tear it down, but if they wanted another one in, they would need
They would then have to pay for it. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any other feedback or questions on general fund? Okay. So the 13 million for water and sewer, it's a very short list because it allows that flexibility for Donnie has a list of 13 million as of today that they might put that toward, but depending on how the next few months play out and what their priorities shift, this allows the flexibility to build those projects, bring them to council, and get approval come contract time. So, any questions on that one? Okay. Solid waste, $3 million to allocate. We've got those citizen convenience centers that would replace putting them at the libraries and the parks, which will clean up those areas because we have gotten quite a few more complaints about how things are left to the side and it's just spilling over. So we hope that will help address that. Continuation of the dumpster replacement program, the E&I account, and then the additional landfill engineering services contract. I believe that's for the gas monitoring and some of the changes.
Yeah, gas, permitting, anything else that that's continual every year that we.
Yep. And then moving on to drainage utility, it's just a purchase of a new street sweeper for that new FTE that's proposed on the recurring side of the proposal. As far as Civic Center goes, on the second page, had 1.9 million to allocate. There are two projects that are being proposed to be covered by Venue District. That's the asphalt replacement for the administration lot and new sound component upgrades to the GNC and the auditorium. Then we've got the rest allocated toward chair replacement, Civic Center ice plant repairs, which is more of a recurring, having available funds to repair it throughout the year. New Coliseum sound system, and then a new one that's been added for the remainder that was available is Coliseum seating upgrades. That's a new proposal that we discussed in our one-on-ones from Christopher as far as adding some additional seat and freeing up some available space there. And then the last one on the list is our airport fund. They had 5.7 million available. The upper half is related to grant match for those projects. The bottom half that doesn't have grant match listed would be airport revenue funds. We are still reviewing some possibilities for this one. When it comes to our simulator, we've had some timing when it comes to the FTA grants that right now we've just been funded to get the simulator itself, but not the civil construction side. We may have some opportunities to go ahead and fund the civil construction so we can go ahead and get that training system off the ground instead of waiting a couple more years to get that project done. Where it would most likely come from is a portion of the preferred canopies and taking the $510,000 that hasn't been allocated. But we're still crunching those numbers and seeing what opportunities we have there. So otherwise, it's a carpet replacement, mowing tractor, UTV, airport capital E&I program, $140,000, and then just various equipment. And then there's that Albers grant that we've discussed with y'all recently for $300,000 is included in this list as well. All right, so that covers the CIP piece. I think next we were going to also talk about the debt that's rolling off, and then we can visit about what's in the CIP as far as debt recommendations and make sure we're heading down the right path. The utility side, that's one where you have to set rates October 1. When you're talking streets and the fire apparatus, we still got more time because you'd be issuing that in the spring for tax rate to come the following year. So. Okay, we will wait on pulling those slides up. I'll just give a refresher on which ones are proposed for debt. We've got $6.2 million for new fire trucks for the next cycle. That one is pretty much doesn't really have an impact on your rate. We started that cycle and it continues to build in with just minor fluctuation. It's community investment program year one by funding source. It's got blue shades to it. No, that's the airport specific one. There should be one more larger, 11 by 17. Yeah, it was from earlier. It wasn't from today. It was from last meeting. Community investment program year one by funding source. Yes, that one. So you've got $6.2 million for the fire trucks. We've got $42,500,000 proposed for streets. That includes a larger amount to accommodate potentially 2 annual RTO reconstructions in Osage and Coulter, and then the continuation of this $12.5 million for the summer maintenance program for resurfacing. And then we've got the $60 million TWDB loan for the wastewater plant project, and the drainage bonds of $9.5 million that go with the corresponding Osage and Coulter Street projects. So I will let Lola speak to the debt rolling off, or Katrina, one of the two. That is just on the screen. She's going to make it a little bit bigger.
Thank you. We'd like to give you a brief overview of the effects of maturing debt on our INS tax rates. We have also asked our financial advisors to provide this information and factor in the effect of the debt issuances proposed for the FY 2026-2027 budget. So in FY 2026-2027, we have 3 debt maturities, which include the Series 2017 GEO debt, the Series 2020 tax note, and the Series 2022 tax note for the City Hall. The total debt maturing, which will come off our roll, is $4.9 million. And the INS rate is estimated to reduce by 0.029350 in 2027-2028. So next, for 2028-2029, we have the Series 2022B Workday ERP debt of $1.8 million maturing. And as such, the INS rate is estimated to reduce by 0.01150 for fiscal year 2029-2030. So finally, for 2029-2030, the Series 2010 CO debt of $387,791 will mature, and the INS rate is estimated to reduce by 0.02320 for FY 2030-2031.
I'd also like to add, we won't have anything else mature until 2037.
And some of the benefit from these, we had a couple in there that were just 7-year notes, like City Hall, it was 7-year. That's why that rolled off so quickly. Yes, sir. The whole list is in the back of debt service.
Speaking of City Hall, I didn't see in the budget anywhere for the old one.
It's in our current CIP, so it's not a new project. We are still working on that.
Okay.
So we have current rate right now as proposed is what with these additional borrowed monies? Just general fund INS.
For the proposed for this current year, 0.10134 is an interesting sinking rate. 0.10134.
So project that to 28, comes down to 8 cents or 7 cents.
7 cents, without the additional debt we're proposing for FY 26-27.
What will that equate to with the proposed additional debt in 27?
So our financial advisors, we've asked them to run the numbers for us for the debt, and we'll hear from them.
Yeah, we haven't
next
received
year.
them yet, so we will have to follow back up with you on what impact that will have.
And so the overall goal will be, I think probably at our next meeting, probably the 25th, whenever we meet, is to present to you what the two streets, the arterial, respect to what that would look like in a debt rate as compared to that. So I think that's what the council is hoping to compare is if we did the two street reconstructions plus our 12.5 annual we're trying to do, how does that fit within what's going off? Is there a plus, minus, is break even? So that's what we're hoping to bring back to you.
Do you remember, Donnie, because I know the rate, the borrowing power per penny changed a little bit depending on was that a 7-year asset or a 10-year asset, right? So do you remember for every penny in that INS rate, we were able to borrow, was it 12 or 14 million?
I do not remember that number.
Okay.
It's less now because the interest rate went up. I think we're closer to like just under $1 million, I think.
Or 10 million
I mean, 10
per
million.
penny?
Yeah.
So
we'll get that back to you. Then the financial advisors, they'll give you hard numbers for that.
So before we vote on this in September, we would know debt roll-off is going to equate to, say, almost 3 pennies. That's going to give you a debt capacity of $40 million. You wouldn't effectively adjust the rate.
Could we just keep our rate the same and do 40 million projects? Yes, we'll get that answer.
That's going to be for the 27-28 fiscal year.
Yes.
So, I mean, we're budgeting for 26-27. So
But you have to have it in your CIP, so you need to know at least an idea. But and the decision will be made February of next year. You could issue the 40 million, you could issue less. So you'll have that comfort level of knowing how that tax rate looks.
That's great. Thank you.
And then as far as the drainage and the water and sewer, we can kind of shift and bring up the fee schedule because there are fees built that would go into effect October 1 to be able to support those debt issuances. Stephanie will pull those up.
So I guess over the course of the next 3 budgets, or 2 budgets, I guess, well, 3, we're picking up about 4 cents.
Right, that's correct.
And then, but even with that, I guess next year will be the biggest at about 3 cents. But at a penny for 10 million, 12 million, it doesn't really matter. If it's somewhere between 30 and 36 million, that doesn't even pay for Coulter and Osage.
Again, you're taking that debt for the payments themselves. So yeah, we'll run those numbers and figure out how much do those pennies get you in debt. So yeah, I'm not going to promise today that what's rolling off will cover those projects. We don't know, but we'll get that back to you.
Okay.
But it may reduce it to where you're typically used to raising it for the 20 million. Maybe it's less than what you would have raised for the original 20 is a hope. So this chart here shows which side's operating. So we've got operating for water and sewer at 8%, and then debt service for TWDB is also an additional 3% on the rates with the associated revenue to cover those payments. And then drainage operating at the bottom. So you got water and sewer side of the rate, and then drainage at 5% for the bond at $478,000 revenue.
So timing on that, I mean, if you're not issuing that debt and it's not coming to you for a while, are you proposing the rate changes as of October 1?
Yes, just because of the way the enterprise funds work, they want to see the rate built in before. It's reverse of the property tax. You have to show you have the capacity to issue the debt ahead of time.
Questions, council, on those numbers? Do we have a slide for our average water user impact?
I don't think we have that. We can get that, though.
Can we guess at it if we don't have one? I would like to propose a billing structure change. The people that are going to be the most impacted by that are the ones that are the most conservative water users. So Grayson, you and I had a gentleman that contacted us. It was $2.74 was the difference in our overcharge. So to explain it, your sewer is billed in according with your water usage, because the thought is you're running that water through the household and then it's going through those pipes which age, and we need a built-in cost recovery so we can replace all that infrastructure one day, right? Well, it's also calculated different for irrigation. So if you have an irrigation meter, you're just paying for the water you use to irrigate. You're not getting charged the sewer charge. So we have a policy that allows for a winter usage average to be billable for the sewer cost. And he had been billed dollar for dollar in the summertime, which he was rightly saying, hey, that water never ran through your pipes, so I shouldn't be billed that sewer cost. And so I think, did we make an adjustment for him probably?
Yes, in his situation, he was, I've never seen this in my career, honestly. He was so frugal that it didn't even register for our rates during the winter months. And so we start setting the winter average at 1,000 or more. He used below that. And so on the software, it showed like a blank. And so to the software, to the staff, is like, he's a new account. So we're going to apply the new account rate until we have a winter average. Well, he was just such a low user, it was actually zero. So we corrected that for him. I think he's more of an anomaly than anything else. So good for him. We don't have a lot of users that low in usage.
Yeah, and I think that if we were looking at rate changes, do we have a way, or what would staff recommend? If we have individuals that are that frugal, they're either that much of a water conservationist, or they are that frugal on their budget and they're that tight on that household income. Do we have a way to hold those minimums to where your rate doesn't change on your minimum, your rate changes on your usage? So there's people like me that, we use 40,000 gallons to run the household, right? We're nowhere near the 3,000 minimum. So whatever that minimum cost is to purchase that service, the only time I see that is on construction projects where I didn't use 10 gallons of water, I still had to pay the minimum, you know, it's $80 or whatever. So I am thinking okay, we want to raise the fee 5%. And so the majority of our users are well above the minimums. But then when we take that minimum user who uses 500 gallons instead of 50,000, and we're increasing that cost, it may be like that gentleman, it was an issue of principle much more than it was the dollar value. So do we have a way to freeze, much like we freeze property taxes, you know, to freeze some minimums and not apply that increase?
Well, I think these are actually excellent questions as we part of our rate study. And so again, I think as the council is aware, we are doing a rate study with Chris Eckert via Nugent Consulting. He has given us advisement on fee increases as he finalizes numbers. So I think that's going to be addressed. I know working with him in Paris, he will come back. My understanding is he's going to come back with a rate structure that impacts your lowest, your highest, your middle, your commercial, your retail, your residential, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So
when will that be?
He's planning on this fall. He wants to let these new meters have more data, because in his view, we've not had enough data to see how this is going to play out when it comes to the better usage we've been seeing through the new meters. So he pushed back he requested push back his deadline from like this last May to this fall to give us better data, because the meters are registering better, but at the same time we don't know if that's going to be a long-term thing or not. So he's coming back this fall or winter with that information, but he advised us that we do need to start moving that increment up. He advised between 5 and 8. He pushed 8% is what he recommended, because we know with the treatment plant, we're going to go well beyond that. And we want to start acclimating our residents towards that. But then when he does his rate study, that should address a lot of your questions for the really frugal to the less frugal individuals. And I can relay all of this to him, so he's mindful of looking for some kind of options when it comes to the very frugal users on sewer side.
So we're having good discussions about like no new revenue rate and what does that save the owner and or property owner, and sometimes it's not material, and like that's only $5 a month, or that's only, you know, $60 a year. But then when you look at these rates, these impacts are much quicker and usually to a bigger degree. So in trying to prioritize, you know, that example of that single mom with 3 kids, and her budget is spent before she packs the first lunch, right? I would much rather push towards like rate adjustments as we get through the year, if we see those studies coming back where they're not as good. But right now, we're hopeful to see the continued increase in usage, whether that's metering or just growth of the city. I mean, we were 9% up is what he had last time, and so you could see 9% increase in sales, right, coming in. Plus, I think we could, if we wanted to stick, we've done 5% every year for 5 years now. You know, if we wanted to consider a 5% increase to just stay in line with, we don't ever want to hit our public with 20% increase in 1 year. But let's build ourselves into it. What I heard him say was with the Crimois 2 and a reasonable expected amount within phase 1 of wastewater treatment, he was saying 8.5% would cover both of those. And
yeah, he said it was an initial estimate of needed 3.7% overall would be needed for year over year for this next year. And so again, we're going to have more going beyond that point as well.
So, Council, could we look at, and Grayson, you tell me if this is a good plan, because I don't, I know with our ability to borrow, say $60 million in order to get that first tranche of things moving and then keep everything else moving, you know, our rates are going to justify that as is right now. But then with additional monies that you're trying to borrow and big projects, could we look at a 5% rate increase in, say, October 1, which would be this budget consideration? Then you guys bring it back with Chris Eckroot, and we get those data so that we know, okay, we don't need to move it anymore, or we do need to move it that other 3%. We can do that, you know, end of year, mid-year, whatever that would look like. you and I both know as soon as we increase it 8%, it's going to stay at 8. I don't think we're ever going to come back and say, well, let's reduce that down to 5.
No, it's going up from there with the treatment plant projects for sure.
Okay. So could we look at you're wanting to walk us into this incrementally. Could we look at a rate adjustment after we get that data? So we would just consider for these purposes here in this meeting for budget, 5% increase.
It's up to the council. We've recommended 8 as drafted in the budget, but if the council requests 5, we can do 5. We just need to back that out, the 3%, back that out of our budget and bring it back to you at the next meeting.
Well, I would say this is, when we had our property tax discussion, I say this is a little bit different because at the end of the day, we have no option but to build a wastewater treatment plant. And it's got to be paid for.
And Cremwell too.
And Cremwell too. So, but I mean, we could say 5, but it's going to take multiple we may save now, but it's not going to change how much we're going to pay overall for Cremwell and that. I mean, it's going to take multiple rate changes to be able to do that. So I understand that, but at the end of the day, whether we raise at 5 or 8 is not going to be enough. It's going to take continued increases to be able to pay for the wastewater treatment plant and that. And I guess we're using 8% as I understand, it's going to take some significant increases for us to generate enough revenue to pay off for these 2 projects.
Yes.
And that 8% is also for one-time capital projects in water and sewer right now. So, we have identified this year just alone $65 million in needs. So that 13 doesn't even come close to that.
So we're not socking this money away, like
No.
you just said. We're going to take a rate increase. We're not putting it up in the wastewater treatment plant piggy bank.
It's the same thing that we did last year, and last year's was $10 million, and we've almost spent all of that just on emergency, a lot of it on emergency purchases, but things that we needed. You have lift stations, pump stations, overhead storage tanks, distribution lines, main transmission lines, the well field, all those things that are built into our CIP 5-year plan, and even in the 1-year plan is very significant amount of money.
So we're taking the rate increase for the wastewater treatment plant.
Eventually.
We're getting ourselves prepared for
Ready
that.
for it.
We're using it today because I don't need the money today for the plant. We know we're getting there, so we're getting our citizens acclimated for that ultimate rate, but we're putting the money to work on other projects we need done today. Cremwell's doing the same thing, and so they're charging their member cities increasing amounts, and then when they actually do the project, we're already paying that level, but in the meantime, they're putting that money to work on other projects to get other things done.
And remember one of the things we talked about several times too is we do have the existing 2 wastewater treatment plants that we have to continually replace high dollar out, but those have to keep running for the next 6 years, 5 years while we build this out. So that's a lot of the one-time expenses we'll use that for each and every year that'll build into that rate for wastewater treatment plant construction later. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess we could do that in every department, actually. I mean, if we had a way to capture money, if streets, we'd say, well, we'll bring up street fee.
I didn't say it.
But I mean, it's everything, right? I mean, we have this endless need of aging infrastructure, and so we're taking this rate increase. I mean,
Well, I know it's probably a good time to insert this. I know there's been a lot of comments about that our utilities fund is very healthy. And really, when I look at the 5-year CIP list, and it's not once, every bit of it is needs, and it's close to $500 million, and we have $13 million we're putting toward it. That's not healthy.
Right.
Not at all. It's not even close to being healthy. So, I mean, if we could get $60 million this year, that's what we need right now, that we think we're going to have projects this year that we would have to use in all those different categories I was telling you about, all utilities. So. There's a lot of things that are a lot of moving pieces that keep that utility running, and we have to keep it all functioning. So.
Do we have the capacity when we do get this revenue? Do we have the capacity to do the projects?
Say that again.
Talking about personnel, engineering,
personnel.
time.
Yeah. Do we have, because there's a certain point where we may have the money, but we don't have the manpower, or even contractually, we go get other people. Do we have the ability to use that money?
Yes, and I'll use the example from what we're doing in this current year. Last year was the first time that when we went into the budget process, that we set aside $10 million just as an E&I CIP, so that utilities would have the ability to analyze each and every project as they came up. And we've had that happen multiple times since then, and they have said this is the best way to do this, because now, and to our CIP process as well, they have this one project account that has the money in it. We take that, transfer it into a project, bring it to you, bring it to the CIP Oversight Committee, so everybody gets a look at the projects that we're doing each and every time that we do it. But it gives us a great flexibility to address the bleeding piece of the system that needs to be addressed. In fact, we're dealing with one right now as we speak, that we started working on a week ago. 2 weeks ago, we had another one we're working on. We have the blowers at the wastewater treatment plant. It's something each and every day. Do we have the capacity to do that? We have contractors, we have engineers. That's what all that money is being spent on.
Okay, thank you.
The recommended 8% by Crimois, is that what it is?
No, from our consultant, Nugent Consulting.
Okay, they recommended the 8%.
Yes.
What rate is Crimois going up and charging the cities?
So our portion is $5 million in the budget for this year. And so every city, there's 13 or 11 of us.
11.
There's 11. Every city is based off our size and our well, it's not our size. It's based off our proportion of the water allocations. Us and Lubbock are the two biggest, so we have the two largest shares. So we're being charged the most because we're the biggest.
Okay, but our charge is about $5 million.
Yes, yeah, and that's in your budget.
All right, Councilman Simpson, help me on this one. So, we're waiting on a rate study to come back that'll really help us. You were on council when we talked about having an additional tier. I think on the commercial side, commercial is just 2 tiers, right? And so, I'm just thinking about the ground that's gained in consideration for what looks like small amounts of money sometimes to some people in property taxes or homeowners insurance, but then like water bill is a big deal for some people. So. I'm just thinking in the way in which we put a rate in, can we put a freeze on those minimums and those minimum users? Can we have a tier adjustment? Is that a PUC issue?
So walk me through again what your thoughts are when it comes to a freeze. Are you talking about the base charge, about the rate? What are you asking for a freeze? Mm-hmm. What's this?
I'm just looking for those frugal users that are already spending less or using less gallons than what the base.
I think it's a situation with the one gentleman, he's going to charge 0. He's going to charge a base charge, which we got to charge that because we have fixed costs, whether he uses 1 gallon or not. The service is still being provided to him, whether he uses it or not. But the variable rate, my understanding in like his situation, I think he's getting charged nothing because he didn't use enough for that. So, now, the council, you can set policy on rates. I mean, like for example, we have a policy right now that says we have capped the amount of sewage to 20,000 gallons. And so if you use 22,000, we're capping it at 20. So you can set policy like that.
Councilman is telling me like conservation rebate, right? Conservation bonus, like work with us there and help us work something in there. So okay. I think with what you're communicating very accurately, right? You don't have to look very deep in your folder to see an immense amount of money and needs in aging infrastructure and things that we've all said we would have loved if they had tackled this 20 years ago. That's not our condition, right? So we're taking this on, we're doing all this. We as users, we understand we've got to pay for it, right? Business users especially. Some people are buying this from us and reselling it at a profit, right? That's their part of their entity. So in all of that to say, like, I'm just trying to carve out the best stewardship program that I can for water conservation.
Yeah.
Now, that can be because some people are financially motivated and other people are passionate about water. But either way, I want to see if I can reduce the minimum rate.
Sure.
And we could do that through a water conservation
Yeah, we can
rebate.
work on that. If you give us some time, we can work with Chris Eckert on that because I know this is their experience, and we can work towards bring some back to you for that. And then that will impact those. Even if we do it at 8%, you can still change the rate for these individuals through that effort as well.
Well, and I didn't know if it was allowed to be a scalable. So, if we said you use less than 3,000 gallons a month, that's just a base fee. You don't get charged per gallon, right? That's what we say. So maybe we have a water rebate down there, but then if it goes 3 to 10,000, when I say freeze, I'm saying, well, we didn't increase the 3,000 to 10,000 gallon usage fee, right? But then that would assume that most of our users are over the 10,000 gallon rate, and you could factor that with Chris's increase, and that 8% at that point that's passed on to the rest of the users is going to bring in the amount of revenues you need for that capacity.
Yeah, I think what we can do is we can regroup with billing and look at get ready for a discussion item with council at a future meeting. And I think we can have a more robust conversation once we've had some time to think about the conservation opportunities there. And we'll be happy to bring that back to y'all. So
I appreciate the help, Councilman. That's a good term. Sorry, I tapped on your shoulder. I didn't need you. Turn your green light off.
Well, that's okay. I mean, I think we already have the biggest conservation tool there can be right now. I mean, the more you use, the more you pay. I mean, it's a pretty good motivator to get people to conserve. So,
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, I'm glad to look at it. I just think, I think we do. I mean, right now, the more you use water through the system, the more you pay, and as it goes up, the more you pay. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yep.
So, I mean, there are already rewards for people who are not going to use that. But I think we've already got a good system that, says, and then if it goes up the 8%, the more you use, the more you're going to help us on building our wastewater treatment plant. And right now, if you don't use a whole lot, you're able to save on it. So.
Okay, thank you for bringing that back. So for consideration right now, this is what you guys are proposing. We'll get that information back with that request of here's what we would recommend from staff if this is the goal. And then we're not going to have ECRUT's study in time for these rates.
I'm afraid not.
Okay,
So,
so your recommendation would stay the same,
Yeah,
not to do a rate adjustment.
Yeah, his recommendation was what he said here was, I strongly recommend that the city continue to consider the 8% increase given the cost increases that we know are coming. Then he goes on from there, so. Yeah.
Okay. Anything further, gentlemen? What other rate adjustments did we have?
So you've
Fee
got
adjustments.
the solid waste collection, 3%, and then the tipping fees, 24%. And then you got some various throughout just general fund departments of the cost recovery fee adjustments.
Let's talk tipping fees. I don't know who termed it that. That's the hardest thing to communicate to people that aren't familiar with solid waste. So you've got providers that are out there that are hauling trash for people. And that's where that's going to hit home the most, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you have the rest of the community that's just paying for trash. And that's where that'll factor in.
Correct.
Okay. What does that look like on your average user, that 24% increase?
Well, average user is really difficult to, everybody brings a different style of load out there every time they come out there. It's basically about $10. Am I right, Alan? $10 per ton?
Yeah, if you look on page 24 of your books, you can see the breakdown of the various line items of options. Because there's kind of the base fee, and then there's difference based on cubic yards, whether it's automobile related, special handling, tire fees. So it's not all just one type.
A lot of variables.
So landfill fee, like per ton, minimum, whatever the load is, your current fee is $39 and you're going to go to $49 with this 24% increase, right?
Correct.
And so my bill as a construction company, when I pay the trash hauling service per load, right, my bill goes up for that one load, $20 in additional fee charges, right?
If you took 2 tons.
Yeah, probably an average load, 2 tons. What is the homeowner who's paying to have that container emptied out in front of their house, like just the cart, right? What does that equate over to that?
That's a different fee. That's on page 23.
Yeah, that's on the other side.
So I'm misunderstanding. I was asking if that fee at the landfill filters all the way through
Oh, no,
to
it does
the.
not. It's separate.
So it does not filter to residential.
No.
Separate fee structure.
This is your gate fee, your tipping fee when you weigh in at the landfill, how many tons you have in your
So
vehicle.
what about our commercial users on solid waste? That 24% is not factoring into their total bill. You're just raising that 3%.
Just the tipping fee, yeah, when they go to the landfill.
Okay. Yeah, I misunderstood that. I thought that the tipping fee would be an increased cost for
No.
the other services.
Yeah, this is just, apologize for that. Yeah, this is just when they roll up to the scales, they weigh in, weigh out, you pay per ton.
Yeah, it's the residential 3%. It's the carts
Yeah.
and the dumpster pickup in the alleys.
And you said that that's getting us closer to competitive because
Yes.
That puts us.
everybody else has been taking you said like $5 to $8 increase year over year. We haven't.
Correct.
Okay.
In the numbers that we looked at, we were about $10 short compared to competition. And I say competition, they're not competitors. It's just what people are charging at other landfills. We even looked down south at the Tazewell landfill, which is a big multi-state landfill and all that. We're way off the mark of what they're charging. So, again, we've been pretty conservative in rate increases on our tipping fee over the years. $1.50 here, $1.50 there. This puts us more in line with that. We also think, too, that we have to be really careful with our rate increases, and we've looked at this over the years, too. We don't want to become so high that we start losing customers. We still have costs of doing business. We have to keep the same amount of people, same amount of equipment, same permit operating. But we want to be also in line with what it costs to do business. And I think not only looking at those rates, but also looking internally at our operations and saying, what does it cost us to do business, which is a pretty large calculation. But, if the bigger landfills that are doing this, that are through some of the larger landfill companies are operating that way, it's probably been calculated as right.
Anything else on solid waste? Can I ask a favor for, it may be environmental health. Yeah, I think it is. Foster care adoption families, we've been approached a couple times. There's a fee that's charged. So when a family says we'd like to apply to be a foster home, they need a service from us. And so in Lubbock and other cities, there's no fee for that inspection. And this would be very, very rarely done. I don't know how many times per year, but it's just something where I think we were charging $100, and we were asked, could you lower it to like 60? But my request would be just not to charge for that. And so is that something we could do? And do you guys remember?
Was that fire marshal? I thought it was both.
I think it's fire marshal.
We'd already addressed fire marshal, but environmental health still had their piece of it.
Yeah, we can look at that.
Fire marshal was good to waive the fee. Was that right?
Yes, and we'll bring that back, and we can show that impact and how we cover it. As part of we're looking at revenues and expenses before we get this to September.
Well, I don't know how many inspections they would perform per year for this need.
It's minimal.
But let's assume it's 10 for a year.
Yeah.
And so even if we were charging them $60, you're talking about a $600 revenue issue. And that speaks a lot to community. And I think, when you have communities that are helping community like that, and then they're paying for a fee, I don't even think it's the cost as much as it is they just feel like it's a nickel and dime. So can we, if we could move
we'll follow up on that.
for that, and then the other cost recovery fees, is the Vector program in there?
No.
Yes.
The Vector program?
No, it's elimination of exemption for fee for a property's third recreational water permit. So there's an increase proposed there, an annual permit fee for recreational water units that operate year-round. So it's splitting out the public pool permits for a net increase of $9,100.
So we're going to charge the pool operators more. So this is hotels.
Yes, the annual permit fee for water that operates year-round, I think that would fall under hotels.
So your hoteliers, how much are we raising that fee?
The increased fee it'd be from $500 to $625.
Just for the annual inspection?
For a total of $125 increase.
what are we gaining in cost recovery over there? Like, we're running that department negative $9,000 per year right now?
We
No,
probably need Anthony to
No,
give you the
it's,
details.
if, without the vector fee, we're still under by a fair amount. And so the vector fee would have been what got us almost to break even, which was a significant amount of money. Again, what we tasked all the departments was looking at each of their individual programs. Even though they may not get totally cost recovery as a department, we're trying to get the program's cost recovery, which helps the bigger purpose. This was one of those ones that they came back with, hey, our cost to do these pool inspections is X. If I charge this program is now cost recovery. Again, trying to meet the overall goal of cost recovery across the board, like golf or tennis or animal management had a few things. So, yeah.
Okay. Do we have other departments that have increases that aren't listed here?
We had some that we decided were not worth pursuing.
Yeah, this has all fire marshal, fire department, planning, animal management, city marshal.
I think library's down there, but it was a couple $1,000 or so. I think they did some printer cost fees, but.
Okay. All right, well, I appreciate the consideration for the foster care homes. Anything else, gentlemen? What else you have, Mr. Freeman?
I think that was all on our list, just whatever else y'all wanted to cover today. Hot tax, so we want to touch on hot tax real quick, so we can pull up that spreadsheet, Stephanie.
You want me to start?
Yeah, either way, so what we've got pulled up on the screen is the history of the net hot subsidy that goes to the Civic Center. So they bring in a certain amount of revenue, and the remainder is covered by hot tax collections from the 3.5% of the 7% we collect in hot is allocated to the Civic Center for debt and M&O side.
Yeah, I know Councilman Simpson had a few questions, but I didn't, wasn't necessarily asking you to lead us into that. But if you're good to talk to it, that's fine. I was just going to see what the numbers came back as because we had requested.
Yeah. Well, no, the reason why I wanted to bring this up, and there will be a reason, and it'll circle back around in a minute. But, as we kind of go through this budget, we talked about property taxes, we talked about sales taxes, I would think that we agree as a group and organization, both elected and our city officials, that property tax is going to be something that may not be as much of a resource or tool, depending, but that sales tax is where we've seen a lot of success. And to me, sales tax is the future of funding our city operation. I mean, if anybody wants to disagree with that, then that'd be fine. But I think, and two, relying on property tax, sales tax is a choice tax for people that can choose or to buy or not buy things. But my point is, and thinking about this and looking at this, if we believe that that's where we can help pay for the type of growth that we need to fund, as Councilman Prescott talked about, keeping up with it, the property taxes more and more are probably not going to be a way for a tool to use to keep up or to make up ground. That sales tax, I think, is going to be a way that we can do it. Now, as opposed to the property tax, we don't have a property over we don't have control over the value of the property, but we do control the rate, and that determines it to a certain point. So as I think about this, and I'll get back to why I wanted to talk about the Civic Center and the hot tax as a whole, and to me it's almost like, should it be a pillar or part of a pillar that we need to do everything that we can to increase our sales tax? And there's a couple of ways that we can do that. We can grow population, we can grow business and tax base. I see the EDC as a tool to be able to use that and making sure that we're already investing in that and making sure that they're successful and setting them up for the success. But the other part is tourism and the attracting people to come to this area that would not otherwise come, are being able to do things to be able to grow our sales tax base and our hot tax base. But Andrew, walk me through one more time. When we get $1 of hot tax, and just so I can keep up, how is that divvied up?
Yeah, so of the 7% tax rate of hot, it basically is split down the middle between Civic Center needs and CVB needs. CVB uses it for their general operations, they use it for marketing, and then they have an activity fund that is basically incentives for the activity. And then most recently, they've also started contributing a portion of debt service for our most recent Hodgetown improvement. And then the other half goes to the Civic Center, M&O, and debt and capital expenses.
Yeah. And now referring back to the hot tax subsidy that we receive each year, I mean, that's anywhere from, I mean, it's kind of, at one point it's been $1 million, in 2021 it's been $2.3 million, and it's even the last several years. But so how does that work? Are we getting that each month, or how do we receive the money to subsidize the Civic Center?
So yeah, we collect the hot tax gets collected every month, similar to sales tax, and I think we're projecting in the new year $10.7 million. So it comes out of that annual allocation of hot tax. So if their subsidy this year is $2 million, it would come from that $10 million in collections, plus the revenue that they bring in, which is projected for the end of this year around $3 million. So they're covering $3 million, hot tax is covering $2 million, that comes out of the up to $10 million in collections of hot tax.
And so I guess what I'm looking at is when we're looking in the investment of hot tax money, when we're able to invest it in the Convention and Visitors Bureau, they're actively looking to create new revenue, to bring people here that would not otherwise come here, that would generate sales tax and hot tax.
Yes, sir.
So there's a multiplier effect on that. My question is, I mean, when we look at the subsidies on the Civic Center, when we see really static revenue, I mean, it seems like we're investing in something, not that we shouldn't have a Civic Center, but we're taking money away, I guess, theoretically from the Convention and Visitors Bureau, or they don't have as much to spend on promoting this area to generate that new hot tax and sales tax, because we're having to use it to subsidize the Civic Center.
Sure. Yeah, and I would say, so they've always split it down the middle. What you could say we took away from is they started contributing to the debt service side. So that ate into their opportunity to market. But otherwise, it was always an even split, 50-50. It's just how they've spent their 50% has changed the last few years.
So I guess my desire would be, I mean, how can we, if we figured out either how to increase revenue or reduce expenses, does that free up more money to use that hot tax in other ways?
Yes, it could. Yeah, it could either be marketing, or it could be that is also what contributes to their CIP. So that's that excess one-time money in a year that goes to the next year's CIP.
So I guess we have, in one area, we have hot tax that is used to generate more sales tax and hot tax. Mm-hmm. With what we're doing now in subsidizing the Civic Center, we're not growing, because I don't see any revenue. I mean, we're just kind of sustaining. I mean, it's not creating new revenue for us.
Right.
It's basically sustaining the Civic Center operation.
Yes.
And this isn't a discussion about the Civic Center, the building, or the operation of it. I'm just saying, you know, I would hope that we would be able to look at this and focus on, and I don't know what the solution is. I know we hired somebody to increase revenue, but it kind of seems like an unsustainable business model if we're kind of having to continue to support the operation. If, you know, and I know you've got some 25, 26 numbers.
We're still reviewing those.
Okay, that may,
yes,
so we don't need to get that, you know, to that today. But I just think when I think of the availability of hot tax money and looking at the Civic Center, if there's a way that we can free up more of that money to, I see it preserving a certain amount of business, but I don't know how much this hot tax is going to actually bringing new people into the area. Maybe it's keeping existing people here, and that's great. But, you know, the more money that we could free up, I think, in the operation of the Civic Center both on the revenue and expense side, if that could free up more money. I was really kind of shocked. I think the Convention and Visitors Bureau spends about $647,000 a year on advertising. I was kind of thought that would be pretty low. That the more money that we could spend on that, the more that we would be able to attract and increase that hot tax and revenue. So I don't know, and we don't have to talk about it today, but I'd really like to see a target where we're freeing up more money to be able to invest in the promotion of the area and giving to CVB to generate new sales tax and new hot tax revenue in whatever way that we can.
And I've got a meeting actually with Cashin here in the next couple of weeks, so I'll start that conversation too and kind of get her thoughts. But yeah, we can absolutely review.
And, I know I know we've hired somebody but I just whatever we can do to, I think, be able to do that. I mean, the Civic Center, I think, is in some shape, form, or fashion, although we've kind of shied away with it, is going to have to be a conversation that we have at some point, not only the operation part of it, but again, what are we going to do longer term? But in the immediate term, the more money that we could free up, I would think hoteliers and people in this area would celebrate the amount, having more money to be able to promote the area and getting a bigger bang for the buck on that.
Absolutely.
Maybe we issue more debt, increase that INS. Just kidding.
That was Councilmember Tips.
No, you're exactly correct. And I think we've got a good start. Like you said, we hired that new guy. I think Chris, you call him sales manager. We call him a promoter, but that's not what you call him. And I think with Chris taking over there, I think the mentality has changed a little bit. I think Bo was a phenomenal facilities manager. He's very gifted in that. I think Chris has he's shared a vision on what the Civic Center is going to look like or what he wants, given the same facilities, but also to your point, to get the pavilion used, like that food trailer we bought a few years ago, like Sherlin wanted to so bad. So it's too bad he's not here. But all of those, I think we've got to get those venues going, because you're right. I think putting a Band-Aid on it doesn't help a lot, but I think with our new hire and with Chris's leadership, I think that we're going to see a significant change in the revenue. But I agree with you. I think we've got to change. I think the figure may be wrong, but with CVB, for every dollar we give them, they turn it into 7. Isn't that's kind of the ratio? So you're exactly correct. It's crazy. Would love for them to get more money. And I think you're right. If we can stop this subsidy, it would be great, but we've got to keep it. It's one of those things of, what do we do? Because it's going to be significant to do anything that's going to make a dent in that.
Yeah, and at this point, it's a balancing act of how much you can charge based on the condition of the facility.
Exactly.
And all those things. So, yeah, we'll keep working on that.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further on that one? We've got just a few minutes, and we do have Chris here. I hate to mention and talk about Civic Center and all of that and not give him just a few minutes to talk about the vision and a few plans. So we've said a lot about, we need to do more with what we have. We need to stretch. And so that's a gentleman who's already doing that. So he's got some good things in line, and we don't need an in-depth deal, but I just want to give you the microphone real quick and let you kind of pitch it.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to kind of speak to that. Councilman Simpson, I want you to know I completely agree with everything you said, 100%. The Civic Center, in my tenure there, we have basically had a mentality of operating, keeping costs low, focusing on cost management, and just operating the Civic Center more as a facilitator more than looking at driving revenues or looking at ways to expand. There's been lots of talk during the entire almost decade. We talked about the expansion and that needs assessment that went through. There was a lot of reservation about, we really don't want to put this investment here or make this change here because we may have this big new Civic Center. So there was a lot of time spent just waiting. And I think that created, kind of a habit that we just kind of fell into that facilitation and just let's operate and see what happens. we have to completely change that ideology. We have to look at revenue drivers. We have to look at enhancing the guest experience. There's a lot we can do without spending a dime, and I expressed that to all y'all when we met in our one-on-ones. But I will say, you know, the subsidies that the hot tax gives us, it does give us the ability to stay off the general fund. That is something that is important. And one of the things we always have to remember is we are a civic center. We're not a corporate venue. Corporate venues are designed to be profitable. They run very, very differently than we operate. We operate, our business model is to run in the red. So that way we can offer cheaper services, we can sponsor nonprofits. The amount of sponsorships and subsidies that we offer our community is quite significant. If you completely removed those, we would significantly increase our revenues. But those are things that we want to be able to continue to do for our community because we are a community center. So if, you know, you'd have to really look at changing the model to really significantly look at that. But we can make revenues increase. I think we absolutely can do that. And we've got a salesperson now. We're going to be looking at generating ad revenue and looking into those things, trying to look at where we can get cost recovery. It is definitely the first thing on my mind. If I am chosen to take over this position, currently sitting as interim, if I am designated the general manager, that is going to be my priority, is making those kind of changes and completely thinking outside the box because we have to do that. But we have to remember the way we're designed to operate, and that's hotel tax subsidy is, you know, is how we operate. But we can get it down, and once we get it down and kind of see what we can do, then we can look at reallocating those funds over to the CVB, because I agree, that's a great place to spend that money. So I just want to let y'all know we are dedicated to that, and we are looking at ways to make that happen. But the real driver for that, and the real driver for revenue, every venue will tell you, is F&B and amenities we no longer have because our facility is antiquated. So the bigger discussion at some point is going to have to be expansion. It doesn't have to be a $300 million expansion. It really doesn't. I think we can be more conservative, more aware of the taxpayer and what they've told us. They've resoundingly told us what they want to see and what they don't want to see. And we can be complicit to that and look at better ways to spend those dollars and go to the taxpayer for some funding. And that is what I am going to be looking at as well.
Do you know, and this is kind of off the cuff, so I'm just asking because I'm just curious, and if you don't have the answer, that's okay. But if you looked at the Ranch Rodeo and the Ag Show combined, do you know how much revenue that is, kind of a ballpark of those two events?
I will say I don't know the Farm and Ranch Show revenue right off the top of my head because I don't look at that as much as I do the WRCA, but we make well over in the neighborhood of $140,000, $150,000 in revenue just off of that one event for 4 days.
All right, thank you.
What do you got, Councilman?
I was just going to say, with those big customers too, the economic impact, not only the revenue that Civic Center makes, but the economic impact to the city.
Yeah, I was going to say, they don't get the benefit of the sales tax they're bringing in.
They don't.
But
Right.
without the Civic Center, WRCA is not having that impact.
Right, but to his point, you know, sales tax is where it's going to be, and that's, I mean, they will revenue that much, but what it does to the city is tremendous.
Well, and, you know, just recently we hosted the AMSA convention, which was the American Meat Science Association convention. They used 7 hotels, over 2,000 night stays, you know, room stays for the night. The CVB did an absolutely fantastic job getting that there, but we were also a big part of that. And we are a part of what the CVB is. But we're no longer really a convention center. You know, if you look at us, at what we call a convention center, and stack it up against other convention centers, the definition no longer really applies. So that's one of the things we need to look at. When I first came to the Civic Center in 2007, we did many more conventions than we do now. The CVB does a great job of bringing us what they can. I think it's a testament to their hard work that we do still get conventions, with the lack of amenities we have. So that is a concern and something we need to look at. But that will be a revenue driver. Also, if we look at bringing catering in-house, that's going to be a game changer.
Can you sell golf balls to the Civic Center? David Prescott thinks that would be a good thing for you to sell over there to kind of do cost recovery. So
Absolutely.
okay, that was a joke, David. I know you weren't serious about that. But again, I think and I understand that it's a civic center, just like the parks are the parks, and we're providing that. But I think what I'd like to see is that same energy and effort that we put in other areas of really focusing, and it just can't be all on revenue because we don't control revenue, but looking at our operations as well to see, are we in line with where we're supposed to be, and, to be able to shrink the gap between the revenue and the expenses as much as we possibly can so that we can cost recover to free up, in this case, would be the hot tax to be able to use in other areas, particularly the ability to promote the area and generate hot tax and sales tax.
To speak to that, I will say, historically over the last decade, I have personally seen year after year of significant cost savings to our budget. We generally come in anywhere from 4 to 6% under budget annually. We've always looked for those savings. Looking forward, I will continue to try to do that, but I think we need to look at some improvements, and that's going to cost money. I want to be real with y'all. I'm not going to sit here and tell you a story. We need to spend some money to try to help those drivers, but hopefully we can keep the expenditures on pace with revenue to create that relief to the subsidies, and that's what the goal is in the end.
So, thank you. Appreciate you stepping in there to just speak to it briefly. We've got a plan in place. There is a strategy, and it's incremental. I think we got to go little by little, but I appreciate the genuineness in just saying, for what it is. So, I think we've covered a lot of ground. We do want to allow for a little additional feedback. Do you have anything else you need to cover?
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm just going to recap once y'all are ready to recap.
Yeah, so council, let me ask you guys for additional feedback. We had mentioned there were a few other things we wanted to tackle today. I think we tackled them. Does anybody have anything else that they would like to cover before we break loose? No? Okay. So to summarize, right, let's see if we can fill in a few gaps here. Now, let's assume that, council chooses to hold taxes flat. So the no new revenue rate is adopted, and we just don't push that up. And then let's assume that you get all of your rate adjustments and fees in line with where they need to be, and you guys have what you have. Let's run the hit list here, the bullet points of what does that get us? How much in pay raises? What does this get to? How much borrowed monies? All that. Can you summarize it that way in kind of the walk away?
Oh, sure. So assuming that, we're looking at basically a 3% allocation to civilians, where it's going to be a combination of cost of living and merit-based pay adjustments for the high performers. There's also a next phase of compensation study to get us more competitive from some of our lower level positions that need to get back into range. There's sworn personnel, 3% raises, police and fire, and then still having the ability to accommodate some recurring requests out of that $19 million that we've discussed from general fund in particular. And then across the funds, utilities is able to make incremental changes to support their regular operations. And then the last piece is continuing to fund one-time capital to invest in all our operational areas across the general fund, utilities, and so forth, moving forward, with some potential debt issuances that we will follow up on to see how we can absorb that tax rate and bring that back to you for further discussion.
And we're also going to, using any current data we have on revenues, scrub those one last time and see if we have any better numbers, more positive numbers to bring back to you as well, and see that helps with the cost, the property tax topic as well.
Yeah, so really, as far as next steps, we're going to scrub our calendar to see what flexibility we have for more time on the notice requirements. We're going to bring you back that debt schedule with the roll-off included, so you can really visualize the property tax debt issuances and the impact of those decisions. We're going to do the tax rate M&O analysis at various levels, so we know what no new revenue, below no new revenue rate, somewhere in between, give you some options so you really know what that dollar impact is. Again, scrubbing the options for revenue and expenses at the different departments, bring those back. And then we will also take that and general fund in particular, bring back some options depending on where y'all might fall. We'll be ready to make adjustments on cuts to accommodate those different levels. And then longer term is those future water rate options that we'll bring back as we continue to work with our consultant.
Real good. Questions from council on anything?
So on the tax rate, as we talk about that, we know that Amarillo grows what, about 2% a year?
Maybe a little less, 1 to 1.5%.
What do we capture in that as tax revenue, that property revenue?
It just depends on timing as the property develops and when it hits the appraisal rolls and how it pencils out in that calculation. This year does seem like we brought less new property value into the equation.
But with that no new tax rate, we could actually see an increase in revenues based on the properties that come on.
Yeah, so you capture all that
during the course of the year.
Yeah, so you get to capture all that up front, and then it's the adjustments on top of that.
Yes, the way the formula works is you get to capture new properties, then you look at the 3.5% calculation. So yeah, you get to capture that part of it. Because I mean, those are new properties. They had to start paying property tax too, like everyone else.
Right.
Okay. Thank you guys for good discussions and for listening. I really appreciate some of the discussions that were in depth, way more so, and some of mine just not even on point, right? Just diligence, trying to figure it out. So I think we've done what we needed to here. I don't think we can close the book and say we're finished. You guys have some things you're bringing back. What we didn't accomplish so far would be maybe a timeline, so we need to set a few expectations.
All right, well, Stephanie has worked on that, and so we can go ahead and discuss that as well. We were debating, do that or not. Let's go ahead and do that.
Let me give you this first.
You just email us all and we'll get back to you in about 2 weeks.
You don't have to put up with that in the city secretary.
Okay, so let's talk briefly on timeline as it stands right now and then where we might have some flexibility for you. This is your planning calendar that has deadlines that accommodate state law to make sure that we have certain windows when we approve our budget, when we hold our public hearing, certain windows that we have to publish those to the newspaper, get them on the website, and then certain windows that we have to do that within. And so if you go to the bottom of this first page here, we, under the current schedule, on August 25th, would have our meeting to discuss your tax rate. And this is where we would set that ceiling and say our proposed maximum tax rate. And so based on current discussions, recommendation when we do this would be to set it at that voter approval tax rate, but council can come back in under that and actually adopt the no new revenue tax rate. So for that, then we would go to the next page here, and on September 15th, we look at having a first reading of the budget and proposed tax rate, and then on September 22nd, public hearings and second reading to adopt your budget. And so that's the timeline we've talked about. And in order to do that, we would have to publish a newspaper notice no later than September 5th. And so we'd have to get something in the paper by September 5th. For the tax rate, for the public hearing, we'd have to have something in the paper no later than September 17th. So where council might have some flexibility, if you've got availability in pushing that back a little bit, would be to take that back a week on your 2 readings. And so if we did something like that, then maybe at your September 10th meeting, which is your regular meeting, your first one in September, you could discuss and set that maximum proposed tax rate. And then September 22nd, you could do a first reading of budget and tax ordinances. And then on September 29th would be your public hearings and your second reading. And so if we did that, we would need to have something published in the paper for the budget for that first consideration on the 22nd by September 12th. We could not post it any later than that. And so what we would probably have to do in that case, and I'm getting into the weeds a little bit here, is we would have to submit a notice to the newspaper and kind of have an idea from council of where to set that, whatever we're going to set the maximum tax rate, the ceiling at, because we'd actually have to get that notice to the newspaper ahead of y'all approving that maximum rate. So we have done that. I remember, and I don't remember if it was last year or a year before, but we've done that one other year. Even though we notice it at the higher amount, if you come back and say, no, we're approving it at the lower amount, you can. That just gives you maximum flexibility. So that's where you have some room to potentially have a little more time in here to think about this before setting that rate. We definitely recommend trying not to move it too much, because ultimately we have to have that second reading done and have your budget adopted by September 30th. That's the job deadline. Does that make sense? Any questions I can help with?
No, I think you've been very helpful. So we have a regular scheduled meeting the 25th. We would then have September 8th as the meeting that, we could discuss it further if we needed to without having to call anything special. But if we just give ourselves to the 25th to allow staff to go scrub the numbers, do a little additional work, bring something back, you can do individuals, then we walk into that with a discussion item that would give you what you would need in order to have, what your notice is going to be. Is it going to be the 4.4? Is it going to be the 4.3? Is it going to be 4.2 or lower? And so that would be accomplished on the 25th. If we choose not to do that, we could accomplish that with a special called meeting, but you wouldn't be able to wait till the 8th because you would miss your deadline, right? You'd have to notice the paper when, even if you were going to vote on the 29th.
We'd look at September 10th as that meeting, actually.
Yeah.
And so if we did that, we would need something in the newspaper. If we take our first vote on the 22nd for first reading, we need something in the newspaper by the 12th of September, which would be 2 days after that September 10th
Essentially,
meeting.
Council, you need a few things back from your staff that can give you some more comfort on what are we really gaining or losing by setting this tax rate or that one. But I think we're close enough to the place where we could just have a discussion and push this forward. And then you would have a little latitude in case for some reason something happened and we didn't have a quorum or whatever, you're still meeting your legal requirements.
And we can definitely do a special called meeting, like you said, just for that one item. We'd have public comment on there, because we do have to have public comment anytime council considers anything, but it'd be a very quick meeting likely if y'all wanted to call a special meeting to ensure that we get that done before that notice is posted.
Do I have anybody who's out the 25th of August or the 8th or the 22nd of September? Do you know? Possibly. Okay. So in setting those up, we may be looking at a special meeting just so we can have full quorum or full council. But does anybody have an issue with putting it on the agenda the 25th just for a discussion to set the rate, so we would at least know what we want you to notice to the public?
And keep in mind, and I'm gonna lean to legal here to make sure that I'm staying on point. But we could put it on for action on the 25th as well. And if council did not want to take action, we could move it forward to September 10th. So that's another option.
I don't think that's needed, because for you to put it on for action, you're going to assume the higher rate, right? And I think we just want to allow council to have one final discussion to give direction on what we would like. Then I think when you do notice it, it's noticed for the actual rate. And I know previous years, it's been a little bit of a struggle if we put a rate down and it's not what we intended to do. So that's overly cautious. I'm just saying, I think with your time frame, my advocation would just be for the 25th, just to have a discussion item. And then you would have your action item with plenty of time on the 8th, right? Or a special call meeting.
On September 10th.
September
yes.
10th.
And then that would
That's
mean
a Thursday,
moving.
Stephanie.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's 8th is a Tuesday.
Well,
Can't
I
keep
was,
the calendar straight.
you may be correct
So-
in the 10th being your total deadline for your count backwards for your days.
Yeah.
But
The 12th is the deadline on the days. So,
Yeah.
so we could meet on the 8th. We would get the posting on the 12th, but we would likely have that information to the newspaper before. So a discussion on the 25th of August where we could get some definitive consensus back from council would help us ensure that that notice is sent to the newspaper properly.
I'd
So-
be good with that if you guys
and
are. We
Then that means moving, are you also wanting, then we're moving first reading to the 22nd and second reading to the 29th? Or you want to keep them on the 15th and the,
Which is better for you, Councilman? Okay. So we would then, we would go ahead and go to, we can do a discussion on the 25th and give direction. You're here for that meeting of August? No, you're not. Okay. If we give discussion on the 25th, give direction, then we would notice and we would take first vote 22nd. No. Yeah, we would. We would do
First
first
reading of
vote
the budget.
22nd and second vote 29th.
Yes.
Is that good for you? Let's have that as our intention. I think that gives us the best opportunity.
22nd and 29th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so what we will do based on the direction you're giving us here, we'll go back and just verify those numbers one more time against the code and make sure that all the windows are met, and then we'll confirm that back to council that that's our plan.
Okay.
And then you'll send us invites?
Yes, I will.
Perfect.
Do we have any other expectations that we need to set?
No,
Got
sir.
everything you need?
I think we're good.
As accomplished as I think we could get here today. So with nothing further, it's 2:30. We could go home. Anybody want to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
I just had a question on depreciation.
I'm a depreciation expert. You're appreciated and adjourned.